Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. 'Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Her son is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. You can be like, where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Azan is streaming. Watch him on that cloud.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Ever broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. That was Hassan streaming by Theresa Sweetheart. Live and alive, folks. And it is a beautiful day. It's a special day. It's a wonderful day. That's many of you are probably thinking, oh, it's merch day. Like, we were just dropping fucking 200 bills on some merch. It's like, no, that's not the reason why I'm saying that.
No, we finally here, right?
Because it's a fucking Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right.
Then.
Oh, my
Saturday,
Lord,
Sunday,
holy
what?
moly. It is Friday. It's fuck a fan's wallet Friday. That's right. It's fucked up Friday. It's flat fuck Friday. It is War Crime Friday. We're going to be talking about war crimes, of course, as always. That's right. Motherfucking Friday, baby. We got some immaculate vibes here on this beautiful Friday. You can't fuck it up. You can't mess it up. No matter how hard you try, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, holy moly. It is motherfucking Friday. Let's go. Have you reacted to the end of the year Putin's speech? Of course not. I reacted to parts of it, though. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's motherfucking Friday, and let me get right into it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, but beyond my personal news, there's obviously some One Piece updates. This is a Parasocialist update, and And obviously, a part of the Parasocialist update is always going to feature, at least now since I encountered One Piece updates. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. What is happening in the world? What is happening in Dressrosa? Don Quixote do Flamingo, the blind guy, Trafalgar Law, and numerous other characters, and perhaps my new favorite character, Bartholomew. That's right. An incredible, fantastic Mugiwara adventure is happening in Dressrosa. It's a Coliseum arc, which I fucking love. Monkey D. Luffy meets an interesting character, a blast from the past, almost made me tear up, ladies and gentlemen. I am on the 19th episode on One Piece. And it is so fucking good. Why you delete the Insta post, bro? I was trying to look at that. I'm going to re-upload it because it sucked. It was blurry. So many good characters. So many misunderstood leaders. King Rico, Rebecca, and many others. Soldier Boy, my favorite character, another one of my favorite characters. God damn, that shit is good, man. That shit is so fucking good. Don Quixote do Flamingo is an incredible villain. An absolutely incredible villain. And I'm really appreciating this this plot point. I hated the little dwarves, the fairies, right? I hated them. And watching it in Japanese in One Piece, I actually like them as well. They're kind of goated. They're kind of powerful. They're OP for no reason. So they're great. But I would say that the funniest, my new favorite character is Bartolomeo. Like, absolutely. Bartolomeo is such a funny fan. Such a funny character. So incredible. Powerful. I looked at the One Piece fandom, and the first thing it says is Bartolomeo is a light-skinned. Did not know that he was light-skinned. Did not know it was like that. I like him even more now. Bartolomeo is you guys, okay? Bartolomeo is you guys. You and Will is Bartolomeo and Doflamingo. This is not Bartolomeo. What are you talking about? Will Neff Doflamingo, that's what is it, Kuma? Or however you say it. Yeah, it's Kuma. Anyway, Israel is really shooting their hostages now. Yeah. We're gonna cover all that. Come on, man. We're trying to keep the vibes up a little bit. We're trying to keep the vibes peaking for like a brief moment before I get into some like devastating shit. I was deciding on the new tees. Can't get the size shape to work. Oh, we're back on. I'm not using the same garment guy. This is an XL shirt. We're back on Bayside. So it's literally the most basic tee sizing. Okay. But yeah. Ideology.shop has revamped, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. I do not get at this point. People getting mad at merch prices. $35 for a t-shirt is reasonable, and you're giving away a free t-shirt. Yeah, this is all. We got free shipping and free t-shirts on orders $125 and up. I think there's also 50% off on all the old stuff. New collection is out, World on Fire. Obviously, you have all the old stuff as well, but if you look at it, how do we filter only the new collection? No, not on price. This has got, they should have fixed that. They should have made sure that you could just like only see this. Kid Rock said it's okay to drink Bud Light again. Thank God. So we revamped some of the old ones that you guys liked. You got the World on Fire tee. You got the No Value Without Labor hoodie. This one's really good. Hope you guys like that one. Those are some of the new ones. The I'm Just a Bill tee. I've worn it before. You might have seen it. Okay. There it is with Kaya. There's my fucking lats peeking from the back. Oh my God. This is too strong. Oh yeah, all of the it's all union. It's all everything is union. I'd order if not for Maersk pulling out shipping past the Red Sea. Shipping's gonna be fucking killer now. Shout outs to the Houthis though. Yeah, the Houthis are not allowed to intercept the ships carrying Hasanabi merch. I talked to them. I hit them up and I was like, don't do that. But yeah, here's the World on Fire collection. I'm wearing the World on Fire tee right now anyway. I've worn it before. You guys know. You guys probably seen it. We revamped Capitalism as voluntary hoodies, but this time it's a Get Bread, Get Dead crew neck, but it's navy. And then the Not Your Empire tee. I don't know why they say it's the red edit. It's orange. And then the new ones are I'm Just a Bill, the Filthy Crooks, and World on Fire, and the No Value Without Labor hoodie. This is a small. What is this? But are they union made? Yes, it says in the tweet. Yep. Anyway, so before I blast off, let's blast this off as well. Kaya is a professional model. I will just say it. I will say it. I will say it. I'm not ashamed of it. I did a photo shoot with Kaya. I used Kaya in the photo shoot, and she loved every moment of it, and she killed it, as a matter of fact. She was great. She was great. No dog clothes? Yeah, there are no dog clothes. But yeah, hold on. This is actually a funny ass photo. I'm gonna post this instead. Fuck. How do you like Princess Viola compared to Princess Vivi? Much better than Princess Viola. Anyway, personal news wise, woke up this morning, worked out, got my workout in, trying to rest up my shoulders, my rotator cuffs a little bit because I have a rotator cuff pain, I guess. Rotator cuff pains are back. Hasanabi, do you have any tips on what helps after losing fish? There are no tips, honestly. Nothing really. I can't. I don't think there's anything that like works really well. It's just you got to take it one day at a time. What's on the back of the World on Fire tee? It says there's a back print, but it isn't showing it. No, there is no back print. I don't think. I'm wearing it right now. Wait, did you say the shirt you're modeling was a small? No, it's an XL. What are you talking about? Okay, this thing happens every time we release merchandise where people are asking the most ridiculous questions to me. And I love you guys, but like, this is not like a Hasanabi hotline where I tell you about all of the different things happening in the merchandise. You know what I mean? I love you all, but Kaya-tail Photoshop error on this one. Yeah, I saw. It's fine. We always do this. We always do this where like whenever I release merchandise, everyone is always like, "Oh, what's the deal? What's the deal like with this? What's the deal with that? Why is shipping this much? Why is shipping that much?" It's like, bro, I work with a group of people specifically so they handle this stuff, you know what I mean? The jeans are gallery department. Anyway, so hey, not to be one of those annoying people, do you really dry clean the Capitalism voluntary sweater like it says on the tag, or do you wash it? I just wash it. I've never dry cleaned it. Anyway, so NoPixel launched today, 4.0. Obviously, I'm not gonna do it yet, but I might potentially. Like, I'm thinking about it. I've been trying not to. I've been trying not to think about it, but like, it's been on my mind a lot. It's already down. Okay, good. That's good. Would be dope if you collaborated with Wisdom on some merch. I mean, would be dope, but I don't think he would want to do that. But anyway. Yeah, NoPixel 4.0 dropped, and last time that shit dropped, it fucked me up for years and years. So I'm still recovering from that. So I'll be honest with you. Can't believe it's on TOS. TD's Out Saturday is canceled. No, it's not canceled. No, TD's Out Saturday is not canceled. We're still working on it right now. I'm working on I am working on a stripper pole dancing class. We're trying to find one right now that will let us film it and let us stream it. And Extra Emily actually said that we are allowed. Twitch rolled back the policy, homie? No, they only rolled back the artistic nudity shit. They did not roll back the fucking twerking and pole dancing. Also, the twerking and pole dancing would have been allowed regardless. Like the way I was planning on doing it. I'm not gonna fucking do it naked, dumbasses. Obviously. Anyway, but we'll talk about all that and more. Let me blast off real quick and let's get into it. Okay. IDF finds hostages. Bro, shit is already selling out. What the fuck? Really? Get it quick, man. NoPixel queue is long. You should queue up. No, I don't even have it downloaded yet, chat. And also, I have a... I'm probably in the prio queue, I assume, if they haven't like kicked me off. I'll text Buddha and ask. But I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know how to fucking get into NoPixel. I forgot it all. I don't even have Grand Theft Auto downloaded right now. I suspect unless they kick me off the prio queue, I still probably have it. What do I have to do? I have to download it on Steam, right? And then how do I get 5M? Fuck, I'm already kicking into it. God damn it, I hate myself. I started playing Red Dead 2 again as well on the Steam Deck OLED. And it's actually very playable. Alright, I started the fucking download for Grand Theft Auto 5. Just a little hit. Just a quick short hit, you know what I mean? Just a quick short hit. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Twitch rolls back artistic nudity policy. IDF finds hostages. Gaza war crimes. Kanye West is back with some anti-Semitism and more. Also, released new merch. Union made, US made merch. And it before it's gone. Okay. You got the OLED Steam Deck, small review. It's lighter, seemingly. It's seemingly lighter. It feels lighter. I don't actually have like a... What size are you wearing in the merch pics? I'm wearing an XL in the merch pics. All right, I'm downloading fucking Grand Theft Auto 100 goddamn gigs. Let's do it. Let's go. The merch runs true to size. Yes, this time the merch runs true to size. Speaking of the Steam Deck, true journalism. What the fuck is this? Valve said not to huff a Steam Deck, so Nathan Grayson huffed too. That's incredibly important. Incredibly important work. Why can't I fucking download this shit, man? God damn it. My hair looks like shit in it, though. Did the 2X hoodie already sell out? Man, I don't know. I'm not watching what the fuck's going on. Yeah, IDF apparently killed 3 of their hostages mistakenly. We'll be talking about that. Dude, there's too much going on. There's too much going on. Oh my god, I can't pay attention. My IDF announced it found and shot and accidentally killed 3 hostages was announced an hour ago. Yeah. I can't pay attention. There's so much happening. I should have fucking... I always am like, I should have set this up beforehand, and then I never end up setting it up beforehand, and then I'm like... I'm trying to post the Instagram right now. Kaya? The photos that they sent me were kind of dog. So I'm trying to get new ones. Like, that are higher quality, so they're not dog, you know what I mean? Of course, I saw on Fox News headline was Israeli hostages found dead in Gaza, and all the comments naturally assumed it was because Hamas killed them. Yeah, no, they were talking about that before. It's because you suck at prep and you don't want help, nerd. This part is true. I do suck at prep. And I do think that, like, I can do it all on my own when I can't. Is this limited edition merch? Yes. If it runs out, it runs out. And then you won't be able to get it. And then you'll complain about it on Twitter. And in my chat. And you'll be like, why can't I get the merch? What the fuck? And then I will tell you, well, I told you ahead of time that it was going to run out. Part of the reason why it's like limited release is not even up to me. It's literally because they just don't have the garments. Like the garment manufacturer we work with is an American one, is an American Union garment manufacturer. And they are very limited in the supplies that they have. This is a ongoing problem. But it's just one that we have to deal with. You know what I mean? Okay. You think about playing the finals anytime soon is really cool? Maybe. Union made, US made merch is back. With some old classics in new colors. And more at ideology.shop. Edit or no. There it is. I posted it on my Instagram as well. What would it take for you to give Tekken a shot on stream? I will never give Tekken a shot on stream. It's not gonna happen. It's already sold out? Wait, what? No fucking shot it's already sold out. No way. There's no way. I maybe some sizes, but bro, I don't get it. Do people like bought this shit? Like what's happening? Here, I posted on Instagram. If you want to go hit that with a like. Here you go. Can you raffle a couple shirts from your merch to us in chat? Just as a thanks for always supporting you. Just say this because I'm a broke boy. No. Marketing blast off for you here, King. How come you never capitalized on the 2-day Twitch nudity meta? The hoodie is out of everything bigger than a large. Wait, really? How the fuck? Do people just like rip my shit so they can resell it? Not very socialist. Yes. Socialism is about no commerce. Socialism is about not selling anything. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Did anyone have the... Someone said that there was a blast off meme that you had for me. Can you send it again? No, if you get a confirmation email. Though I don't know. I don't fucking buy this shit. I make it. I don't know what it's like on the user side. I don't know. Maybe you're asking other people in the chat or something. Damn, that's a sick ad. Thank you, Bomb Lefts. Anyway, all right, I blasted off. IDF killed Al Jazeera cameraman and shot an ambulance trying to get at them. Yeah, I look, IDF has done this past week. The IDF has done a war crimes bonanza. Okay, here we're blasting off. Let the people know that we're live and alive. Okay, IDF has done a fucking war crime bonanza this week. I'm gonna get into all of that. We got Kanye West anti-Semitism, IDF war crimes bonanza, both fucking reports of them shooting people point blank at a school, and also the IDF literally just an hour ago openly admitted that they shot 3 of their own fucking hostages because they thought that they were Palestinian. There's also another hospital siege that they engaged in this week as well. What? Public access address? What? What are you talking about? They also assaulted a Turkish journalist, like a Anadolu Ajansı journalist, in broad fucking daylight in front of cameras. They killed the Al Jazeera cameraman and they injured Wael Dahdu. The Wael is the Al Jazeera like veteran reporter that had his entire family slaughtered by the Israeli occupying force already. Like, there's a lot to talk about. The shop is down? Wait, what? Yeah, there's a lot of depravity that we are going to cover. Yeah, we'll do it. They beat the crap out of one journalist live on CNN's air, then came for the cameraman filming it all. Yeah. About the 70 arrests they made at the hospital is on. Do you know if they're all terrorists as they claim or not? I mean, what do you think? What the fuck do you think? You think they're all terrorists? Like, I mean, we have no way of knowing, but we have one thing that we can always do, which is match it against what Israel has said and what Israel has done, and whether or not what Israel has said in the past has been correct or not about these sorts of things. And what we do know is that, you know, they're not. They're incorrect. So I'm going to start off this conversation now that we've done the fucking ideology.shop merch run. Yes, we ship globally. It is expensive, though. Yeah, people try to resell my shit on StockX, I think, which is really annoying, but what are you going to do? Okay, listen. We're gonna get started. We're gonna get started on this. I'm not gonna do the no pixel stuff. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a whole bunch of Israel war crime bonanza in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. Okay. First and foremost, breaking news: Israel openly admits that the Israeli military has mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages in Gaza. Ramallah, West Bank, the Israeli military on Friday mistakenly killed. This is reporting from Ramallah, West Bank. The Israeli military on Friday mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages during its ground operation in the Gaza Strip, military officials said. The Army's chief spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, the one that you know from pointing behind memes, said Israeli troops found the hostages and erroneously identified them as a threat. He said it was not clear if they had escaped their captors or had been abandoned. The deaths occurred in the Gaza city of Shujaiya, where troops have engaged in fierce battles against Hamas militants in recent days. He said the army expressed deep sorrow and was investigating. They literally fucking shot escaping hostages. Why did they shoot them? Well, because they're used to shooting, escaping, retreating fucking Palestinian civilians. That's precisely why. So that's exactly what they fucking did. They are so fucking good at killing journalists. They're so good at killing civilians. They're so good at executing people. They're so good at fucking blowing shit up for no particular reason that, of course, this is not a serious military operation. This is not a tactical, surgical, precise military operation. It has the capacity to be one, but it refuses to be one because they're just not very good at what they're doing. They've gotten far too used to behaving as an occupying force that just shoots at children, shoots at retreating people, shoots at civilians, apprehends them, ritualistically humiliates them. And when you do this like mass shooting thing and you spray every single person and you pray, you're going to end up hitting people, a shit ton of Palestinian civilians, and you're going to also end up hitting even your own hostages, it turns out. Okay? The deaths were announced as a U.S. envoy said the U.S. and Israel were discussing a timetable for scaling back intense combat operations of the war against Hamas, even though they agree the overall fight will take months. Here's the fucking problem. Okay? Here's the issue. Shujaiya has been some of the most intense combat so far. This is where they also lost, I believe, 10 of their commanders, which was a devastating blow for the Israeli military. This is something that you have to remember. 5,000 dead Palestinian 18-year-olds, okay, who are orphaned and are looking to be martyred because this is all they know, is very different than 5,000 Israeli soldiers that get wounded. Why? Because those 5,000 Israeli soldiers that get wounded have lives. They have something to look forward to. They have marketing jobs at home. That is a devastating fucking blow to the confidence that the Israeli population has within their own military. Every time a Hamas militant dies, they're like, we're dying for a just cause. We're dying to defend our people. It's a massive moral victory for Hamas. And don't trust me on this. Trust the fucking numbers. Hamas's popularity has only increased as a consequence of the Israeli occupation worsening and the Israeli siege upon the Gaza Strip, both in the West Bank and even in Gaza. Okay? The U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan also met with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas to discuss the besieged enclave's post-war future, which, according to a senior U.S. official, could include bringing back Palestinian security forces driven from their jobs in Gaza by Hamas in its 2007 takeover. This is a massive fuck-up. Palestinians do not want Mahmoud Abbas. They have said it over and over again. But, of course, in the most American way possible, our fucking absolute dumbass monsters on the American side are like, well, Palestinians aren't human, so who gives a fuck about what their opinions are on the matter? American and Israeli officials have been vague in public about how Gaza will be run if Israel achieves its goal of ending Hamas control. The notion that Palestinian security forces could return was floated as one of the several ideas. It appeared to be the first time Washington offered details on its vision for security agreements or arrangements in the enclave. Any role for the Palestinian security forces in Gaza is bound to elicit strong opposition from Israel, which seeks to maintain an open-ended security presence, which is ridiculous because even the American alternative, regardless of whatever the fuck the Israelis are saying, even the American alternative is not one that the Palestinians want. We looked at the numbers. They are profoundly unpopular. Mahmoud Abbas is the most unpopular Palestinian figure. Okay? Yahya Sinwar, Ismail Haniyeh, any number of different Hamas militants, Hamas officials are significantly more popular than Abbas, okay? And have gotten only more popular in this time frame. It's not just strong opposition. You are trying to do an Afghanistan or you are trying to do an Iraq upon a population that does not want these people. And the difference is it's not coming at the tail end of a 20-year occupation or a 10-year occupation or a 15-year occupation where the puppet administration is planted directly by American officials while American military presence is still there. Palestinians live within their leadership. They understand. They have an actual back and forth with their own leadership. You put Abbas Abbas as the leader for the Palestinians in the fucking Gaza Strip, everyone is going to lose their minds. Okay? This is such a ginormous fuck up. It is such a ginormous fuck up. In a sea of other ginormous fuck-ups. The idea that you don't have to listen to the Palestinian people on who they think is a better person to lead them is coming from the same arrogance and same dehumanization. Oh, here, yeah, I wanted to watch this video as well. I bookmarked it. The former Shin Bet guy. Here, we're going to watch this as well. This is about October 7th. This might be the best explanation I heard from why October 7th, and surprisingly, it comes from Ami Ayalon. It's not surprising. Former head of the Shin Bet, Israel Secret Service, and Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. Here, what he says, this is the first video, there are a couple more below, which you'll really want to watch. He says, the most important cause of October 7th was the political paradigm. Everything that I've said so far. You're saying fuck up like it isn't intentional? No. No, it is a fuck up. It is a fuck up. You know why it's a fuck up? Because they don't have the bandwidth, brother. That's why it's a fuck up. Israel thinking that it can continue its maintenance of this occupation, continue the maintenance of its violent apartheid is a fuck up. That's how October 7 happened. That's a fuck up. Okay? If they could continue doing an apartheid upon the Palestinian public in the way that they have without any repercussions, that would not be a fuck up. Okay? But they don't have that. They don't have that control. It's hubris, it's arrogance, it's massively, massively bad for the Israeli population as well. And it's taking taken 67 days for some people to come around to it. Maybe they won't, because they are incredibly fucking brainwashed and conditioned to think every Palestinian is not a real fucking human being. That dehumanization is kicked in. However, it does not matter. This will continue. The violence will continue. Now they can't say they're only killing terrorists. Law. It was unintentional, though. They thought the refugees were Palestinians. Killing was intentional, but it was definitely a fuck up. Yeah, that's what I mean. Israel told us the thousands of Palestinian deaths were unfortunate collateral in the goal of extracting all hostages. Then they tried to oppose the ceasefires to extract hostages until there was too much pressure to do so. Now they shoot and kill more hostages, not to mention all the friendly fire deaths. At what point does this become absolutely untenable even for Israelis? Government clearly doesn't care about the hostages. Exactly. If you're a family member of the 3 Israeli hostages that were killed by the Israeli occupying force, you should be fucking incredibly frustrated. It's very odd that people are refusing to see how devastatingly bad this has been for Israel. And by the way, Mohammed is correct. Just to be clear, the IDF killed these Israeli hostages because they thought they were Palestinian civilians. These were retreating Israeli hostages, and they shot and killed them. Like, think about it. This goes back to the lesser evil mentality of Hamas being the lesser evil in this situation. Hamas literally fucking kidnapped these people, apprehended them, jailed them for 67 days. And guess what? Hamas didn't kill them. You know who killed them? Israel did. Think about that. Do you understand? Like, that's insane to me. If I'm living in Israel and I see this shit, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? You had the opportunity to fucking do a ceasefire. You did a ceasefire. You facilitated it for fucking 6 days, and then you were too horny to get back into fucking combat. And now you're killing even more hostages. Anyway, how was it so clear to them that they escaped captivity, but then IDF killed them? Something about this is very odd, and I think more will be revealed soon. Yes. This is the only thing we have right now is whatever the IDF has revealed, which is during combat in Shijaya, the IDF mistakenly identified 3 Israeli hostages as a threat, and as a result, fired towards them, and the hostages were killed. Their bodies were transferred to the Israeli territory for examination, where it was confirmed that they were 3 Israeli hostages and were identified. Yotam Chaim, who was kidnapped by Kibbutz Kfar Aza by the Hamas terrorist organization on October 7. Samer Talalka, who was kidnapped from the kibbutz Nir Am by the Hamas terrorist organization on October 7. The third hostage's family has been notified and requested that his name not be broadcasted. IDF and Israeli police representatives have notified all 3 of the families. The IDF began reviewing the incident immediately. The IDF emphasizes that this is an active combat zone in which ongoing fighting over the last few days has occurred. Immediate lessons from the event have been learned, which have been passed on to all IDF troops on the field. The IDF expresses deep remorse over the tragic incident and sends the families its heartfelt condolences. Our national mission to locate missing, and our national mission is to locate all the missing and return all the hostages home, which is not true. It's not their mission at all. Their mission is to kill as many Palestinians as fucking possible, and as within the boundaries of like the entire world, not fucking rising up in arms. And they're actually losing sight of that as well. Israeli propaganda is as follows, says Megaphonics. IDF is the best trained, kindest, most moral army in the world. Hamas are barbaric terrorists who rape, torture, and kill wantonly. And yet, how can anyone reconcile that Hamas kept the hostages alive and it was the IDF that killed them? It is truly an untenable belief within the pro-Israel framework. Yes, and yet it is a belief that they have regardless. It is a belief that you have to have. It's not about like a rational thought in this circumstance. It's not even about self-preservation. The Israeli occupation is literally against the best interests of Israel, and yet they still maintain it. Why aren't they lying and saying Hamas killed them? I don't know, but I feel like it's because it's a broad daylight, I assume, or like a very clear situation, that it is virtually impossible for them to deny it.
Saying that it mistakenly killed.
I assume it's on camera. That's probably why.
3 Israeli hostages in Gaza.
Yeah, and an IDF spokesman says the victims were misidentified as a threat and shot dead. CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Sderot, Israel, with more on this tragic development. Jeremy, what more is the IDF saying about this?
Yeah, it's very sad news, and the Israeli military is admitting that soldiers effectively mistakenly identified these 3 Israeli hostages as a threat and shot and killed them during...
I suspect they'll probably say something along the lines of like they looked like Hamas militants or something. Like they were dressed up in like Hamas militant garb or something, which is also, again, not exactly a position that you can have when Hamas militants don't dress up as Hamas when they are technically a part of a spontaneous militia force rising up in arms as an occupying invasion is occurring, like an occupying force is invading them. So, you know,
combat operations being conducted in Shujaiya, which has been the scene of very heavy fighting between Israel and Hamas over the course of the last week. 2 of the 3 hostages have been identified. One of the families of one of the deceased hostages asked that their name not be broadcast, but the 2 who we can tell you are Yotam Chaim, who was kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza on October 7th, and the second is Samer Talalka, who was kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Am, also on October 7th.
Yeah, this is another one, by the way. Israeli hostage dies after failed rescue mission. This was from December 9th. This is from last week. 2 IDF commandos are also seriously wounded in the operation. Where this is literally the second time, I guess, this has happened.
Israeli military effectively recovered these bodies in Gaza, moved them to Israel, where they were taken to a forensic center and then subsequently positively identified as the bodies of 3 hostages who were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. Now, we should note amid all of this that this comes as the Israeli military had loosened its rules of engagement as it began this war in Gaza following those October 7th attacks, allowing Israeli soldiers to fire upon suspected terrorists while conducting fewer checks than they normally would have. The Israeli military, we're told, is taking lessons from this incident and transmitting them to soldiers in the field. They also say that they, quote, express their deep remorse over the tragic incident and send the families their heartfelt condolences. This also comes as we know that some of those former hostages who were freed as part of that week-long truce between Israel and Hamas, they angrily confronted the Israeli prime minister last week, with one of those former hostages accusing the Israeli government of having no information and no intelligence about the whereabouts of these hostages, noting that the location where she was being kept by Hamas was actually shelled by the Israeli military. And today we are learning of a far more tragic and direct incident where Israeli forces appear to have fired upon Israeli hostages in Gaza, believing that they were a threat, and then ultimately realizing later after the fact that they were indeed hostages. Boris, Pam.
Jeremy, you mentioned the loosened.
Israeli government is always fucking small bean, by the way. It's always small bean Israeli government. When they're killing their own fucking soldiers or their own hostages, when there's a friendly fire incident, small bean government, small bean military, oopsies all around.
Rules of engagement. Obviously, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in the Middle East right now. He's expressed the Biden administration's concern about the intensity of the IDF offensive. Of course, President Biden's desire for Israel to tone it down. How do you think this news is going to play into the tone of these talks?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, hostage negotiations are one of the key elements of Jake Sullivan's visit and meetings with Israeli officials. But as you noted, one of the other focuses is indeed the civilian casualty count. I mean, we have watched as now nearly 19,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. Some of those combatants, many of those non-combatants, including over 7,000 children who are believed to be among those who have been killed in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. And Jake Sullivan said earlier today that he believes Israel intends to distinguish between Hamas targets and civilians, but that intention does not always line up with the reality on the ground. And that reality, that mismatch, has really, up until now, mostly applied to Palestinian civilians. But in this case, it appears to also be matching up to a reality that has now affected and resulted in the loss of life of 3 Israeli civilians who were held hostage by Hamas and unfortunately today killed by Israeli forces.
Cancun Crias was on CNN about an hour ago coping, but I missed it. I'll try to find a clip. Yeah, please do. One thing people are not talking about this is the IDF killed them while being unarmed. If they were hostages, most likely they were unarmed. It wasn't a defending ourselves type of thing. That's even worse in my opinion. I don't know. We'll see what. They're saying, wait, what? I can't even see it. Oh, dude, it is. I told you. Yep. The IDF couldn't identify the hostage because the sick and barbaric Hamas members probably wear IDF uniforms they stole from the dead soldiers and civilian clothes as a means to hide within civilian population. Wait, what? Many of them attacked, filmed in t-shirts done by men in t-shirts and a scarf. Yeah. Again, Wait, what do you mean? That's why. First of all, no. Wearing enemy combatants' uniform is not allowed. That is true, and Hamas has done that. They did it on October 7th. That is a war crime. No, technically it is. You cannot wear the garb of your enemy. That part is correct. Now, having said that, however, this is maximalist cope, okay? This is copium to the max. What do I mean by this? They did that on October 7th, okay? The idea that is the reason why the IDF is killing their own soldiers is fucking ridiculous, though. Because there have been plenty of friendly fire incidents so far on the Strip, all around. And the notion that, like, the only reason why the friendly fire is happening because they always just mistakenly think that Hamas is wearing IDF garb is fucking ridiculous, okay? They have maxed out on the copium. No, it's because you suck shit, okay? You're a dog shit military that's only used to fucking killing babies and shit, okay? You're used to sniping nurses in a hospital with a fucking drone from afar. That's why. Yeah, it's just cop shit. It's cop shit. The quicker you understand that, the easier this is. They are used to fighting a civilian force that doesn't have a lot of weapons, that has no way of fighting back. They're used to fucking killing people in the West Bank. That's it. It's a cop army. And that's what the fuck happens when you're the cop army. Full of reservists that are like doing normal human being stuff. Living a normal life, having a fucking marketing job and shit, and having a wife and children, and used to a hot meal. Take a guy like that and take him out of that situation, put him into a hotbed full of like 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old orphans using fucking Kalashnikovs and RPGs with rockets they made in a goddamn bathtub at their own backyard inside of a fucking concentration camp full of tunnel systems, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, why are the fucking trees talking to me? What is happening? Holy fuck, I'm terrified. Very different circumstance to fight a counter-insurgency war against a enemy force that has nowhere else to go, that has basically embedded itself within the fucking population for almost 2 decades, and even longer than that, really. Copium is looking at that situation and going, well, they wear IDF garb from time to time. Like, get the fuck out of here. Then don't shoot at them, dumbass. What are you talking about? It's fucking ridiculous, dude. No shit. The U.S. is... Yeah, by the way, just remember, 40 of their elite commandos die, 4-0. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Shujaia has been, like, a horrifying situation because it's been some of the most intense back and forth. And it's like... The Palestinian militancy does not look at the numbers in the same way that the Israeli government looks at it. They have everything to lose. The Palestinian militaries have nothing to lose. They're fine with death. They welcome it. They consider it to be martyrdom because they consider it to be an honorable cause. They consider it to be a just cause, which, to be fair, it is. You're defending your home at this point from an invading force. So obviously for you, if you die in that process, you're like, well, I have nothing anyway. I said this before. October 7 might have been an operation, a militancy operation that was an offensive operation, and therefore there was plenty of war crimes that were conducted. That was an act of terror. That's all valid. But right now, Israel is doing the act of terror. And what Hamas is doing and what the Palestinian militancy is doing is called resistance. It's just. It is moral. It is just. It is appropriate. What are you supposed to do? Fucking take it? Just sit back and allow Israel to just like destroy your entire fucking semblance of a nation at this point? Yeah, of course not. So there you go. Let's finish this and I'll
All
get
right,
to
Jeremy
the
Diamond, thank
concreous
you
cope.
so much.
Concreous cope.
And joining us now is IDF spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Jonathan, how did this happen? What can you tell us?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, same logic with the Ukrainian Nazis fighting back. No, I don't like them, but the cause is just. In that situation, we've also talked about this. I literally talked about why Russia fucking invading basically solidifies support for literally every fucking Azov battalion motherfucker out there. Okay? Straight up. Straight up. What are you supposed to do? Not fucking fight back when someone is invading your country? It's ridiculous. Of course they're going to fucking fight back. This copium is brought to you by the top of the hour ad break, by the way, which I'm going to fucking hit you with right now. Sorry for the tactical ad break here, but if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to see the copium uninterrupted, all you need to do is subscribe. Jonathan Concuncrius Copium. He's looking more and more like this every passing day. Yeah, dude, he's getting the life force sucked out of him every day. Every time he has to fucking justify another like baby murder and contextualize it as though it's the most appropriate thing that could have ever happened. It's just like more and more of his life force is sucked out of his fucking body. And you know what? By God, that's a good thing. Okay, I'm on board with that. Suck it out. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Evening, it's night here in Israel. A very sad and tragic event, one that the IDF, of course, terribly regrets and has told that to the families. We are investigating how it happened. One of the contributing factors are obviously related to the fact, or can obviously be related to the fact that so far what we have encountered on the battlefield are many Hamas combatants that have been dressed in civilian clothes. And I'm quite sure that that has been part of the issue here, but it's still very early to understand and to say certain things. What we can say and confirm is what we have issued officially. A very sad event, tragic event. It, of course, goes against everything that's what we have been trying to do for the last 2 months, more than 2 months. It's day 70 of the fighting. But
bro, you've killed like 50 hostages in bombings already. You know what I mean? Fuck do you mean we're going to fucking reevaluate? You already more efficiently liquidated half of the fucking hostages. And then on top of that, now you're fucking killing them point blank. What are we doing here? It seems like no matter what Israel, no matter what kind of action Israel takes in the Gaza Strip, it always ends up killing fucking hostages.
Even a sad event like this will not shake our resolve, and it will not divert us from the focus, which is clear.
He's like, bro, Hamas is not playing fair. They don't have like fucking, they're not clearly identifying themselves with like a red orb around them. You know what I mean? It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up because like in Call of Duty, there's no team killing. And like, so I'm thinking I can kill as many civilians as I want. And if I shoot at my own team, then they'll be fine. And then they die. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck?
Clear to dismantle Hamas and safety to Israelis.
Sir, you broke up there at the end, but I'm curious because you mentioned that the IDF is still trying to get details on exactly what transpired. In a statement from the IDF, it says that...
Ellen News says, I do feel like essentially they're treating the remaining hostages almost already dead with these tactics. Let me tell you something. They've been doing that since day one. There are conversations on October 8th in closed door settings that I have covered. On October 8th, they said those hostages are as good as dead with what we are going to do to Gaza. Is the prevailing attitude that many in the war cabinet immediately had since day one. And they showed that because what did they do on October 8th? They started bombing Gaza. Instead of going, hold on, let's secure our border, let's secure the kibbutzim, let's fucking figure this shit out first. Let's come up with a valid plan. No, they didn't do that. They started indiscriminately blowing up the Gaza Strip immediately. And when you do that, you very openly state, like, I don't really give a shit about the hostages. Sucks to suck, lol. Shouldn't have gotten fucking caught is basically the mentality that the Israeli war cabinet has. Straight up.
Immediate lessons from the event have been learned, which have been passed on to all IDF troops in the field. Can you share what those lessons were, if there's going to be a different approach by the IDF?
Is Hamas even doing anything at this point? Any operations seem like they're just getting shelled to hell and back? Yes, of course. Like I said, they killed like 10 fucking commanders. Like, they killed like 10 commanders literally yesterday, 2 days ago. Here's an update on the hostage families. The families of the abductees are now going out for a demonstration of outrage, demanding a deal. Time is up and our patience is over. Yeah. They haven't stopped demonstrating, but this will only increase the intensity of the demonstrations at this point. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Israel keeps propping up a narrative internally that they are fucking everything up in Gaza. They're killing everybody in Gaza. They're doing such a good job with their military operations. But if they were doing such a fucking good job in their military operations, they wouldn't have to literally strip down hundreds of Palestinian men, okay, and act like every single person that they've stripped down is like a Hamas militant that is surrendering because of the sheer firepower, the superiority of the Israeli occupying force, with literal photographic evidence actually showing that those guys that are being stripped down and being humiliated and being apprehended aren't actually Hamas at all. If that was the case, if they were all fucking Hamas, then you wouldn't have like literal Israeli accounts looking at the situation and going, see, they're saying UNRWA. These guys are saying these are UNRWA people, but it's only to me, it shows UNRWA is Hamas. UN is Hamas. This doctor is a terrorist doctor. Like, they keep fucking showing, they keep posting their own goddamn L's, okay? I don't know if you care, but the text translates the deal now, rage protest. If they were a worthwhile military, this would have been over already. Fuck no. That's also not true. No, man. That is not true at all. America has one of the best militaries on the fucking planet, okay? And even the American military would be sucking dog shit right now. I don't think people understand. Urban warfare, urban counterinsurgency operations are profoundly difficult. Are profoundly difficult to conduct, okay? Especially when you are fighting against a militia force that, one, is pretty decently trained, ready for combat, and is embedded in the population for 30 fucking years, okay? They have 300, 400 miles of, 400 kilometers of tunnel networks under the entirety of the Gaza Strip. That is not a normal situation at all. They're not even in the fucking jungle at this point. They're directly in urban areas, and they're treating the urban area like it's a jungle. But here's what happens. When you raise the Gaza Strip, okay, thinking that you are going to get to the tunnel systems, or only because you know that this will break the backs or break the will of the Palestinian population. When you raise the Gaza Strip and you kill thousands of Palestinian civilians, all you have done is change the combat area and made it even less likely to succeed, because now you got people fucking poking out of the different holes that you now created. Because for Hamas and for the Palestinian resistance, they don't give a shit. Their tunnels are underneath. Their tunnels are in the ground. So it doesn't matter when you fucking blow up the building on top of it. You just only created a less stable environment, made it harder for your tanks to go through, and made it harder for your troops to walk through that area, because now there's even more holes they can fucking shoot from. And you know, ultimately you're basically fighting ghosts. The chatter is correct. Silver Crow is correct. You're fighting fucking ghosts at that point. It is incredibly difficult. No modern military has been able to successfully implement counterinsurgency initiatives in urban combat that is like profoundly successful with very limited civilian casualties. And let me tell you, it has never happened historically. Okay, people are saying Stalingrad. Again, exactly. But it certainly will not happen with the Israeli occupying force, because they're also not good on top of that. Okay? But to say that, oh, by the way, you're saying Russia cleared Mariupol. Yeah, but what do they do in Mariupol? When they cleared Mariupol, when they engaged in urban counterinsurgency operations in Mariupol, they also had a fucking exit corridor for all of the people that were in Mariupol. And Mariupol didn't have fucking 400 kilometers of tunnel systems underneath it. And it was a incredibly difficult, incredibly costly battle in general. We're talking about Ukraine now. So yeah, Mariupol is a good example of this, but it's not an open air prison with 400 kilometers of fucking tunnels underneath it, with like the civilian population being trapped in it to the same degree as Gaza. Of course, civilians still get trapped in this situation, but like not to the same degree. This is why the Financial Times article that came out early on was really good, talking about Hamas, not from the framework of like barbaric, rapist, monster terrorists, but instead the Viet Cong, because their tactics are closer to the Vietnamese Liberation Front. Their tactics are closer to their tactics are closer to decolonial tactics that the Vietnamese army used. Okay? Anyway, yeah, we're gonna change our approach with the IDF is ridiculous.
Now,
Yeah, we're looking into how it happened, how it came about that these hostages were out, and trying to understand how that happened, whether it was intentional or by Hamas or whether it wasn't intentional. And what we have told our troops is to exercise additional caution when being confronted with people in civilian clothes. Again, part of the complexity here is that
It's like, bro, oh, Hamas is dressed up in civilian clothes. First of all, not a war crime. In this circumstance, it's not a war crime. Okay? Let me explain to you why. In normal situations, if you have a standing military and they're dressed up in civilian clothing, that is a war crime. So if the IDF was doing that, that would technically be considered a war crime. For Hamas, it's not. Why? Just like it's not a war crime on October 7th if you have civilians with fucking guns or IDF soldiers with fucking guns defending their homes or defending the kibbutz, if they were not dressed up appropriately, that would not be a war crime. Okay? Why? Because all peoples have a right to self-defense. Okay? So Hamas and the Palestinian resistance in general have a right to self-defense. When they are being occupied by a belligerent occupier, when they're being attacked, okay, they not only have a right to self-defense, but they engage in what is known as what is called a spontaneous militia. Okay? Under international humanitarian law, there is a concept called spontaneous militia. So technically, what is going on in the circumstance is that if they are not dressed up with their garb, clearly indicating that they're Hamas, under other circumstances that could be considered, like if they didn't have military uniforms or whatever, that could be considered a war crime. In this situation, it's not. The reason why it's not considered a war crime is because it's technically a spontaneous militia. There are obviously some rules to abide by in this situation, and they're armed. As long as they're armed, it's like considered an enemy combatant and things like that. But because of that, because of the spontaneous militia rule under international humanitarian law, technically, Hamas are not engaging in war crimes when they are not clearly marked, or rather are dressed up in like military gear.
we're fighting in a civilian environment where almost all of the RPG crews and IED crews that have been attacking our tanks and our troops have been dressed in civilian clothes. So it creates a very dynamic and challenging combat environment. And what we have told our troops is to be extra vigilant and do one more safety check before dealing with kinetics, with any threat that they face on the battlefield. But it is a very challenging environment that our troops are in.
Just to follow.
By the way, if you know that Hamas is engaging in combat with civilian clothing, then the answer should be that you should be way more careful about who you're shooting at. Not that, like, you're used to fucking killing all the civilians. So, oopsie, sometimes you just kill, other civilians that happen to be Israeli.
Follow up on what you said. You said these hostages were out. Can you just expand on that a little bit? What do you mean by that? Just the circumstances around this. And as we just heard our Jeremy Diamond talk about the fact that the rules of engagement have been loosened since the October 7th attack. Do you think that could have played a role in the killings of these 3 Israeli hostages?
Yeah, I don't know what Jeremy bases that on, and I am not aware of any different rules of engagement. Our rules of engagement are those of a military at war against a terrorist organization that uses civilian infrastructure, uses schools and hospitals and mosques and ambulances and all the things that we have seen and you have reported on during the last 2 months. So I'm not aware that we have changed any of our rules of engagement. They are according to the laws of armed conflict and according to our standard practice in war. We will have to look into and analyze exactly what happened. And what I can say so far is that the 3 Israelis, former hostages, they were above ground in Syria in close proximity to one of our units in the area, and then were misidentified as posing a threat, and therefore Israeli troops fired and unfortunately killed them.
Anyway, this is a ginormous fuck up from Israel, okay? Ginormous fuck up. Because let's be real, the Israeli population does not give a shit about Palestinians being killed, no matter what their age is, okay? Come on. We know that from the studies conducted in Israel. There have been 2 that we've looked at before, one from the Israeli Democracy Institute, another one from, I think it was a university in Israel as well. They don't give a shit. Okay? They don't care. When Palestinians die, when Palestinian civilians die, it doesn't matter if it's collateral damage, it doesn't matter if it's deliberate. They don't give a shit. Okay? However, they do care if the IDF kills their own fucking people. They do care about that. So this is another major blow. They care when IDF soldiers die, and they care when they kill their own hostages. So the fact that they're admitting to it is really interesting, and I don't know what will come of it. But as far as like international humanitarian law, I wanted to give you guys like the short and sweet of it, I guess, which is that there are rules for enemy combatants and what they are supposed to follow. But the idea that they're using civilian garb does not change the reality. They are allowed to use civilian garb when they are under attack. As long as they are armed, very clearly armed, and as long as there is a person inside of their command structure that is like telling them to do stuff, go here, go there, that is technically considered a spontaneous militia and therefore valid as an enemy combatant, a valid target to attack for Israel. However, using that international humanitarian law provision to go and attack indiscriminately an entire civilian population that you are a belligerent occupier of, that is not allowed. That is a war crime. That is an act of terror. And of course, in that situation, you're going to end up killing some of your own hostages as well. Of course, we talked about this quite a bit. We talked about the likelihood of this happening quite a bit. Anyway. Yes, they are not valid targets. Israel does not have a right to attack their occupied. No, they are not valid targets in general. Israel is conducting a military operation that is illegal under humanitarian law. There is no retaliation to October 7th that is justifiable. It is not allowed. You cannot do that. The only way to deal with that is by ending the occupation, because the occupation is illegal. It is a criminal occupation. So obviously the criminal element needs to be dealt with, and then only after then you can conduct investigations and engage in like actual trials on the people that individually within the Palestinian resistance and Palestinian militias that engaged in war crimes themselves, alongside, of course, the IDF, the Israeli occupying force, and the many war criminals that it harbors as well. But that is the only meaningful way to deal with this problem and create permanent security. Everything beyond that is just a sea of illegality and a sea of war crimes and direct acts of terror that Israel dishes out on top of the Palestinian population that it is a belligerent occupier of, that it's not supposed to be. Anyway. Grand Theft Auto 5 has been downloaded already. Why do I feel like since the meeting in New York to pass the ceasefire, this has escalated 300%? They just passed a bill in the Senate yesterday basically saying they have a right to spy and propagandize. Makes me wary that we might be next, and I need someone to tell me I'm wrong. I hate this. I don't know what you're talking about, but as far as like the intensity increasing, the violence is increasing and become more personal since the ceasefire ended. Violence has become significantly more personal since the ceasefire ended. And what I mean by that is that they're not necessarily just shooting, or they're not necessarily just like indiscriminately bombing, which they have continued to do. But on top of that, they are now also engaging in direct acts of terror, like having IDF, Israeli occupying force soldiers, terrorists, going in and shooting people in camps and arresting and apprehending people. Why are they doing this? Well, they're doing this because they recognize that they're running out of time. They recognize that they're running out of time, not necessarily running out of time as far as like the international opinion sours on Israel's indiscriminate acts of violence, but they're running out of time within Israel as well. Because the more information comes out of Israeli occupying forces dying, okay, or being severely wounded, the more the opinion will sour. There's also a massive economic cost to conducting these operations. There's the economic cost of, like, obviously the Houthis blocking off certain parts of their certain ports, basically, with their consistent military operations. Okay, but then there's also the economic cost of like trying to maintain an occupying force of a shit ton of reservists that you have to pay for, that you have to feed. Like that's not something that you can maintain. America is a country that basically runs on having endless military occupations all around the world, and even then, there is an economic cost to it. Why was I called by someone from Yemen the other day? What do you mean? How would I know that? Anyway. What do you think about the Houthis going sicko mode with every Israeli ally, and why are they based? Houthis are a very interesting people, I will just say. They are personally saying, fuck it, we are going to do everything we can to make Israel's siege on Gaza as costly as possible. That's their goal. That's their stated goal. That's their intention. And that's what they're doing. You should also mention the economic cost of Israel denying 600,000 Palestinian workers from entering since the start of the war. There's also that too. Like, they're losing their cheap labor force as well. But what is the difference here in the Russia-Ukraine war? They just show that the battlefield is littered with bodies close to the coke plant, but Russia never gives up for some reason? What do you mean? First of all, I think with respect to what's going on in Russia versus what Israel is doing, is that, like, Israel hasn't gotten to the point where they could just like forcibly release. First of all, Russia has a shit ton of super well-trained mercenaries and different military, like parts of their military apparatus have always been in fucking war globally in like African countries and whatnot. So that creates a very different situation. Like, Israel has commandos, of course, like they have well-trained military. They have different parts of their military that's well-trained as well. But one, Russia has more people in general. They can keep fucking throwing bodies at the problem. Israel does not. Two, Russia can also be a little bit more bold in the way that they force people into conscription, whereas Israel is supposed to maintain the presence of being a democratic country, at least for the Israeli Jews that live inside of Israel proper. So they don't have the same bandwidth that Russia does. And also, the Israeli reservists and the Israeli occupying force doesn't have the same massive numbers of like actually specialized units and actually trained units that have a lot of combat experience. You're talking about like having a police force go in and try to find and kill people in counterinsurgency operations. And you're trying to compare that to like a massive military force with a lot more trained units in it, in a lot larger numbers too. Do you think Zelensky is pissed that the USA is going to keep sending funds and munitions to Israel, which might limit what they're sending to Ukraine? Yes. I can't believe blocking one of your security agency's chiefs from going to negotiate a hostage exchange, pushing your enemy further into an even more condensed part of the most dense piece of land in the world while you bomb that place while your enemy has hostages in their grasp, leads your civilian hostages dying. I missed the ceasefire. I mean, I think everyone misses the ceasefire. I missed the ceasefire. There was another aspect of this that I wanted to cover as well. Okay. Here, I'm going to show you this. I tweeted about this yesterday, but it bears repeating. Al Jazeera is reporting on the IDF storming another hospital. This one Kamal Adwan. The IDF says it captured 70 Hamas fighters and collected weapons. Al Jazeera reports that the hospital turned over weapons used by hospital security. Every male over the age of 15 was detained. In the weeks ahead of the raid, the hospital was bombed and shelled by tanks and nearly 100 people killed. They were buried in a mass grave, Al Jazeera reports. 9 out of 40 hospitals in Gaza remain operational, and those barely so.
Hospital in the north.
This barely did a fucking blip on... This barely did a blip on Western media, by the way. Gaza healthcare workers taken by Israeli forces, says doctor amid horrendous conditions at hospital. Barely a blip in Western media. How fucking nuts. This is something that I brought up. I said it's wild how much time was spent on the Al Ahli hospital and how the IDF would never bomb a hospital, only for them to siege Al Shifa immediately after with false claims that it was Hamas headquarters. And now it barely even makes a dent in Western media when they take another hospital because it's become the norm. Okay? That's precisely what's going on here. This happened this week.
Continuing its bombardment. Soldiers have just stormed the Kamal Adwan hospital in the north after laying siege to it for several days. These pictures are from last week, but they show the courtyard where Israeli forces are rounding up all the men in the hospital, including health workers. In southern Gaza, at least 20 Palestinians have been killed in a dawn attack on several homes in Rafah. The Israeli military is pressing on with its offensive and bombing civilian areas. More than 18,200 Palestinians have now been killed since the war began. And meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, 4 Palestinians were killed in a drone strike during an Israeli raid on the city of Jenin. The Palestine Red Crescent says Israeli forces prevented ambulances from reaching the injured. All of this comes as the United Nations is warning of what it calls a breakdown of civil order in Gaza due to the limited delivery of desperately needed humanitarian aid. Israel announcing it will set up new checkpoints to increase the number of aid trucks entering Gaza, but critics say it will result in significant delays. The UN says at least 200 trucks are needed every day just to meet basic needs. Well, Hani Mahmoud is live in southern Gaza in Rafah for us. So, Hani, first of all, this raid on the Kamal Adwan hospital, what more are you hearing on that?
I want you to understand something. Israel is trying desperately to make it seem as though they're doing a great job with this occupation and this siege this time around. But when you're fucking blowing up hospitals and simultaneously losing a shit ton of soldiers and even commanders, okay, and the only thing you have to show for that is a bunch of people that you apprehended inside of a hospital that are like hospital security forces, for example, that you are falsely claiming are Hamas terrorists, okay? And that's the only thing you have. And you're like literally apprehending like nurses and doctors and shit in broad fucking daylight. And then on top of that, killing your own hostages in the process too. At a certain point, people are going to recognize, no, this is too much of a fucking toll. You guys are fucking this shit up. There's a reason why in Afghanistan, the American media deliberately stopped showing soldiers coming back in fucking coffins, okay? When it becomes too costly, when an offensive operation, when an occupation becomes too costly, the population starts souring on the endless violence, no matter how fucking racist they might be. The morale falls apart.
Yes, Hazem, there are more disturbing reports, confirmed reports of Israeli military storming Kamal Adwan Hospital. It's important to point out Kamal Adwan Hospital is a mid-sized hospital, the only remaining health facility in the northern part. And within the past few days, it came under heavy bombardment and airstrikes and tank shell, destroying the vast majority of its...
The thing that they keep doing is like giving weapons to like people that they have disrobed. Okay, like this. I don't know. I can't confirm this. Okay, I have no reasonable way of confirming it other than just looking at the situation, and I don't understand why the fuck a nurse, a Gazan physician, is arrested and paraded around by the Israeli regime pretending he's a captured Hamas or PIJ fighter. I don't understand why these guys are disrobed, but they simultaneously have guns. Okay, like they're stripping people naked. But then they also have their weapons on them. Like, it feels to me, especially when it's like half the time the people that they're doing this to are like, they have family members, they have people that can account for their existence, that see the situation and go, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a doctor, okay? Like, if you are taking if you're stripping people of their clothes, then what the fuck? Why are they holding up guns? Like, how are they a threat to you at that point? It's faked on purpose. They already disproved one of the videos where the IDF had to do a second take. Yeah, I saw that one where there were more. They pumped this like last week, and then they rescinded it very quickly, where they were talking about how like. There was one guy in this massive group that they had like apprehended, had a bunch of weapons that he like put for, I think like 2 weapons that they put forward or some shit like that. No, this one also 2 takes for this exact photo you were looking at. There's a video where they make them pass the gun along to get pics. They had him walk with 2 different rifles and shot it at the exact same angle. Again, it's evidence of mass surrenders. They keep going on about how Hamas is falling apart. And then anytime this shit happens, anytime this shit fucking happens and they're like, oh yeah, we found a bunch of people that mass surrendered, it comes out that their family members are like, dude, that's a fucking UN guy. Like, that's a UN worker. That's a college professor. That's a fucking UNRWA teacher. That's a fucking doctor. What are you talking about?
Facilities and all the major roads leading to it. Now, there are people who took it as a refuge, a shelter, running away.
And if that was the case, if their numbers were correct, and they had killed 8,000 Palestinian militants, for example, or if they were apprehending Palestinian militants in the hundreds every day as they are surrendering, as the way Israel is claiming it, then how the fuck do you lose 10 commanders in one fucking fight? Do you understand? Like, it doesn't make sense to the population. Like, it doesn't make sense to the Israeli population. You look at the situation, you go, okay, well, I thought we were doing gangbusters out here, but I'm seeing reports on Yediot that there are 5,000 wounded soldiers that are being treated in a hospital right now. I'm hearing reports of, like, my family members, like, that are in the IDF getting killed. What the fuck? How is this happening? How can you lose? It was 2 commanders, not 10 for clarification. It was 10 soldiers in total. Okay, sorry. 2 commanders and 10 soldiers in total dying is a massive blow to the morale, right? Is a massive fucking blow to the Israeli morale, that because they think, like, they're used to not having a lot of casualties because they're used to just, like, blowing this shit up from afar. 2 colonels and 3 majors. Obviously, they also clearly have rank inflation because, like, motherfuckers would be like brigadier general and the dude is like 23 years old and you're like, how the fuck did that happen?
From the airstrike, relentless bombardment in their neighborhoods. Now, we're talking about hundreds of people inside the hospital, including the medical team and those who were brought as injuries, and the patients in the hospital, and 100 other of evacuees inside the hospital. The disturbing reports, what we got from Kamal Adwan Hospital, that the Israeli military on loudspeakers ordering the administration of the hospital to hand in all the guns that the security personnel at the hospital carry in order to protect the hospital. They were collected by the Israeli military. Now, anyone above the age of 15 was also ordered to start evacuating the hospital with their hands above their head. The Israeli military started to blindfold those men inside the hospital, round them up inside the court of the hospital. So far, the situations are very, very difficult for people inside. Just to give a broader picture of what happened over the past few weeks, the hospital came under.
From my experience with my Israeli grandparents, I honestly think the deaths are seen as justified, and just the cost of doing what needs to be done in Gaza. You seem to be under the assumption that this is like before, and the Israeli public really cares about the dead soldiers. Nah, I just know it doesn't matter how racist the population is. I know that this turns casualties of this sort turn any war into a race against the clock. Okay? That's what I know. I know no matter how racist motherfuckers can be, people will sour very quickly, especially when they're used to a certain level of comfort and security that they have had. Do you understand? Like, obviously, there's still going to be people that are like, nah, it's great, it's fine, I don't give a shit. But ultimately, there's a cost associated with an ongoing war. There's an economic cost. There's definitely an economic cost, but that puts a fucking clock right on top of this military occupation, this military operation.
Heavy airstrikes and tank shell were almost 100 people killed inside the courtyard of the hospital, and the hospital resorted to digging massive graveyard just to bury them because they could not take them outside the hospital. This is not the first time hospitals are becoming under heavy attacks, but it looks like it's a war not only on evacuation shelters, but also including hospital. We see in a Shifa hospital, the Indonesian hospital as well within the past a few weeks. It's also important to point out only 9 out of the 40 hospitals across the Gaza Strip are remaining and operating at the low capacity possible.
I do think the psyche and sensitivity to casualties really changed post-October 7. Also, in most of the large wars, Israel suffered hundreds or even thousands of soldiers killed, such as 2006, 1982, 1973, 1967, etc. Now they suffered 116 killed so far in comparison. 116 in 2 months, though. And remember, 116 killed in 2 months, but also 116 killed when Israel, for a very long time now, has developed the confidence that, like, oh yeah, we can keep this shit going. When your perspective changes over the course of the many years that you have maintained this occupation, I think that there's a level of comfort that you are used to. There's a level of comfort that you're used to that breaks your that makes it much easier for your will to be broken. And that's why I bring up the wounded numbers too, because there's like 116 have died, but there's also a shit ton of wounded soldiers as well.
In the central part and the southern part of the Gaza Strip.
And Hani,
for reference, Israel is losing soldiers at about 10 times the rate that the U.S. did in Afghanistan. If the war continued for 20 years like Afghanistan, it wouldn't continue for 20 years. The same death rate with Israel would lose 23,000 to the U.S. is 2,400 in Afghanistan. I think there's also a difference between, like, hiding the truth in a much larger country that is conducting operations overseas, hiding the truth about casualties and the toll it's taken when it's happening directly in your backyard within fucking shooting distance, within an arm's reach. Like, if America was engaging in counterinsurgency warfare in Mexico, that would be a very different calculation. And how many deaths that the public considers to be permissible would be very different than, like, sending soldiers overseas in a massive country like ours and then them coming back. I believe, as far as IDF death goes, I believe approximately 10% of them have been friendly fire incidents as well. That's true, but if you look at the occupation of southern Lebanon from 1982 to 2000, they didn't pull out for 18 years and after suffering hundreds of killed and thousands wounded, and that was also against non-state actors such as the PLO and then Hezbollah. True. We'll see. I feel like you're also talking about Israel that was running off the as far as, like, the international attitude goes. You're also talking about Israel running off the dubs that they took in, like, the 6-Day War, for example. And the attitude was genuinely different towards Israel back then. The international attitude towards Israel was definitely different in the Western world, specifically back then, as it is now. We're talking, like, post-failure of the war on terror. We're talking about an Israeli military that is significantly worse. We're talking about, and also what you're referencing is, like, 1982 to 2000. They're doing the Dahiyya Doctrine, whereas they're doing it now to Palestinians, but there are also Israeli civilians that are still captive inside of Gaza too. I thought analysts estimate that actually 1,500 have been killed based on the 5,000 wounded and no 20% friendly fire. Oh, it's not 10%, it's 20% friendly fire? Okay.
We heard as well about airstrikes at dawn today in Rafah. At least 20 killed, according to Palestinian medical sources. What are you hearing?
Well, this is another thing, Hazem, that keeps overwhelming health facilities across the Gaza Strip. More airstrikes means more death, more destruction, more displaced people. They end up going to hospitals seeking as a refuge. With the
Okay, well, I'm gonna skip the rest of this. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But the hostage component is like a major part of it. I think. I think the hostage component, like the Israeli hostages still being in Gaza, is a big component because Israel does not give a shit in general about, the unpopularity of Netanyahu plays a big role. Israel still not being able to get the hostages out plays a big role. There's a lot of dissatisfaction. There is a shit ton of dissatisfaction that will mount. The IDF is a profoundly popular military, obviously, like from the Israeli perspective. And yet, the more things like this happen, the more it will shake away the confidence that people have with the IDF. We'll see. And then you have, obviously, Wael Dahdu, the Al Jazeera senior veteran correspondent that is in hospital right now. He got shot. His cameraman got killed. Or no, I guess he was injured in an airstrike. I thought he was shot at. Or this is the same one, right? Didn't his cameraman get killed in this attack? Remember, I thought he was shot. But Wael's family was executed with an airstrike. Wael's entire family was executed with an airstrike that he reported on. Al Jazeera statement on the killing of Samer Abu Dakka. Al Jazeera urges the international community, media freedom organizations, and the ICC to take immediate action to hold the Israeli government and military accountable for these acts of carnage and crimes against humanity. Al Jazeera Media Network condemns in the strongest terms the Israeli drone attack on a Gaza school that resulted in the killing of cameraman Samer Abu Dakka. The network holds Israel accountable for systematically targeting and killing Al Jazeera journalists and their families. In today's bombing in Han Yunis, Israeli drones fired missiles at a school where civilians sought refuge, resulting in indiscriminate casualties. Following Samer's injury, he was left to bleed to death for over 5 hours as the Israeli forces prevented ambulances and rescue workers from reaching him, denying the much-needed emergency treatment. Al Jazeera Media Network extends its sincere condolences to the family in Gaza and in Belgium, to the late colleague Samer Abu Dakka. With the killing of Samer Abu Dakka, the number of journalists and media workers killed in Gaza reached over 90. 90! Al Jazeera urges the international community, media freedom organizations, and the International Criminal Court to take immediate action to hold the Israeli government and military accountable for these acts of carnage and crimes against humanity. Now, it's not just in Gaza where this is fucking happening, okay? It's not just in Gaza where this is happening. It's happening in the West Bank as well, in fucking broad daylight. Here, Israeli forces severely assault Palestinian journalists live on CNN Turk. Shoot me, the journalist screams. They go on to punch, strangle, and throw him on the floor and kick him. Here it is.
Olası bir hareketlenmeye karşı da görmüş olduğunuz gibi yolun giriş ve çıkışlarını tutmuş durumda ve hiçbir şekilde basının fotoğraf çekmesine, video görüntüsü almasına.
They're saying they're not allowing the press to actually take photos and to film. Here's the press release, the latest updates. Government Information Office in Gaza says 89 journalists were martyred in the Gaza Strip as a result of the ongoing Israeli aggression since October 7th. 89. And they're doing the same shit, not only in the Gaza Strip, but in the West Bank as well. This is footage from the West Bank. This is footage from Jerusalem. Specifically, it says Kudüs.
Hadi şu müdahaleye bakar mısın ya?
The commentator's like, look at the way they're fucking behaving.
Aslında çok şaşıracak bir şey yok. Tam da İsrail polisine uygun müdahaleler bunlar.
The commentator says, actually, it's not very surprising. This is precisely how the Israeli forces operate. This is precisely how they operate.
Ve bunlar meslektaşlarımız bu arada. Her hafta beraberiz.
He says these guys are our co-workers. We see them every weekend. We're
Görmüş
together
olduğunuz
every
gibi
weekend.
yine o sert müdahalelerden biri başladı ve bu müdahaleyi basına yapıyorlar. Şunu da ifade edeyim.
And they're doing this to the press. They're behaving like this
Bu
towards the
arada Arap
press.
basını. Onlar Kudüs'te gazetecilik yapan meslektaşlarımız.
These are our co-workers that are in the press in Jerusalem.
Yine bir fiziki müdahale var. Bağırmaması konusunda uyarıyor ve
More physical apprehensions. They're yelling at him to not. They're yelling at him to not
şu an
yell.
meslektaşımızın boğazını sıkmış durumda. Sadece aşağıya geçmek istediler ve bir yumruk daha attı. İkinci yumruk.
They're hitting him in the head and they're choking
Görmüş
him.
olduğunuz gibi İsrail polisinin şiddeti, dehşeti.
Saying you can see the Israeli police and their inhumanity, their
da
violence.
devam ediyor. Böyleler.
This
Böyleler.
is how they treat people.
Hiçbir şey ayırt etmiyorlar ve şu an tetiği çekti.
Look, he literally fucking
Silahın ucuyla vurdu.
he hits him with the gun.
Muhtemelen, evet. Müdahaleler tam olarak böyle oluyor değerli izleyenler. Bakın silahın tetiğini çekti.
He
Vur
goes,
beni dedi.
"Come on,
Arkasını
shoot
döndü.
me." He says,
Gazeteci
"Come on, shoot me."
boğazını sıktı ve yere yatırdı.
And then he chokes him and slams him to the ground and starts
Görmüş
kicking
olduğunuz
him in
gibi
the
çok
head.
sert müdahaleler
That's a journalist, dog. That's what they're doing to fucking journalists in Jerusalem, dog. Think about that. Most moral army, my fucking ass. Suck my dick.
var. Çok sert müdahaleler var. Çok sert müdahaleler var.
They're just beating the shit out of him.
İşte gazeteci, Müslüman, sivil ayırt etmeksizin buna benzer silahın ucuyla
Now
çok
they're
sert
going to the
vurdu.
cameraman.
Halil geri çek. Halil geri gel. Halil geri gel.
He's telling the cameraman to Halil is his name. Pull back, pull back, pull back.
Gel Halil. Okay. Okay, calm down. Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. Şu an silahın tetiğini bile bize doğrultmaya
He's trying to tell him like, okay.
başladı. Şu an sağlıkçılar geldi. Ne yazık ki çok üzülerek söylüyorum ki bir meslektaşımız çok ciddi bir şekilde yaralandı.
Yeah, he's like almost in fucking tears, talking about how like the medics are on scene. One of our colleagues have been severely injured. Did you learn Hebrew? No, man. They're speaking in Turkish. These are Turkish journalists. This is Turkish press. They're from CNN. This is CNN Turk. Isn't this a war crime because the journalists are protected? Brother, what are you saying? The Israeli army does not do anything that isn't a war crime. They only do war crimes. If they don't do a war crime, it's probably by accident. Okay? Sometimes they accidentally do something good and then they're like, oh, fuck, we fucked up. Boys, we fucked up. We were supposed to do a war crime. And now we accidentally did not do a war crime. Let's do it. Let's do more war crimes to fucking make up for it. Is there a difference in IOF and IDF? No. People call, myself included, we call the Israeli Defense Force, which is their official name, the Israeli Occupying Force, which is what they actually do. If you hear someone call it the IOF, myself included, know that you are probably talking to someone who is correcting the record. The Geneva Conventions is a to-do list for the Israeli occupation force. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I showed you this day one. Like, we looked at the international with the international standards of like what it means to do genocide, right? According to the Geneva Conventions, like, and it's a laundry list Anyway, everybody wants me to watch this fucking guy, Greg Stoker, U.S. war veteran, explains why the IOF is losing so many officers and so little to no soldiers. So I'm gonna watch it. I usually don't like atrocities videos like this, but sure, I'll fucking watch it finally because everyone is losing their goddamn minds over it when they should be losing their minds over the top of the hour ad break that they're not prepared for. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or maybe you are prepared for it, and that's why you're not losing your mind. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, though.
Continue to mount in the Strip. The IDF just released the names and ranks of casualties from today, and it is wild. There's a lieutenant colonel, 3 majors, a captain, 2 non-commissioned officers, and then a pretty high-ranking non-commissioned officer. And you might be like, wait, where are all the privates and the corporals and the lower enlisted? Well, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to unpack this whole thing. But this is Stalingrad, dude. This is Stalingrad. This is a battle everybody studies because it was a huge blunder for the German army. They invade Russia, and they bomb and shell Stalingrad into rubble. Sounds familiar. And one of the biggest advantages the German had were their tanks and their armored vehicles, which, because of the rubble, couldn't really maneuver like the way they should have. And they really nerfed themselves against the Russians because the Russians knew their own rubble of their own city better than they ever would. So they had like ambush positions, fixed fighting positions, and scary sniper positions. And that is actually one of the defining aspects of the battle because these Russian snipers would just target the officers and leave the lower enlisted men alone. And you know, it would break morale as their officers kept having to get replaced over and over.
Yeah, except like the Israeli military, 1, has rank inflation, 2, increases the ranks post-mortem, and 3, I don't know if they're doing that. I don't know if they're like specifically using snipers to target some of the higher ranking officers to like hit the Israeli morale.
Over and over again. The only time you see casualty profiles just like this is with snipers. Lieutenant Colonel, Golani Brigade's 13th Battalion. Major, Golani Brigade's 13th Battalion. Major, Golani Brigade's 51st Battalion. So on. This usually speaks to military incompetence because the officers have to go to the front lines and expose themselves in order to deal with a certain type of situation that no one else can figure out. And this happens when you don't have a very strong officer or non-commissioned officer corps. So like in Ukraine, that's why we were seeing so many like generals and field grade officers being taken out by snipers because they'd always have to be going to the front to deal with situations. And then the Ukrainian snipers would just take them out. And when that was going on, CNN, MSNBC, Fox had every military advisor pundit saying the same thing on live TV. However, you're not going to be seeing any military advisors on these news networks talking about the same exact procedure. They're just creeping through the ruins, taking out field grade officers and leaving the lower enlisted alone. That's actually very disciplined and sophisticated. When we're talking about military incompetence, I want you to look at the ages of these people. Lieutenant Colonel, 35 years old. One of my best friends was a West Point artillery officer. He didn't even make major until that. We have 2 majors who are 23 years old. What? That's insane. We have a 19-year-old sergeant. I was still in basic training when I was 19. I didn't even make sergeant.
Yeah, it's because it's rank inflation. This officer inflation is biting them in the ass on the PR front. Makes it seem like Hamas is able to get their most experienced and seasoned fighters. I think, okay, this analysis is completely wrong. The ranks are high because post-death they're promoted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Also, the vast majority of their ranks are not majors, etc. And are not this high. I agree with Elent News on this. This is what I was trying to say, that like they already have like massive fucking rank inflation. It might actually, I don't know, make the Israelis feel like the deaths are more devastating or whatever, but ultimately it's just, I don't think these are experienced guys that are getting murked is what I mean. With the exception of the 35-year-old. They have both rank inflation and they have post-mortem boosts too.
And the Rangers until I was like 22. They're just a bunch of kids with no training. I mean, this makes a lot more sense. Well, there you have it, folks. You're not defeating Hamas with that when nobody in the military has the maturity or the practical experience for the positions they're supposed to be occupying. That's why no progress is being made, but the only thing they can do is listen to their gospel AI targeting program and drop the bombs where it tells them to drop the bombs. Seriously, just a bunch of thugs with a bunch of weapons and advanced gear that they don't deserve and that are too good for them. Oh yeah, and here's a picture of soldiers from that Golan Defense Brigade.
The Golani soldiers, by the way, are like this is supposed to be an elite force, right? They fucking ripped this force.
It's been getting sniped so hard. This is them inside the Hamas parliament, you know, just taking victory pictures for the fans back home. Man, you guys are really asking for it. Freaking 23-year-old majors? Like, what is this, the 19th century British colonial army where you can just purchase commissions if you're wealthy enough?
I said this before, the way Israeli media covered it was that it was reported at the time that an IDF soldier may have been kidnapped in the combat zone, so high-ranking soldiers which were in the area jumped to try and save him as fast as possible, only to walk into some sort of trap. Yeah, I heard that it was like 2 waves, right? 2 waves of explosions. Isn't that how that works? Something like that. OPSEC, who needs it? No, this is not OPSEC. The reason why they're posting those photos is because that is to galvanize the audience at home. Yeah, again, the issue is they entered houses with IEDs and it was blown up. Then the rescue team got it. I think an army would have an issue with buildings wired to blow. I think any army would have an issue with buildings wired to blow, etc. Yeah, I think like... I do think that the Israeli occupying force is not as well trained as other militaries because the most seasoned, the most experienced motherfuckers literally have experience taking pot shots at children as a police force. You are withering away your military when their most experience comes from. When their experience basically comes from being a fucking cop. If you took the New York Police Department and put them in a fucking war zone where people are actually shooting back at them, their target hit rate in active shooting situations is 17%, okay? The NYPD is supposed to be a standing army, larger than some of the militaries of other countries. They have a submarine, multiple submarines. NYPD active shooting target hit rate is 17%, okay? 17%. You put them in front of motherfuckers wearing sandals who have nothing to lose, and all they want to do is purge you from their fucking country in an environment that they are not familiar with. They're gonna get their shit pushed in, and the IDF knows this, which is precisely the reason why they don't actually engage in a lot of like combat such as this one. They literally level entire areas and then they bring in the fucking armor. They bring in the armor and then at the very last moment, they have actual infantry out and about. And even then, that infantry is still susceptible to IEDs and shit like that. Now, of course, units like Golani and Gavati are constantly training for this, as do armored cops. That's why tanks are never seen in the West Bank, because most of these units don't deploy there. It's a lot of other infantry units, and especially border police, that do West Bank stuff. Ultimately, out of all of the fucking brigades that they have, yes, you're gonna have more experienced. You're gonna have more experienced troops. But if you're, I mean, they have 300,000 reservists, like 300,000 reservists that are not even doing internal security at that point. They trained as internal security. They trained as police, basically. They cycled, and then they cycled out, and they fucking went into, they went into do their regular work. They became normal civilians. They have jobs. They're used to eating a fucking warm meal. They're not 19-year-old psychopaths hopped up on go juice, sent into Afghanistan, ready to fucking kill. Even those guys who are inexperienced overall, okay, even those fucking guys who are inexperienced overall at least have like less of a life to live beyond just like murdering people. If you're 23 years old and you've been out of service for like 2-3 years, you have a wife and children, you're used to eating falafel on Fridays and you have an advertising job, and now you're fucking going back into Gaza, you're gonna be like, this sucks. I don't want to do this. I have a comfortable fucking life. I think that's one of the major differences within like what Israel is doing and what Israel is Israeli forces they're sending out versus like the American military in Afghanistan. And even the American military would have a hard time in Gaza as well. Aren't conscripts getting dysentery because they refuse to eat MREs? Yeah. Well, they don't have like adequate refrigeration for the food that like civilians are sending to the front lines. So yeah, and they don't have clean water either. So they keep getting sick. And the Gazan water is not. You can't drink the Gazan water; it'll kill you. Anyway. Did Noah Smith yet again reinvent BDS? If Israel rejects a two-state solution, we should just withdraw our support, let them fend for themselves. We should never support conquerors. Dude, Noah Smith popping off on the timeline, reinventing boycott, divestments, and sanctions on Israel twice in the last 2 months. What a phenomenal moment, dude. That's twice now. He invented BDS like a month ago when he read one article from Chodemer on The New Yorker about how fucking nutty the settlers were and was like, what the fuck? Any person that has an opinion such as this one doesn't deserve a single dollar from me. And I was like, that's great. Congratulations for, coming to terms with something that like a lot of pro-Palestinian activists have known for many, many fucking years. Noah Smith going to reverse engineer Marxism and you're out of a job? Yeah, I know. I do love this. I mean, I celebrate that he is like coming to this conclusion, but it is pretty funny to me where it's like, no, man, we knew about this already. Like you're figuring this shit out right now. This has some real like just finding out about Israel being kind of racist. He's like, just finding out about this Israel stuff seems kind of racist. These guys, I don't know. We all take our own path, be nice. I just don't think he's being that genuine overall. I think he's just like, he is already geared towards like hating the left and owning the left. A lot of people do not have any sort of like serious way of analyzing these kinds of things from a moral framework that makes them go, oh, this is unacceptable. I don't care. We have to stop this right now. They usually look at it from their own incredibly personal framework of like, are the people who I hate the most supporting this position? Are the people who are against this position being really fucking annoying? Like, that's usually how like a lot of Americans treat this shit. Like plenty of other internet commentators that you probably have seen or watched, like most of their framework is completely guided by who annoys them or who they hate, and not like a real moral consideration for the death toll, for the casualties. And then a lot of them will simultaneously project and say, I do that, when it's like, no, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what your background is. In the beginning of this entire thing, there were a lot of people who were like shitting on Vosh, for example, in my community. And I said, no, Vosh historically has been pro-Palestinian, maybe even to a degree that is like goes above and beyond, literally got banned from Twitch for saying certain things back in the day. But like, he has raised money for the PCRF. Like, he has been very consistently on the right side of this issue, right? And I admit that. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about like petty grievances of other sorts when it comes down to someone being on the right side. Anyway. It is literally your first ever TikTok. What is this?
Just found out about the extraction of surplus labor value. Damn. That shit sucks, dude.
Yeah, popping. CEO of capitalism shaking right now in his boots. Capitalism, knock it off. You suck at TikTok? No, back then that shit was actually popping. Anyway. So, have you seen Malcolm Nance's timeline? No, I don't want to even touch Malcolm Nance with a 10-foot pole. So, Chatter saying Copa has like 40K likes. I know. Oh my God. Dr. Eli David is one of the... What does he have a doctorate in? Being a fucking clown ass, dude? He says some of the most racist shit I've ever seen. He's always just like popping off with the dumbest shit. A lot of the Hasbro stuff, just in my opinion, is so coded towards a population that already has like... that already has to be tuned in to your level of racism. Like, sure, it might get you some likes, but I think a lot more people see that and go, ugh, gross.
And the first and probably most important is the political paradigm. The political paradigm was...
Ami Ayalon is the former Shin Bet, is the former head of Shin Bet, the Israeli FBI kind of.
That since we cannot solve the conflict
NSA.
between us and Palestinians, all what we did failed. So the only way to do it now is managing the conflict. So the policy was managing the conflict and not to try to solve it. And in order to do it, we had to do something which we call divide and rule. Meaning we have to make sure that Palestinians will not have a unified leadership, to make sure that we should always be able to say that nobody to talk with, nothing to talk about. And in order to do it, we had to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and the Palestinian Authority, supported by Fatah, will go on leading Palestinians in the West Bank. And they will create a conflict, you know, they will, in a way, almost fight each other.
He means divide and conquer? Yes. Yes. That's precisely what he means. That's what he's saying. Bro, who is this talking skeleton? That talking skeleton is like the fucking former Israeli NSA guy, okay? The head of the Israeli NSA. What he's saying is what I've been saying since October 7, and what I've been saying nonstop, ever since October 7 especially, which is that Israel's arrogance in the way that it has maintained its occupation has caused a shit ton of problems for Israeli citizens. Israel's maintenance of the apartheid and the political dealings with leadership within the Palestinian civil governance has caused this issue. They think, just like we talked about with Benjamin Netanyahu, Hassan, I'm such a big stan for you. One day I will sleep in your garage with your consent. No. I do not give you this consent. Remember when I told you that the Israeli no partner in peace narrative is fucking bullshit, and it's one that Israel itself has created? This is basically him repeating that framework, that Israel very deliberately chose to utilize the Palestinian Authority as a part of its own security apparatus as it pushed it down, right? So that anyone that actually fucking cooperates with Israel is not going to get real gains for the Palestinian population. And people who don't cooperate with Israel that are declared terrorist organizations like Hamas will get funding, which, by the way, Netanyahu did send money to Hamas as well, for the record. This was a major point of contention. Netanyahu himself propped up Hamas as the only entity to negotiate with and the only serious entity to take seriously, which, of course, is seen by the Palestinians as well. Palestinians look to any kind of militant retaliation towards Israel's occupation as an objective good. Why wouldn't they? Of course they're going to see that.
And in order to do it, we had to do all what we did, enhancing or assisting Hamas, transferring money, enabling people to work in Israel, etc., etc. And probably without our intention, we found ourselves strengthening Hamas and weakening Palestinian Authority. Once we did it, and what we saw on the Palestinian street, that Hamas is getting support, Palestinian support, because they became the only group or administration in the eyes of the Palestinians who fought against the Israeli occupation and in order to achieve Palestinian freedom. So on the other hand, Fatah and Palestinian Authority were perceived by Israeli collaborators because until today, they refuse formally to use violence. And although they are very weak, they still are trying from time to time to fight Palestinian terror, especially in Jenin, Nablus.
Yeah, the Palestinian Authority, by the way, he obviously is like fucking biased against the Palestinians. I just want to point that out. But the Palestinian Authority, as I've told you, is like literally collaborating with the Israeli government, with the Israeli occupying force to apprehend Palestinian militants in Jenin who are legally well within their rights to operate within the Jenin refugee camp and are basically the functional militia of the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank. So when the Palestinian Authority sees that as a threat to their own power and collaborates with the Israeli government and collaborates with the Israeli occupying forces and then turns around and literally fucking gives the Israeli occupying forces like information about both the Jenin brigades, but also on top of that, the children that throw rocks and whatnot. Of course, the fucking Palestinian population is like, get the fuck out of here, fuck you. It is no mistake that Abbas has a 7% approval rate, or 7%. Less than 7%. It's like his approval ratings in the fucking minuses, but only 7% of the Palestinian population say that they want Abbas. Only 7%. And now the dumbasses in America are literally Yeah, you have literally been saying what the Shin Bet guy is saying, and freaks are calling you a terrorist sympathizer for literally saying what this guy is saying. Are they going to call this Shin Bet guy a Hamas simp too? No, because the reason why they don't fucking know anything. The people that call me a terrorist sympathizer are just like, half of them don't even know where Israel's on a map. Okay, like they're just simply angry and want to take a position that is anti whatever the fuck I'm saying. If I turned around and fucking said I love Israel, they'd probably be like out there offering unconditional support to Hamas, okay? They don't give a fuck. It's just stupid. It's just petty shit. Fuck those guys.
Whatever they can. They cannot do much because, as I said today, and this is a great change, big change from the 90s, between 70 to 80% of the Palestinians are supporting Hamas only because Hamas is perceived as the one who fight for its freedom. This paradigm led us to a kind of intelligence paradigm or understanding that that Hamas is the third. Now, why Hamas is the third? By the way I understand it, in order to agree or to accept this assumption, it makes sure that you do not understand and you do not know what is Hamas all about. Because the way I see it, we Israelis are measuring hardware and they measure software, meaning what we measure after every round of violence or a military campaign.
This part's really important. You need to understand this. This part's really important. Hamas, when their fucking people die, when Hamas militants die, that's a victory. Okay? That's seen as a victory by Hamas. That's seen as a victory by the Palestinian population. Because Hamas presents its cause as just. Okay? So ultimately, when 10 Hamas militants die, that is seen as an objective good. That does not actually demoralize the Palestinian population. That doesn't demoralize Hamas. When 10 Israeli occupying force soldiers die, though, it's not a 10 versus 300 situation at all. You can have 10 Israeli soldiers fucking die when they're killing 300 Palestinians, okay? And that's not seen in the same way. That's not reflected in the numbers. That's not seen as like a positive thing by the Israeli government in the same way that it is by Palestinians.
There's other losses in human life, in military installations, and in military infrastructure. And on the other hand, what they measure the support of the people, the support of the Palestinian street.
And this is precisely the reason why, as far as Hamas goes, like their popularity has increased dramatically over the course of the past 2 decades. Okay, their popularity has only increased. Obviously, it decreases in times when they're just like mostly comprised of civil governance duties, when what they're doing is like civil governance. But their popularity, especially in the fucking West Bank, has dramatically increased. Hamas is more popular in the West Bank than it is in Gaza. It's still also, for the first time ever, reached 50% popularity in Gaza, above 50% popularity in Gaza since October 7th.
Now, this assumption that Hamas is the third was based on the idea that yes, on the May 21, they suffered a huge loss and a huge military defeat. But on the other hand, we did not read the...
What do you mean? What is the context of this? Is this a Zoom call? Is this from a news outlet or is this leak? Brother, this man's... this happens all the time. They openly talk about this shit. It just gets buried. Let me tell you something. People within the security forces within Israel regularly talk about their military failures. It's just that it oftentimes gets buried in a overarching sea of of other information that's like way more important for the public to see. It's not like a hidden thing. This is a normal conversation that they have for the Carnegie Endowment. Okay, streamed 4 days ago. This is not like a secret Zoom call or some shit. Look, that's why they have chyrons and like their names are visible here. The reason why he's revealing this information is the very same reason why former Shin Bet officials always go out and fucking do documentaries and stuff like that. Yeah. And also, Shin Bet, which apologized, which apologized like after October 7th for their military or for their security failures, had back in March of this year openly stated to the Likud-led government that their like Itamar Ben-Gvir's behavior and Itamar Ben-Gvir's interest in the West Bank was going to cause a massive a massive national security problem for Israel. This was written in Haaretz. It's not like this wasn't known. They openly said it. You want to know how the fucking Likud government actually responded to it? They responded by saying, "You guys are too woke." It's like if Donald Trump came out and said to the head of the NSA, like, "Y'all are too fucking woke, man. Y'all are too woke. The deep state has infiltrated the NSA. They're too woke," which Donald Trump has done, by the way, which is why not that out of pocket. Let's be fucking real.
Halil Shkaki polls. And Halil Shkaki polls showed us a horrible picture in which it was the first time in which Hamas got more than 50% of the support of the Palestinian people, when Abu Mazen became between 20 to 25% of the Palestinians. So after every round of violence, after every military campaign, we say, okay, from now on, they are deterred for several years, and they understand it as a huge victory.
He says another key clause was the new Middle East plan presented by Biden because Palestinians were not mentioned. To him, this was a major mistake because this is literally just everything I've said since October 7th.
Biden.
Being repeated by a fucking dude who spent his entire life being like the head of Israel's national security apparatus. It's so funny. Things that people have fucking called me a terrorist supporter being repeated verbatim by this dude.
The new Middle East presented by Biden several weeks before from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean without Palestinians. Palestinians were not mentioned. Now, if you ask me the way I understand Palestinians, we do not see, first of all, that they see themselves as a people, a nation, and second, they feel alone. They feel abandoned. They felt that they were abandoned by all the Arab states who signed peace with us without doing anything about it. And now America, with the state that founded the Arab Peace Initiative, they are going to give up on the holy places in Jerusalem and on Palestinian state. This is exactly what they felt. And they could not. I mean, when I spoke with Halil, you mentioned him 1 week later. And he said, Ami, you do not understand. They choose Samson option because they felt that they have nothing to lose. And this is the only way for them to show to the world, you will not be able to create stability in this region if you will bypass Palestinians.
Ayalon is a 30-month Hassan Abi subscriber. Bro, verbatim. In 6 minutes, this dude rehashed every single thing I've said for the past 2 months. Every single thing I've said for the past 2 months that have caused so many motherfuckers to leave this community, call me a fucking terrorist, say that I'm like dick riding Hamas, say that like I fucking hate Jews and all this shit. The Shin Bet guys were always the most clear, logical thinking people in the Israeli security apparatus when it comes to Israeli actions against Palestinians. They're the ones who work with the most Palestinians in the West Bank and the PA. They see the products of their actions. Yes. Bar for bar.
And the tragedy is that they succeeded.
Yeah. It's almost as though I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about because I actually read this shit and don't just make stuff up and pull it out of my asshole. But some fucking drama, some drama perverted psychopathic fucking YouTuber with like no discernible political opinion can so easily come in here and be like, "Fuck, you suck, dude. You're a fucking liar." And then every single person that's a Hassan hater will just like look at that situation and jerk off to it. I hate the space that I occupy on the internet. I hate it. Anyway, he compares Israel's current strategy to that of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Oh my God, it's so bar for bar. ISIS real.
I'm not a psychologist. I'm not sure I totally understand, but I think that one of the scenarios, it's we have too many, chaos agents in Israel. I hear in the television. Some of them used to be my friends. And they explain me and us and all of us that our goal, not military.
Wasn't the Palestinian leaders historically who rejected most of the peace deals and two-state solutions? Fuck no. That's bullshit. No, that's not correct, man. That's not correct. No.
Our political goal should be to create a human disaster in Gaza. Because from the chaos, we shall start again. And I can tell you, David, Aaron, that this is exactly the theory of the most radical, fundamental Muslim organizations. This is exactly the theology and the strategy of ISIS and of Al-Qaeda. From the chaos, we shall survive. And I'm afraid that what Ephraim rightly said, all of us who studied something in any university.
He says that many people in the current Israeli leadership set as a political goal to create human disaster in Gaza because from the chaos we shall start again. He says this is exactly the theory of the most radical fundamentalist Muslim organizations. This is exactly the theology and the strategy of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, as I've said as well, which, by the way, remember, Israel has unironically aligned with al-Nusra in the past, like Al-Qaeda cutouts, obviously, like they have literally worked with them. So that was also hilarious when Israel was like, oh, Hamas is ISIS, Hamas is ISIS, Hamas is ISIS. When like, yeah, motherfucker, except Hamas has killed ISIS people inside of Gaza. Israel has worked with ISIS-style organizations openly.
Understand that you cannot send youngsters to war without defining a political goal.
I want my editors to cut a video where like they just put exactly what Ami Ayalon is saying and then superimpose it with like me saying verbatim, bar for bar, the exact same shit with like dates.
A military goal is never the end goal. Military is a tool. War is not the objective. And political goal and the essence of victory. Victory is never measured in military terms. So when we say the day after, we are trying to define the concept, the idea of victory. And we are not doing it. It's a huge failure.
No joke. I think people hate you the most because you're usually right from the jump and they take the long way to get to your point. No, I think there's more to it. It's because I'm very condescending and very angry, and I get very passionate, and I hurt a lot of people when I do my commentary. I think like that certainly plays a role in it. So a lot of people, even if they are formerly major fans of mine, they desperately look for any and every opportunity to catch me slipping, so they can turn around and be like, "Oh, we got him. He's wrong. He's wrong on this one." And oftentimes they will just they will jump. I've made them feel bad. I've made them feel stupid. So they look to any and every opportunity that they think makes me look stupid and bad, regardless of legitimate ideological agreements or disagreements. Like that very famous Arma 3 clip is quite literally me pulling up a tweet that someone sent me and going, wait, this looks crazy. And then me going like, wait, I think this is a video game. And they still point to it as though like, oh, he's so bad at analysis. And it's quite literally me going, I don't think this is a real video. And yet they still use it. And that was 2 fucking years ago at this point. And they still use that to be like, look at how stupid and dumb he is. And it's like, dog, I'm straight up in the fucking video saying, I don't think this is real. XQC pulls up that clip all the time. Yeah, I mean, XQC is a great example of this because XQC himself, again, doesn't have like a dog in the fight, in any of the fight, except for the fact that I got gambling banned on Twitch and I make his fans or I make him feel bad about gambling. So that's like a resentment that he's going to hold on to for the rest of his life. And he will literally fucking consistently pull the Hassan Sucks ripcord regularly. Does he give a shit about fucking Israel or Palestine? Fuck no. As a matter of fact, if he looked at the situation, he would most likely have a position. I don't know what his position is, but he would most likely have a position that like on his own would probably not be that off base. Like he probably looks at it and he goes, okay, well the superior military force here shouldn't be so fucking violent, is like a position I could see him having. Or something silly. Someone said Landia. Yeah. It's just like, it's a good opportunity for him to just be like, oh yeah, Hassan is stupid, by the way. Don't trust him. Don't listen to him. Why? Because it's not about me giving you coverage about Palestine that he is upset about. It's the other shit that I say that contradicts what he says, and he doesn't want to look like a dumbass to his audience, so you can just like negatively polarize. If you negatively polarize successfully towards someone like myself, then your audience is also geared to fucking hate me, so they're not going to listen to me when I talk about gambling. You know what I mean? Or any number of other things, like if he does something that I'm critical of, you know? That's it. Yeah. Most people are just motivated not by like death and destruction and the chaos that like a foreign power, a foreign adversary, or a foreign ally is engaging in. They care about, they immediately care about making money. One, they care about making money, and two, drama makes a lot of money for you and gets you extra clout. So that's usually what people's interests are. That's usually where people's interests start, and that's usually where they end. And for someone like myself, I do care. I care a lot about the things that I talk about, so I always come across like a fucking clown when I get really emotional. This is something that, if you've been around for a long time, this is something that you know about the quote-unquote alt-right. Like back in the day in 2016, 2015, when this shit was popping, back in the day, everybody understood, or everybody finally came to the conclusion that the greatest strength that people have in online debate is not caring about a particular issue. That way you can so easily just move away from one position or drop it, because you don't have any genuine interest in like defending a position. You just want to win an argument. So you can do that very easily. And you can always retain your distance and make yourself come across like you are an objective arbiter of the truth. If you, on the other hand, have a stake in the matter, a dog in the fight, something that you genuinely care about, okay, as do I with all of the issues that I cover, and especially when it comes to like Islamophobia, for example, because it does hurt my feelings, because it is the one area where like, I feel as though it's a big weakness for me. It's the one area where I don't have that same level of privilege in all the other areas as a cisgender, heteronormative man who is relatively attractive. Like, I don't usually get hit with something directly in the way that like a black commentator would, because anti-black racism is prominent. So you can always hit the anti-black racism ripcord, right, against a person like that. And there will be plenty of people that are galvanized to take your position. And then the black commentator will be obviously passionate about anti-black racism, because like this is something that they have experienced. You know what I mean? A take a view that is aged incredibly well as the internet debates are just pseudo-intellectual wrestling. It is. It's theater. It's sparring. My point is, like, I have a much easier time advocating for trans issues than a trans person because, one, most transphobic people are not going to be receptive to a trans person. Two, a trans person is going to be obviously significantly harmed by transphobia and become emotional when met with transphobia with an interlocutor. This is a major, it's a major bonus to the cis person that is being transphobic in a debate or in a conversation, where they could just like say transphobic shit and then have the other person look kind of emotional. And to a broader audience, it will make people feel like they lost the fight because, oh, you got emotional, you lost. Because most people are just watching from afar. They're just consuming it like it's content. The same goes for a black person debating their own humanity, right, against a white person or against a racist person in general. So this is the one area where people will go, Hassan, you're just biased because you're Muslim, you know, and Islamophobia does hurt my feelings for sure. Nice save. What did I say that you consider to be like disingenuous and a save?
It is not a wishful thought. It is not a wishful thinking of me and some other lunatics in Israel who really believe that two states can be the future reality, even if it will take 10 or 20 years, because it became a global issue. It's crazy to think that the only thing that all the global players agree is on the concept of two states. America, Europe, Russia, China, all, the Arab Peace Initiative, all of them understand. So until today, it didn't matter because Palestinians did not exist. But now, when it is a regional conflict and will create instability everywhere in the Middle East and even will influence on, energy prices and the confrontation between China and America, I really hope that someone will put it on the table and will tell us exactly what is good for him and what is good for us. I do not give any present to anybody. This is the only way for Israel to be safer without losing our identity as a Jewish democratic state.
See, like, we have disagreements. And yet he sees the fucking writing on the wall and clocks it. I'm glad I didn't listen to the people saying you were transphobic and that I shouldn't watch your streams as a trans person. You talk about this in the best way I've seen any cis person able to do. I know it's it's really interesting that like people who are unironically transphobic will also try to get trans people to stop watching me, which is really funny. I saw this a cool thing in the subreddit too. Appreciate Hassan yapping about sex work today. I'm a sex worker and he's very spot on. He's correct, and that is rare for people to defend us like this. This is very clearly a man who listens to sex workers. If you're an anti-sex work leftist, please interrogate your views and recognize your stance as counter-revolutionary. The struggle for sex work rights has a lot of overlap with abolitionism and trans rights. Also throwing in gems like we have to protect the children from seeing a titty just for good measure. I unapologetically simp hard for Hassan. It was a great coverage of a topic where the vast majority of people have a reactionary view. He does a great job with these things. I don't think I've ever seen a non-sex worker handle this conversation so well. I'm truly grateful to him using his platform like this. People love to talk over us, dismiss us, invalidate us, and dehumanize us. Constantly having these conversations is exhausting, and sometimes it can be so difficult to respond rationally and methodically to refute anti-sex work arguments. Because this is our fucking livelihood, it's not the same fun theoretical conversation for us, so it's a huge relief when someone like Hassan can advocate for us. It means a lot. Yeah. People go, porn isn't sex work. Porn is glorified misogyny. Talk to a sex worker, please, if you have this take, because you're wrong. Anyway, but yeah, the reason why I can do a good job with conversations like this is because I'm not a sex worker, right? So it doesn't personally target me when someone is like shitting on sex workers. I also am not a sex worker, so swerfs, for the most part, are not going to listen to a sex worker, but they will listen to someone who's not a sex worker, right? And same goes for all marginalized groups that I defend. That's also part of the reason why that Reddit post is so fake, lol. Fake posting, karma, by the way. No, I know. That Reddit post is definitely fake, even though that Reddit post has been repeated time and time again, both in this community, where there's a shit ton of sex workers in here as well. You know, but you keep saying it's fake, I'm sure. This way, you will very easily avoid hearing from actual sex workers and their perspectives and continue living in la la land where you think like, you know, you can continue infantilizing sex workers and saying that like, you know what's better for them and that they're actually all trafficked and they don't know it. Wow, you're really going to listen to the victims themselves of the situation and the people actually affected rather than people who know nothing about it? Yeah. So, but it's so much work fighting transphobia is greatly appreciated. Each time you correct the idiot chatter in it. Yeah, I think that's like one of the funniest parts about it is when people are like, Hassan, you're transphobic. That is my favorite. That is my favorite anti-Hassan take, is that I'm a transphobic person. Because like straight up, as far as like cis content creators goes, like there's not a lot of cishet content creators that are as tuned into clocking transphobia and fucking shitting on it and offering decent counters towards it as myself. That is like one area where I will absolutely fucking defend my position. Anyway. See, you just said this, and I don't think that's fair. Come on. How would you suggest other people who have these takes to get them out there, because these conversations are had and swept under the rug unless you or someone else bigger says something about it? I think it's the nature of the game. It's the nature of the game. Chatter. The broad majority the broad majority of the population are transphobic. And transphobic people are not going to fucking listen to trans people because transphobia is dehumanizing trans people. Like, there's not much you could do about it. Hassan, I'm unfollowing. Have fun, brother. Thank you for your support, and thank you for leaving. First chat. It hurts my feelings when you shit on the rainbow flag. It just meant a lot to me growing up and seeing some form of solidarity out in public. Things have changed in the past 20 years, but I understand why you aren't a fan. That's okay. I appreciate all the work you do. Yeah, but I don't shit on the rainbow flag from the perspective of like it's like disgusting to me because it spells gay people. I shit on it because it's a fucking mismatch of like all the colors and it just looks aesthetically not pleasing. It's just objectively bad design. It's all the colors. You can't do that. It's just bad design. Especially all the merchandise that comes out of it is just so like, ugh. Yeah, I don't give a shit about it like being gay. I just don't like, I think it is probably the least like queer thing about LGBT is like how shitty the design is for the flag in general. Queer Eye for the queer guy flag edition. Anyway. I'm gay and I agree with you. Put some flames on. Oh, that would be sick. Anyway, this is a fun little thing that we're going to move away to for a second. Developing an investment portfolio where I buy the dip on companies that conservatives are attacking and then sell a few months later when they've forgotten their outrage campaign. Yeah, it's awesome. AB InBev, a fucking, like, a major market share holder getting, eating like a shit ton of costs early on due to a designated transphobic targeted attack is always going to inevitably fucking become successful again. Oh, no matter what happens. It's a genuinely good way to fucking make some easy money, I think. This is not financial advice. It's not financial advice, but it sure seems like a smart thing to do. That way you can get a shit ton of gifted subs at the top of the hour and allow a bunch of Hassan Abi heads to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. What is this? Oh, she wants your attention. That's why she's like shaking. She keeps doing shake. Her new thing is jumping up on the bed when I go pee. And it's like kind of annoying. She's so massive. She jumps on the bed and it's like hard to move her. Yeah, I have tried getting some gains, Marat. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. Reliable Randy, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The Lucky Gus, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyway. Oh, here's Kanye West being anti-Semitic. Maldi, the Lucky Ghost, and Gage Against the Machine. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
These niggas is colonizers, nigga. The French own 80% of the banks in Africa, nigga. That's why I just met with MBS, nigga, head of Saudi. Nigga, we don't have to bow to this shit.
He said the French are colonizers. True. That's why he met with Mohammed bin Salman, a monarch. Aesthetic Brev 5, Roses in August. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Shit, nigga, okay, it's 60 million of us in America, 60 million Jews in the world. 50% of our deaths is abortion. 25% of us.
This is crazy. It's just like he's all over the place. Yeah, he's all
Go
over
to prison. Raise one hand if you don't know one nigga in prison, one nigga got locked up, and one nigga poor. Raise your hand if you don't know one person got abortion. Now I tell you, if we was in a Jewish mother on Friday with no fucking, everybody raised their hands. So wait a second. But wait a second. Who make the hospitals though? Who got the hospitals? These are Zionists, nigga.
Dijon Dickler, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. He's mentally unwell. It's silly to analyze things he says. I agree. He's saying Zionists built the hospitals. He's literally way too much Farrakhan. No, this isn't even Farrakhan at this point. This is like, there is a little bit of Nation of Islam in there, but it's like more Nick Fuentes. I don't know. It's just like, I tried to unpack some of the shit that he was saying, and it's just so fucking, it's like indecipherable. He does the whole, like, obviously, he's talking about Jews, but he says Zionists because he thinks it's like slick. This is going to poison the well so hard for actual criticism of Israel. I was worried he would come back. I think that there is a, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. I probably, but I think most people understand, like, a dude saying he loves Adolf Hitler is fucking very different. Kanye West is anti-Semitic. He's just straight up anti-Semitic. The idea that, like, he criticizes Israel is, like, secondary. Okay? This is a clear-cut example of, like, actually very deliberately substituting the term Jew for Zionist. Something that is, like, cynically deployed oftentimes against actual anti-Zionists who are not anti-Semitic. But Kanye is definitely doing that.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay. Third party. Sponsor that, nigga. Yeah. Bring the sponsor.
I mean, there you have it. There's no Zionism in his argument, okay? There's no interest in, like, criticizing Israel for its actions against the Palestinians. He doesn't give a fuck.
Sponsorships to that. Because there's going to be some niggas that feel exactly like me. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm 7'3". I don't give a fuck about life or death. I get visitation with my kids. I ain't got no say so. Them niggas walk around like, look like soccer players. They don't even fucking know. They don't even know the dad, the kid.
Stop fucking excusing his racism due to mental illness. Fuck that. Wait, what? I never said that. I'm not excusing this. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally got banned for shitting on Kanye West on a neo-Nazis platform. Last year, around this time, when he was popping off with his anti-Semitic shit, he just comes out once a year. Wow, Chick-fil-A? Wow, I got the notification, yeah. I don't know.
They see me come play one on nobody. They still feel you, though.
I wonder how many sex workers are in Gaza, lol. What? What does that have to do with anything? I don't know. Like, what is that, an argument? Like, that you can't defend Palestinians because, like, there aren't a lot of sex workers in Gaza or some shit? Like, what the fuck? That, like, Hamas hates sex workers. So you can't defend Palestinians being fucking destroyed by the Israeli occupying force. Okay.
They feel me, but they trying to program them. The head of Louis Vuitton, Bernard Arnault, fuck you. Alexander Arnault, fuck you. Francois Pinault, fuck you. Dimna, Fuck you. Fuck Balenciaga. Fuck Cedric.
Buy the Yeezy pods. Buy the Yeezy pods.
Fuck Gap and fuck Adidas, nigga. All niggas is like fucking still wearing Adidas. Nigga, don't say me shit.
Isn't Mia Khalifa Palestinian? No, Mia Khalifa is Lebanese Christian.
Nigga, I'm by myself in this motherfucking room, nigga. Everybody shut the fuck up. Hey, shut the fuck up. Let me tell you something right now. Just the fact that you ain't listening to me, it's it. Ain't none of y'all niggas with me. I'm by my fucking self. Cause ain't none of y'all niggas stand up for me. Ain't nobody stop. Shut up. Be quiet before you get exiled. So I'm saying this. Nobody with me. Everybody here, half the motherfuckers on a check. Half the motherfuckers just here like, ha ha, laughing at jokes, laughing at the raps and shit. Nigga, I made these beats in my mama's basement. I drew these motherfucking shoes since I was in 7th grade. Nigga, cause when I asked niggas step up, not one nigga stepped up. Not one nigga stepped up.
I ain't afraid to step up.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. None of the famous niggas, Mav Carter sold me out.
Yeah, I wonder why, bro, cause you're fucking nuts. Like, he's not listening to like one sane voice in his circle. He's purged his like immediate circle around. Wait, did he just wait? Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. None of the famous niggas, Mav Carter sold me out. You know what I'm saying? Nobody fucking said y'all saw me ain't see my kids. All y'all rich niggas got y'all kids up.
Wait.
Not one nigga stepped up.
She says I did.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. None of the famous niggas, Mav Carter sold me out.
She said I stepped up, and he was like, yeah, but you know, no one famous or rich stepped up. It's also crazy to be like, oh, wow, I can't believe nobody's stepping up to defend me when I'm saying I love Adolf Hitler. Like, why the fuck would anybody do that? That's an insane thing to say. It's bad. It's a bad thing to say. You shouldn't be saying it. The problem is he doesn't recognize that, like, people around him who probably in private tried to get him to come to terms with what is going on, and the things he's saying are just like really, really awful. Like, bro, Alex Jones was outflanking Kanye West and being woke. They were all, every single right winger whose show he went on, kept trying to like change his narrative a little bit and massage it so it was like a little bit more appropriate.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody fucking said y'all saw me ain't see my kids. All y'all rich niggas got y'all kids in that Zionist school. Fuck Sierra Canyon. My daughter ripped up the motherfucking couches in the house to be able to be with me right now. Y'all don't know what's going on, for real. Where y'all TikToking and all that shit. Y'all put up with all that shit. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm in Pop. I'm in Vegas. Like Pop, my daughter had the Tupac fucking t-shirt. So I'm saying, witness this shit. Visit this shit. But I don't believe in nobody but me, nigga. I don't fuck y'all don't gotta say we with you. You're not with me. No one's with me because no one's really with me.
That chatter, that last chatter with the brain dead sex workers in Gaza, take how racist must a Zionist Dota 2 league be? Oh my God. The chatter that came in and was like, how many sex workers are in Gaza, Lamau, follows the Dota 2 Israel League. Oh my God, you know they invented new slurs for Arabs specifically and for Muslims. Oh my God. Like, I don't even want to know. They got new words in there. Can you say Dota the funny way? Dota? Dota.
Me. It's just me and God. That's what I'm saying. And I'm still alive.
Let's go.
And I'm still alive. You ain't post. You ain't post. When I couldn't see my kids, y'all ain't post. Y'all ain't stopped the Adidas shit. Y'all niggas let Adidas crash the richest nigga of all time.
Y'all know I did.
Hey,
Adidas was begging.
Wait a second. I put up one tweet. And then Ari Emanuel put, oh, we got to drop this nigga. And all niggas just watch. The only nigga that had the Trump hat. The only nigga that went and got them billions. The only nigga that's breaking through all kinds of ideas and fashion. I've been called a faggot so many times for tight jeans. You know what I'm saying? I got niggas from Chicago that I take care of that still trying to sell me. Trying to say I can't go to motherfucking.
Bro, the funniest part about this is like, he's like, dude, I saw a lot of oppression. People said I was gay for wearing skinny jeans. I've always been a revolutionary figure. You know. Like when I wore skinny jeans and people said the no word, the F slur.
GD, nigga, I'm way bigger folks than you, nigga. You niggas don't take care of me.
Right now,
nigga.
your thing is
Why,
between you and God.
Who you, shut up. Who you think, no, hold on. Who you think the old man called?
Shut up.
When we put Drake on stage, who the old man called?
You.
You know what I'm saying?
Because God put you in position.
Nigga, just because I had a car, nigga, fuck everybody, nigga.
You the biggest vessel.
That's what I'm trying to say to you niggas right fucking now, nigga.
Vessel.
This is what y'all been waiting for.
Bro, honestly, it's like, this is what happens if you're, if you're bipolar and then you are just straight up surrounded by only people that are feeding into your mania. Like, it's crazy.
Drake, this is what you've been waiting for. Jay-Z, this is what you've been waiting for. Kim, this is what you've been waiting for. All you niggas, look, let me tell you something. This is the way the world works.
God is
Period.
using him right now.
Okay, be quiet for a second. Don't scream for a second.
I love you, Bo. Okay.
No, you got to get over.
Hey, sorry. Come down, please.
God.
Yeah, he keeps telling her to shut the fuck up.
God runs the world. Then under that, you got 1,000-year-old families, Medici. Under that, you have the Vatican, the Pope. Under that, you have the financial groups that control all your shit. BlackRock, Vanguard. After that, you have Putin. You have Trump. You have all this shit. And after that, you got what all this shit is. Entertainment. Hollywood.
Bro said Medici. He put Medici upon the Vatican. Dude, it's kind of funny thinking that placing this level of control over the Vatican when the Pope is like gay and woke. Like, half the Catholics hate the Pope. Almost every American Protestant wants to kill the Pope for both religious reasons and also now especially because he's woke. Meanwhile, like, thinking the Catholic Church and the Vatican is in control of everything that's going on is such funny, like, 90s era conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the Da Vinci Code shit, right? Putting Medici on the Vatican to like secret society? What? Anti-Semitism, but instead of Jews running the world, it's Italians. Yeah, this is like the most unfiltered Italiophobia I've ever seen, by the way. Like, completely unacceptable. The level of Italiophobia is out of control, folks. Let me tell you.
Take that, run that back, run into schools.
Also, is he wearing, like, is that the Albanian? Someone in the chat also pointed this out. I didn't want to say it. I don't want to put this on Albanians, but what's going on with the fit?
I'll give y'all one last thing before I go. When I first put the tweet up, I was dealing with a divorce lawyer. And I explained to the lawyer what my issue was. And his response was to me, if you keep up this anti-Semitic rhetoric, then you won't see your kids.
Yeah, bro, because it spells to every court and every reasonable person that you are mentally unwell. It's not because of, like, Jews and the power that they have or whatever fucking thing that you think is going on. It's because people see that and go, oh my God, he's like out of control. Oh, he's wearing the German coat of arms? Yeah.
Nigga, I knew said I couldn't have an opinion or I wouldn't see my kids. Y'all know who y'all fucking playing with? This is a vessel of God. He gonna burn all your shit down. I swear. I knew these niggas is trying to make surviving yay, surviving this way. That's why I sent it up while I was still in the high schools. Bill Cosby couldn't do shit by the time they got him. R. Kelly couldn't do shit by the time they got him. That's why I had to send it up. Because the same niggas that made him rich is the same niggas doing the documentary. And fuck Cootie, fuck you, because everybody saw that 3rd episode. That's what the whole shit was about.
Period.
Me selling opioids. I'm not even bipolar in there.
Wait, what?
Send it up. Because the same niggas that made him rich is the same niggas doing the documentary. And fuck Cootie, fuck you, because everybody saw that 3rd episode. That's what the whole shit was about.
Period.
Me selling opioids. I'm not even bipolar in there. Signs of autism from the accident. They're going to hit me with a fucking medication, have us selling opioids.
Wait, what? He's saying he got autism after his car crash? What? Cootie is his friend who did the documentary, his old friend on Netflix. How do you get autism from a car crash? Like, I don't understand.
For them. They made me the face of bipolar. Okay, nigga, Big Pharma, where my royalties, nigga? For the fucking drugs you done sold off of the idea of Ye being bipolar.
Don't say shit right now.
He's saying the last episode of the doc shows him spiraling, and they were using that as a way to push Big Pharma onto the masses. It's kind of crazy that, like, dude, when you are like a multi-billion-dollar operation as a singular force, especially when you are a conduit for so many feelings that people feel, and music is like one of these artistic expressions that is really personal, and people do develop incredibly parasocial feelings towards those who make them feel these experiences. They're like, oh, he understands me. It's wild that, like, even if you're a multi-billion-dollar operation as a singular force, like, you could just, like, completely fall apart in broad daylight. God damn, dude. Mental health is fucking crazy. And when you have like, you are always going to find people that basically serve you whatever you want to hear. Like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that, like, he will always have a bunch of people around him that are like, no, you're the GOAT king. You're doing all the right things. Kanye, say whatever you want. Your bitch too bad. Yeah, that's right. It's not weird that she's naked all the time. We love that. We love that your wife is always naked and we never hear her speak. We think it's cool. We love that Jonah Hill couldn't stop you from being anti-Semitic. We think that's sick. I wonder what Kanye would be like if he got the same level of hate you do. He does get the same level of hate I do. What do you mean? He gets more hate than I do. Are you crazy? That's insane. What? I mean, it depends on whether it's deserved or not, but you're crazy if you think that I get more hate than Kanye. Come on, chatter. Please just him getting his donk sonked in Venice, Italy in broad daylight. I need your take. I mean, that part wasn't that bad. That part was kind of cool. Like, it was in a boat. I've also never heard the term donk sonked before, which is very interesting. You see him deal with more hate, though, talking to us all day. With peace and love, more people hate him than know who you are. Exactly. I 100% agree with that assessment.
You know what I'm saying?
They come here.
I think I pretty much wrapped up.
Still talking.
Like,
Everything I want to say.
Who are you? I'm just saying they.
Yeah, take out.
Yeah, come on, yeah. Sorry. Sorry, come on. Ready?
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Come on.
Nigga, take.
They can make him.
European officials have arrested.
Yeah. So that's pretty crazy. I mean, look, artists live and die on the sword. You know what I mean? If his next album slaps, a lot of motherfuckers are gonna be like talking about how much they love Hitler. Okay. If it doesn't, his life is Jover. It's so Jover. It's completely Jover. I think people still worship him for the celebrity status, for the superstar status, for the music that he has made and how they felt when they listened to it. Wait, there's a second part where he talks about Trump? No way.
You know what I'm saying? The level, you can say they cut out, they stopped famous ass rappers from going in. Motherfuckers didn't get permits tonight. Nicki Minaj didn't clear her verse. That's why I say ain't nobody with me. Because y'all just see that shit. Y'all see me not see my kids. Y'all see Nicki Minaj not clear the verse. Y'all see Adidas drop billions of dollars and shit. And no one says nothing. No one is outraged. No one is with. If you want to be, okay. Whatever. It's cool. I'll be fine for that. When a motherfucker even tell me they love me, it make me feel funny because I feel so much fucking hate, bro. When that motherfucker tell me y'all respect me, I feel fucking funny because I feel so much rape, bro. I feel so much fucking rape, nigga.
What?
When the last time you see me around a nigga that went on salary, nigga? I don't know what a friend is, nigga.
Okay, but like, problem is like, how does he have people around him? No, he's saying it. Like, he even recognizes it himself that like he recognizes it himself that the people around him he's paying and they're sycophants.
You understand what I'm saying? This really some years of Britney Spears shit, nigga. The same paparazzi that I slam.
It's because anyone that has any semblance of like authority in his life, Kanye stands for the past 2 years, besides the Hitler part, he was spitting straight facts. I thought separating the art from the artist was some bullshit till my goat started talking about those Hugo Boss uniforms. CDLRG, still the greatest album series of all time. You just got to scroll past these videos on the timeline real fast. Kanye is back. Trump is back. It truly is Christmas. Have you heard, everybody? People will be rocking SS shirts thanks to that beat.
We're back again.
This is the one, right?
Everybody say, gonna bring the flavor, show you how. Got a question for you, better answer now. Am I original? Yeah. Am I the only one? Yeah. Am I sexual? Yeah. Am I everything you need? You better rock your body now. Everybody.
I mean, this is a pretty fire sampling, but it's, you know. So where's the song? This is just Backstreet Boys, but like.
Talk to the shrink, you better not blink. 99 problems that start with the kink. One in a pink, one in a stink.
Bro, okay. Dude. His lyrics are so like, what the fuck happened? Like, I feel like the more manic he's gotten over the course of the past couple of years, the worse his lyricism has got, like, way worse. Like, significantly worse. He's spitting trust? No, I don't want to trust that. I don't want to trust you. Conservatives that know lyrics? Hey, yeah, his bars have just fucking fallen off of a cliff. I don't know what's happening. Oh, God. All right, let's hear what Anthony Fantano had to say. Even though he gave Nicki Minaj a 3, we're going to listen to him here.
Page for Kanye and Ty Dolla $ign's new album Vultures is now down off stream. Who cares about that? Let's talk about how Kanye is still on this Nazi shit. So as some of you guys have probably seen, he's been placing this very particular double-headed bird crest in numerous visuals around the promotion of the record, and it is very much giving German nationalism vibes.
It's so weird that he's doing that, because like that's what the AFD does, right? Because they're cucked by German hate crime laws. Murat! Door! Milk lemonade, round the corner, fudge is made. Kanye 2030, dude, bars. Is not weird. Is Kanye nothing? He does make sense. No, he's doing this thing that like fucking like AFD supporters do, where they can't fly the swastika, so they fucking fly the German coat of arms and like the old German flags and shit as a see, like I'm doing this. It's so fucking stupid. Especially because he's not exactly subtle.
Vibes. There is also, of course, the album art.
Yeah, the Vultures album art, and also the Vultures, like this is straight up Burzum, obviously. Like someone is feeding him all the Nazi memes. I don't know why. I don't know where he's getting this shit from. This is like esoteric Nazi memes that you only know if you only know this kind of stuff if you like follow this shit like I do. You know what I mean? Like you have to have a dude in your corner that's like really fucking grimy and really nerdy about hiding Nazi stuff in visuals, like a Milo Yiannopoulos type dude. You know what I mean? This is all like 4chan shit. What is Burzum? Burzum. It is a black metal band who he sampled Burzum once on a Gucci Mane song in 2016. So even the Burzum thing is not new. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like sampling Burzum in a song is not the same as like fucking directly ripping the gothic font that they use and making your album title Vultures with the... I didn't know you knew about Burzum. I've talked about Varg before. Are you kidding me? One of the fucking silliest motherfuckers out there. The old English font. Sorry, not Gothic.
Art, which is very clearly ripping off the album art of Burzum, a Scandinavian black metal artist who has very publicly voiced white supremacist views. Meanwhile, the landscape itself depicted here on the album cover was done by a German artist who at one point was very much favored by the Nazis, which you can read right here below. And let's be clear, he had nothing to do with them personally. He died long before they were in power. So Kanye is very much doing this weird white supremacist breadcrumbing once again. Two things. One, don't allow his annoying ass fan base, or really cult, because that's what his fan base is at this point, a cult. Don't allow them to gaslight you into thinking that it's not happening and it's not real and it doesn't exist. it is real. And 2, why is Kanye doing this? And it's got to be for one of 2 reasons. One, Kanye not too long ago went on that whole, white supremacist jaunt where he was palling around with white supremacists and endorsing Hitler. And now he just wants to work race.
Oh yeah, he wore a fucking Klan robe, dude. Kanye West wore a Ku Klux Klan inspired hood at the rave listening event for his new Vultures album with Ty Dolla $ign.
Symbolism into his art as a means of maybe disarming any criticisms that people might still have around it.
Like, the difference between imagery such as this, especially coming from a prominent black artist, is obviously he's like pro-Nazi. That's the difference. Because like Black Skinhead as a song, or what do you call it? Like Kanye West Kanye West has criticized the Klan before, right? In the past. Like, this is very different than like Roger Waters wearing a fascist uniform to criticize fascism as a part of his commentary, right? Because he's anti-fascist. Whereas for Kanye West, like, sure, there was a lot of times when he actually criticized white supremacy and the Klan and whatnot. But now his perspective has shifted dramatically. So this is not like him taking artistic liberties and in my opinion, shitting on the Klan or anything like that. It's more so he's just straight up promoting it and trying to hype it up as though it is like a solid aesthetic choice.
Which honestly only an idiot would fall for, and is a coward's way of kind of stepping around the necessity to apologize for and fess up to the things that you said and the things that you did. And the other possible option is that he actually believes in this stuff and thinks it's true. Either way, it's not good.
Yeah, he's out of his mind. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I just don't know what, like, I don't know what kind of impact this will have on like a broad swath of the population that has loved his music and continue to promote him.
At the airport, when they gave me my first piece of medication, was the exact same paparazzi that photographed Britney. TMZ, 30 Mile Zone. That is what Hollywood is. Once you go in there, them niggas is around you. They go surround you. They in charge.
He's an artist. Stop trying to logically dissect art. Wait, what do you mean? You're just saying stop trying to dissect art? What are you talking about? That's like, what good is art then?
Charge of that shit. They in charge of your fucking narrative. They in charge of your bank account. They in charge of your cars. They in charge of your record labels. They in charge of your football contracts. They in charge of your houses. Talk about it. And I'm saying, niggas be coming to me really like, working with me talking about something. When I'm gonna apologize. When they gonna apologize to me? When they gonna apologize to us?
Yeah. Facts.
Aborting us, locking us up, putting drugs in front of us, locking up all our leaders and calling them gang leaders. Who else is gonna put the community together? And anybody that could put the community together, they put them under the jail. And when I talked to Trump, he ain't never get Trump. Trump could have freed Larry, bro.
Fuck Trump.
You know what I'm saying? So Trump, look, you want our support? You have to promise, nigga, in writing on your life, you gonna free Larry, bro. And that's not just it. The communities, nigga, it's so many acres in America. We don't have to stay in the inner city. We don't have to stay on top of each other. They motherfucking made the Twix double the size, trying to make us fat. They doing this inclusive shit. They just made that girl Paloma the head model. They trying to push fucking obesity to us. They put us in a McDonald's commercial. They put your brother in a McDonald's commercial. They try to put me in a McDonald's commercial. McDonald's kills you, my nigga. They not putting healthy shit. You can grow fucking food right off.
feel. Second place, can't be in my face, so now. Deep pockets, they think I'm like Chanel. Fat wallet, little bitch, you know I got hair. I'm the patty, give it to bitch Chanel. I'm Crimson Hunts, baby, I'm for real. Southside, I was in Riverdale. Off Molly, that two-tone pill. Rich nigga with all these fucking girls. He next, I put him on the mirror. She's next, I told her she my girl. Oh, you like that? Oh, you like that? Oh, you like that? Oh, you like that? Yeah. Oh, you like that? Oh, you like that? Oh, you like that? Oh. Put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news, put him on the news. Music.
Dude, this is some straight bloodborne ass aesthetic, dude. I mean, it's the full package, man. It's the full package. Is there this song is bad? Okay, I'm not gonna shit on Playboy Cardi, okay? Sorry.
Put him on the news, son. I'm evil like Lucy, son. A whole lot of bitches be hating on me cause I got all the buttons. Had a fall back with my last bitch cause she was just playing with my little time. I'm traveling the world at the Pope, bringing the praises right to my son. Shawty, you gotta be canceled, you make me feel some tight way. And no, I can't be canceled cause you feel some tight way. I'm in the leg, honey leg. I'ma keep killing these hoes, I'm fucking on my man. Pick 'em up, cut like a brain, sipping on Sunday. Bust the hole to my braids, then I go hungry. I'm cooking up like my 10 bitches on me. I told her the glove don't fit.
It's just like, dude, every crew's got the one guy, you know, who's just sitting there posted up in the fucking clan robe. Come on, fellas, who amongst us?
I'm feeling like OJ. Rest in my pocket, and I leave with OJ. 2 folks in the sack. Got me feeling like Kobe, RP. All my boys, they strapped up, don't try shit. Welcome to the party, bitch, we all Nazis.
Balenci's. Hassan isn't opium anymore? No, I'm still opium. Shut the fuck up. I'm so opium. Don't ever say that. I'm still opium, chat. How dare you? I'm so opium. I'm a narcissist. Vamp life. I get tabbies, but I don't get the clown shoes shit. I don't like the Balenciaga boots either. The fucking squeaky, like comical, goofy ones. I don't like that. In good news, Rudy Giuliani got home for $148 million of the Georgia election workers. Hell yeah. For threatening the election workers, right? Your opium in my book, you were bopping your head to a Destroy Lonely song once too. Yes, I'm opium. Anyway. Guys, I want to say something. Hamas, not just in the Gaza Strip. Turns out Hamas also in motherfucking Europe.
Arrested multiple people with connections to Hamas for suspected terrorist activity. According to law enforcement, the suspects in Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands were plotting to attack Jews. Lilia Luciano has the story.
In Germany, authorities said at least one of the suspects was assigned by Hamas to find weapons to be used in a future terrorist attack. 3 people were arrested in Berlin on suspicion of planning attacks against Jewish people or institutions, and a 4th arrest was made in the Netherlands, all 4 suspected of being longtime Hamas members. While in Denmark, at least 6 people could also be facing charges related to terrorism. The Prime Minister said this is as serious as it gets.
Så det er så alvorligt, som det kan blive.
Intelligence officials in Denmark alerted the public to be aware of Jewish places of interest, saying the investigation revealed that a network of people had been preparing a terrorist attack.
Med at forberede en terrorhandling.
Zohar Palti ran counterterrorism for Israel's Mossad.
In this case, we see that
Netanyahu is saying that we've had terror attacks related to Hamas in Denmark. Meanwhile, our own news is saying that it is gang-related. Now our prime minister is saying she is scared that we let people in who want to hurt our wonderful country. I am so scared about the misinformation going on right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The anti-immigrant sentiment is at an all-time high. The reactionary anti-Islam sentiment in Europe is like popping right now. So this is gonna be a rehashing of that. If you're a Muslim living in Europe, buckle up. It already... You know, it's already a thing. It's going to get even fucking worse than it was already. Hassan, what's wrong with you? You're also a Zionist, question mark. The Israeli Jews are fascists and they're not indigenous to Palestine. Zion, you're showing your true colors supporting them now, talking shit about Kanye West for criticizing Zionists. Dude, get better bait, dude. Get better bait. Like, what the fuck? True OG 566, following since 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Kanye West is the only guy who taking it to the Zionists. Wow. Man, shut the fuck up, dumb bitch. Stupid ass Nazi motherfucker. Suck my fucking cock. Like, come on, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Kanye West definitely, he loves Palestine, bro. For sure. In the Danish news, they're saying gangs are flirting with terror ideologies. Gangs who are majority immigrants. Yes, we know Israel openly admitted to killing their own hostages. I already covered it earlier. But, yeah, things are going to get much, much worse.
That Hamas already is conducting terror activity globally.
Yeah, that's like, this is a fucking ridiculous take, man. This is a ridiculous take. Bro, these dudes can't even fucking coordinate inside of the Gaza Strip. They can't even coordinate inside of the fucking Gaza Strip with other Palestinian militancy factions so they can get the fucking hostages out. In times of like a ceasefire, you're going to tell me that these guys are actually globally fucking being like, yeah, go and kill Jews, when like their overarching goal is to not kill Jews, but to fucking stop the Israeli occupation? Like, come on, dude. Come on. This is like a reinforcement. This is a reinforcement of the narrative of like Hamas is just like ISIS. Hamas is definitely trying to just like kill Jews all around. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit. If anything, these are guys who are sympathetic themselves, taking matters into their own hands, if they are at all legitimately interested in fucking attacking synagogues or killing people or some shit like that. It's just, oh my Lord, this is going to be so fucking bad. Can't wait for the next 5 years of people being like, we are so sorry for what happened to the Muslim communities here in our countries.
When you see 3 countries in Europe, like Denmark, like Germany, and like Netherlands, this is something new, and I think we should be concerned about it.
EU officials have recently warned Europe faces a huge risk of terror attacks. And in the U.S., FBI Chief Christopher Wray testified earlier this month that he has never seen a time where all of the threats are all elevated at the same time. Tony.
Lilia, thank you.
Israel struggling enough to find Hamas in Gaza. Kind of sad people are going to trust them on this. I mean, it's not. It's just like, oh, God, this is so fucking peak 2002. Oh, my God. It's so bad. It's like every fucking Muslim is now going to be looked at as like sympathizers. And yep, you've been saying it all along. All the Euros clowning on the U.S. and their countries are becoming just as fascist. I mean, they have been. They've already been there. The Hezbollah guy arrested in Brazil after a Mossad tip was a musician who was offered to play samba in Lebanon. Yeah, it's they've been doing this shit for a while. They've been doing the Quran burnings, and you got fucking Garrett Wilders, who was like a major Islamophobe who just won. It is really, really fucking. It is really bad. And of course, there is going to be terror attacks as well. It always happens, right? There will be like, all it will take is like one terror attack for them to fucking clamp down in like incredibly aggressive ways towards like a broader Muslim population. Because in the eyes of the white supremacist forces of dominance, they do not consider those to be a separate actor. They consider like those who do acts of terror to be completely in line with the rest of the Muslim population. It fucking sucks. Oh God, it's so bad. What is this? Nazis are calling to kill all Palestinians at a school here in Munich already? What a time. Kill all Palestinians was sprayed on a wall in a school in Germany amid authorities crackdown on Palestinians and pro-Palestine supporters in the country and rising anti-Palestinian incitement. I mean, I need more information than that. Not shocking to me, though. Anyway, new Israeli leaders have been privately urging Biden and the admin to refrain from publicly talking about the two-state solution and the fallout of Hamas's October 7 terror onslaught, 4 Israeli and U.S. officials told Times of Israel this week. The message is not just being voiced by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, whose resonance is more limited since Washington is convinced he has been engaged in a politically motivated campaign on the matter. Other war cabinet members, including Benny Gantz, President Isaac Herzog, and even opposition chief Yair Lapid, have conveyed this discomfort with the Biden admin's revived rhetoric regarding the need for a two-state solution to the war's outbreak, per 2 Israeli officials. So remember, all of the fucking counter narratives and all the people that are in the Israeli war cabinet, for example, that are supposed to be against Netanyahu, or the more reasonable voices in the crowd, yeah, they are also very much anti-two-state solutioners as well, because there's only one final solution that they want. It's the one that they're currently engaging in. Remember that. There is no solution. Israel's not done yet. They're going to keep doing it. A two-state solution is what happened after October 7th is a reward for Hamas, said one Israeli official. Yeah, they are only going to continue increasing the intensity. Buried in the House's Intelligence Committee Section 702 reform bill, which is scheduled for a floor vote as soon as tomorrow, is the biggest expansion of surveillance since the United States since the Patriot Act, by the way, through a seemingly innocuous change to the definition of electronic service communications provider. The bill vastly expands the universe of U.S. businesses that can be conscripted to aid the U.S. government in conducting surveillance. Nice little fucking... I mean, we've already been doing... we already had the Patriot Act, so it's cool that they're... You know, it's cool that we've revamped it. Under the current law, the government can compel companies that have direct access to communications such as phone, email, text messaging service providers to assist in Section 702 surveillance by turning the communications of Section 702 targets. Under Section 504, the House Intelligence Committee's bill, any entity that has access to equipment on which communications may be transmitted or stored, such as ordinary routers, are fair game. What does this mean? In practice, it's simple. Hotels, libraries, coffee shops, and other places that offer Wi-Fi to their customers could be forced to serve as surrogate spies. They could be required to configure their systems to ensure that they can provide the government access to their entire streams of communications. Even a repair person who comes to fix the Wi-Fi in your home would meet the revised definition. That person is an employee of a service provider who has access to equipment, your router, on which communications are transmitted. It's funny. It's just they're outsourcing it to just like regular old... Like, you don't have to do the old school, like, bring in a service vehicle outside of your house to, like, fake run into the house and, like, bug it. You could just, like, you have the spy software built into your entire existence, entire infrastructure anyway. Anyway, at the end of the day, the government's claimed intent matters little. The bill's sponsors deny Section 504 is intended to sweep so broadly. What is the provision intended to do and how the government's planning to use it? Sorry, that's classified. At the end of the day, though, the government's claimed intent matters little. What matters is what provision on its face actually allows, because we all know by now the government will interpret and apply the law as broadly as it can get away with. Nice. Good stuff, man. I don't know. It just seems good to me. These billboards have always been awful, but their Instagram is absolutely psychotic nowadays. Yeah, the JewBelong.com or .org. Billboards are crazy. They're crazy. All right, moving on. Oh wait, we saw this already, or we skipped this. Here's the Giuliani. Here's the Giuliani moment of celebration. Let's take a look. I gotta go pee.
We're coming on the air with breaking
also,
news about.
This celebration is brought to you by the top of the hour ad break, which if you no longer want to see, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free. Is a 3-minute ad break now.
Former New York City mayor and presidential advisor Rudy Giuliani, just moments ago, a jury in Washington, D.C., said the former Trump advisor must pay $148 million total in damages stemming from the defamation case brought by two former Georgia election workers. Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, a mother and daughter, say Giuliani damaged their reputations, mental health, and threatened their safety when he spread lies about them in a bid to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Giuliani has admitted in the past that he did make defamatory statements about the women, but argued the comments did not cause them the distress they claim. NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins me. Laura, break all this down for us.
Yeah, Lester, Giuliani facing that massive jury verdict just coming in moments ago. As you announced, the top line number there, $148 million there he is being ordered to pay, having already been found liable on the core claims of defamation and emotional distress for these two election workers who were doing their civic duty that day back in 2020, counting absentee ballots. Giuliani had wrongfully, falsely accused them of engaging in voter fraud, having gone on a conservative network and made a number of statements, which these women testified to changed the course of their lives. After he made those statements, he essentially unleashed a torrent of violent and racist rhetoric against them. And today he's being ordered to pay, again, top line number, $148 million. They broke it down, Lester, against a number of different claims here for defamation, emotional distress. We'll run through all of the different numbers there. But Lester, I should point out punitive damages in particular.
That's
here,
a lot of cookies.
$75 million. Punitive damages, of course, awarded to send a message, Lester.
All right, Laura, I'll ask you to stand by. Let me bring in NBC legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, how do juries go about deciding what the number is?
There is no precise mathematical formula, and that kind of language is literally in the jury instructions for damages for emotional distress, for defamation, and punitive damages. That's why this is a case where the damages could have gone anywhere. They could have been a couple $100,000. They could have been $200 million, because it is really difficult to prove a dollar amount of harm when it comes to damage to reputation. Similarly, punitive damages, there is no formula for applying punitive damages, although courts in the D.C. Circuit have suggested that a single-digit multiplier, double, triple, quadruple, that would probably be upheld on appeal. Once you get into 20 times compensatory damages, then you might get overturned. But this is within that range. So while this was a completely unpredictable number, it's likely that these numbers, as huge as they are, will survive appeal if the defense tries to appeal them.
And you talk about appeal. The fact is the defense in this case really didn't put on much of a defense other than saying that's too much money or they don't deserve it.
In a sense, they couldn't put on a defense, especially as to liability. That's because liability was already determined. In fact, punitive damages were already determined, not the dollar amount, but the need to impose them, because there was already a finding that Rudy Giuliani acted with the requisite intent to merit.
Dude, every gray name I've clicked on has been so crazy today. Like, am I going crazy myself, or is like there's something extra weird in the water? Like,
punitive damages. In other words, damages intended to punish because of his reckless and worse conduct against the plaintiff. So this is exactly the situation where there wasn't much defense to put on in the first place, because issues of liability and a lot of issues related to damages were already determined, and determined because of Giuliani's own failure to participate in the discovery process. So that was on the Giuliani defense team for failing to produce discovery, and the punishment here was that this trial was only ever about damages, and the plaintiffs just had to prove to the jury what a reasonable amount was for the harm to their reputation and their emotional distress.
All right, Danny Savalas. Danny, thanks very much. That concludes this NBC News special report. More coverage ahead on our streaming.
Get fucked, bozo. Here, I guess we'll do the. We'll cover the Twitch nudity role reversal from Charlie.
I made a video going over Twitch's new policy update that they rolled out, and it's been just a little over 24 hours.
Here. Sexual content policy update. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at fucking Twitch. We're back to covering what's going on with Twitch. Sexual content policy update. Dan Clancy wrote, on Wednesday, we updated our sexual content policy. Our primary goal in making these updates was to make our guidelines easier to understand and enforce. Part of this update included changes to how we treat fictionalized nudity. For years, through user voice and in conversations, we heard from artists that our content policies were limiting. In making this update, we were trying to be responsive to these requests and allow the thriving artist community on Twitch to utilize the human form in their art. Not realizing that, and I'm sorry to say this, a lot of artists are fucking perverts, dog. Okay? They are. And they're like not just any kind of they're furry perverts. Artists make the most amount of money off of drawing porn. Honkers, so? Come on, dude. Like, there's a difference between fucking hot tub. There's a difference between hot tub streaming and just straight up doing, like, hardcore pornography. And, like, obviously there's a limitation to what kind of, like, artistic interpretation of artistic nudity you can make versus, like, putting the largest cock you've ever seen on a goddamn furry wolf with pectorals and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Like, the thing is, go watch porn. Like, I don't understand. I'm not, like, there are an infinite amount of websites where you can just go and watch whatever kind of fucking porn you want to watch. I don't fucking understand why you got to be like, no, dude, like, it has to be here too. Like, what the fuck? Then there's also the lolly side as well. Oh, sağ anne. Bir dakika anne, bir dakika. There's no reason to do limit testing, okay? There's no reason to fucking limit test it like this. Isn't the point that they're drawing go watch porn is a dumbass argument? Dude, I can't show you some of this shit, but it's like fucking nuts. Like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, come on, dog. Jesus Christ. It's like a, not to make like the United States Supreme Court here, but I'll know it when I see it kind of applies here. Fine, I'll get up again. And goddamn, I saw it and I knew it, okay? Some of you motherfuckers don't actually see it, or you see it and you don't know it. Oh, okay, last time I got up. That's it. In 24 hours, this change happened. Twitch became Rule 34. Yeah, it was crazy. Dude, come on. I didn't see it. Can you show me real quick? No, I can't because I don't want to get banned. And also because no one should see it, really. I'm yucking other people's yum, okay? I'm kink shaming. I'm doing that. I feel like that's some of the shit that you have to consume in shame, okay? Some of this stuff. Come on. Furries are good people. I agree. No, furries are very kind people. They're wonderful people, except, like, they don't have fucking... If they were walking around with massive ass, hard throbbing cocks everywhere, I'd be like, no, don't do that. You're going to jail. Anyway. It was just crazy. It definitely got... It very quickly turned into, like, madness. Like, in no time. Kind of like how some Japanese salarymen be reading hentai on their morning commute shit, like how and why. I don't get it, yeah. What is this? You could try harder to hide your jealousy for how much more pussy the furries get? Yeah, dude, I don't care about fucking animal pussy, okay? Get the hell out of here. And by that I mean, like, not real animals, but personas. Anyway, as soon as this fucking unveiled, like, instead of people being like, oh, I'm going to draw a sexy drawing, but, like, obviously, I don't have to worry about, like, drawing the ass of a woman and having, like, Twitch consider it to be, like, straight up porn. Immediately, people started drawing straight up porn. So, of course, they had to roll this back immediately. The goal wasn't so that you could draw whatever kind of fucking fuda or hentai or whatever you wanted to draw. The goal was so that it was, like, easier for you to not get fucking clapped for no reason. And I think that a lot of people just didn't understand it. Sounds like you're just mad you didn't get in on the meta. Yeah, totally. That's what I got mad about. Bir şey değil mi? Eyvallah. Teşekkür ederim. Fuda? Fuda is like a type of porn. Don't Google it. Anyway. So, that's it. That's what I got on this. Oh, this is... I don't know if I want to watch this. All right, let's watch something fun and fucking funny. I don't want to do this
fucking
anymore.
yeah.
I don't know how they... Oh, yeah. People on their phones in between things.
Oh, fucking yeah.
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, I can't stand it.
All right.
I go in a rage about phones.
I thought that was just me.
Phones on a set?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking can't stand phones on a set. Like, we are doing this now. We're here doing it now. We're never going to come back here and do this thing again. And this is going to live on forever. And you've left your family and your kids and your house and to come here and do this and you have to go back and explain that this is what I was doing. Your wife is picking up the kids at school and dealing with sickness, and you're calling. It's like it better be fucking worth it.
Right.
I think.
Oh, yeah. People on their phones in
Yeah.
between things.
All right. A phone killed my wife? Or is that like an Adam Driver meme? Man carrying things. When
Yes,
your
my favorite
YouTuber starts posting anti-SJW content.
small YouTuber who only posts obscure content finally uploaded again. I have a lot to talk about today, but first, the elephant in the room. A lot of news has been leaking about the new Virginia-class submarine. I don't know if it's just me, but is this submarine sort of woke now? Don't tell me that isn't a woke-shaped submarine. Trying new stuff, I guess. Sorry, I didn't know the Walt Disney Company is making submarines now. It just looks less penis-shaped now. Am I right? That's a non-binary submarine if I ever seen one. I feel like it looks pretty phallic already. I don't know. Shit is boring, man. I can't bring myself to unsubscribe, though. I've just been watching him for too long. Let's call it what it is. The Kathleen Kennedy submarine, right? I don't know. This pivot seems really random. Like, why is he suddenly... Oh.
I like this. What do we got here? I read a place with 0 reviews. While the U.S. is tempering its support for Israel, TLDR News. There will never be another Conan O'Brien. Being a white student in a Black only college? What the fuck? Another W. What?
Do you get from
Valve has permanently banned Dota 2 streamer Mason for high levels of toxicity by getting him an open Christmas gift, which was just a lump of coal in his band.
the gift chest? Owned. Open gift. What did I get? What? I got banned? Till 118? What?
That's fucking hilarious.
Gift chest. Owned.
Frostivus
Open
gift opens it up. It says, you have claimed a seasonal reward. Highly toxic lump of coal. Your Dota account has been permanently banned for smurfing or other violations of the Steam terms of
What did I
service.
get? Serious?
So what makes this all the better is this is...
Have I just never opened it? Are they serious?
So what makes this all the better is this is a Christmas event in Dota 2. It's called Frostivus, and everyone has a chance to open this bag, and some people have a chance to get cosmetics. Others, though, Valve has now established a variety of reasons to give them bans, and yes, the users
Wait, what if they fucking don't open it
who are
then?
getting bans are finding out by opening something they thought was going to be a gift. In this case, Mason is also a former pro, and his gift was a permanent ban from Dota 2 for a high level of toxicity.
It makes no sense. What if you don't open it? Then you're just not banned. Don't open your Frostivus gifts. If you're a toxic Dota player, just don't open it, forehead. Bro, why do you keep sending me this? The movie Only Half the Globe Knows with 509 views. I feel like you keep sending me this because you made this.
You'll be able to see.
You made this video, didn't you? Because you keep sending it to me.
Imagine you are a mother and you have just left an abusive relationship, but you've got a good job and all you need to do is move you and your daughter into an apartment. You can pay the down payment, you can pay the last month's rent. You can see that I'm getting regularly paid and there's more than enough in the account. But they were like, if you don't have a credit score, we can't really look at you. She was categorically
Oh, I know all about this shit.
denied the ability to.
Don't turn your head to the right. It makes your pimple shine brighter than the sun. Oh, this kind of fucking like parasocial take makes me so unhinged angry. It makes me literally want to fucking claw my goddamn eyeballs out of my skull when I hear it. I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly can towards motherfuckers who say stuff like this. It's very rude. You're being rude. You're not being nice. Please don't do this, okay? You're so rude. It's rude. It's rude as fuck. It's like this weird, incredibly. No, don't ban the person. I'm gonna try to be as pleasant as possible. Okay? No, do not ban this person. I just want people to understand when you do that passive aggressive shit, like you're literally just simply behaving in an incredibly passive aggressive way. You're not actually being helpful at all. Okay? It's just annoying. It's annoying. If someone did that to you at your fucking place of work, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was having a good ass day. Now I have a shit ass day. Why is it like this? Yeah, you just threw a heart after saying, man, you look like shit today. Exactly. Anyway, bro, it was a joke. Yeah, it's upsetting is all I'm saying, okay? It's fucking upsetting. I think it's like mean and upsetting.
To even apply for some of the apartment buildings.
Fred Wary is a sociologist at Princeton, and that story came from a woman he interviewed in San Francisco back in 2017. Today, there are an estimated 45 million Americans who don't have a credit score, and that can make it really difficult to rent an apartment or get car insurance or even get a job. When credit scores were invented just a few decades ago, they were hailed as a way to democratize lending, play down human judgment, and let computers make most of the decisions. In the United States today, credit scores have become essential. Not having one can basically lock you out of daily life, and having a low score can make life difficult too. So, how did we get here? What exactly are credit scores, and why do they keep so many people from accessing what they need? A credit score starts with a credit report, a record of some personal data points about us, like our zip code and...
No, this is not appropriate. Stop. Don't say shit like that either.
Employment history, plus...
Everyone needs to chill out. Don't be so fucking ruthless to one another, okay, chatters? Jesus Christ.
Our individual history of paying our debt obligations. Well, some of our debt obligations. See, only data supplied by big lending institutions like student loan servicers, mortgage lenders, credit card companies, and auto financiers end up on our credit reports. We might be paying our cell phone bills and our rent each month, but cell phone carriers and landlords don't share that information with these guys, the credit reporting agencies. There are 3, and each one has its own version of the credit history of more than 200 million people in the US. That data comes from institutions like credit card companies and student loan providers, who send information about our accounts to the credit reporting agencies. The type of loan, the balance, our payment history, and whether the loan has been sent to a collection agency. Then, credit scoring companies like FICO and VantageScore take that information and feed it into an algorithm, which calculates a score between 300 and 850. The scoring companies are pulling from the same 3 credit reports, but the scores don't always come out the same. One company's algorithm might put more emphasis on the length of your credit history. The longer you've had access to credit, the higher your score. Another company might put slightly more emphasis on the mix of accounts. The more variety, the higher the score. Other factors include payment history. On-time payments mean higher scores. For loans like mortgages and student loans, lower account balances mean higher scores. And for credit card accounts, the percentage of my credit that I actually use. The lower that percentage, the better. Credit scoring companies make money the same way that credit reporting companies do, by selling your score to landlords, lenders, employers, and others willing to pay for it. Lenders use that information to determine whether to loan us money for a house, a car, or a college education. They also use that number to figure out how much we should pay for that loan. A lender looks at a low credit score, decides I'm a risky borrower, and charges me a higher interest rate than my neighbor with a higher score. And this is where things get tricky for a couple of reasons.
All right, bitch.
First, there's a lot of history baked into that credit score that doesn't show up on a credit report. And second, it's not just lenders who are looking at this information and making decisions that can affect my life. We're going to get into all that, but first, a quick note from the people at Secret.
Student loans can really make you sweat. Only 1 in 3 students understand the financial terms of their loans, and
I hate that they're doing this now, bro. They're doing this now. They're doing advertising content that's like native, and it also has the same vibes of a Vox.com article. And it's so nasty that they're doing a video on like fucking credit scores and shit, and then they literally do an deodorant explainer that like sells you on repackaging loans, like refinancing and shit.
So how did we get the credit system that we have today? Well, like a lot of systems in the US, we need to go back and look at the past to understand the present.
This is so funny. Are we really stressing out about this when China out here giving people social scores? He said 400 point club. Brother, this video basically describes this is identical to the fucking social credit structure that America claims China has. Like the worst aspect of it. And then you turn around and you openly recognize that you are a recipient of the worst aspects of this fucking structure. And still in your mind, you're like, well, things surely must be worse in China though. You literally said that and didn't even recognize, like, what the fuck does China have to do with this shit? Like, it has nothing to do with this shit. Yeah, things are awful in fucking Rwanda too. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about America.
For most of American history, creditworthiness was really a function of your personal character. Whether the community and people who were interacting with you believed you to be a trustworthy, honest, dependable person. My name is Josh Lauer. I'm a professor of media studies at the University of New Hampshire in the Department of Communication.
He's also the author of this book, Creditworthy: A History of Credit in the United States. In this interpersonal credit system, a dressmaker in Boston might buy fabric from a general store on credit, which the storekeeper bought from a local textile mill on credit, who bought the...
I love how stupid you are for saying this is like when we talk about NATO, but then you randomly bring us America bad. Yeah. Yeah. It's really weird when I'm talking about NATO and then you randomly bring up America in the conversation. What does America have to do with NATO? It's so weird how I'm having a conversation about, I don't know, the CIA, and then you have to say that America is somehow involved in this conversation.
The cotton from his second cousin, a planter in Georgia, on credit. Those lines of credit were built on personal relationships. The thing is, there was a lot of labor happening behind the scenes to make those credit relationships possible. From the enslaved people whose labor created the planter's wealth, to the literal children working in the mill, to the unpaid or underpaid care work that made the store owner and dressmaker's businesses possible. Those people weren't part of this credit system, which has ramifications for the system we have today. We'll get more into that later on, but this whole interpersonal credit system, it really starts to break down after the Civil War.
And it's a period where you have people who are moving around, you have new transportation systems, and so you had people who want to have business relationships with people in more faraway places that they've never met, and they have no basis for understanding what their reputation is, and most importantly, whether or not they could be trusted to repay a debt that was given to them.
In the 1870s, you start to see these handwritten credit reports. This one is for R.H. Macy, founder of Macy's department store. The business is a lucrative one. They pay everything in 10 and 30 days and never owe much. Reports like these were meant for other merchants or lenders, people who didn't know Macy but were considering whether to do business with him. Soon, books like this one let retailers share information about their customers with each other.
I don't know why I always thought Macy's was a woman. Like, when she just said him, I'm like, what?
Like whether P.D. Jones of Brooklyn paid on time and should be offered credit. By the 1950s, those reports looked like this. Investigators working for the credit bureaus indicated race using the dubious categories of the time, as well as character, habits, and morals. According to one training manual, investigators working for the credit bureaus were instructed to uncover whether a borrower was promiscuous, and if so, the extent of partners, as well as possible homosexuality, both of which were considered legitimate reasons to deny someone access to credit.
There were many women who couldn't get credit cards or couldn't get opening a credit account because the accounts are always in a man's name. And there were minorities who could not get credit accounts because it was a racist credit economy.
Banks will not lend money for a Negro to purchase in other than...
Ben Shapiro has literally described this practice as totally just because black people are not good with money. He has actually said that. Well, not for this, specifically redlining, which is even worse. It's kind of wild how much shit you can get away with when you are a right-wing reactionary and a virulent racist that people just like completely forget about. It is kind of wild. Now compare that to like any ostensibly or even tangentially leftist content creator. As a matter of fact, someone doesn't even have to be a leftist at all. Someone could just be a woman and therefore considered woke or is just not mean, for example, right? And they can't get away with shit. Like, even if someone perceives you as doing something bad, they will fucking rip you forever.
than what is termed settled areas. Those are areas where there is already a Negro population.
So these two things ultimately lead to the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, and that begins to regulate the kinds of information that can even be considered in credit decisions.
But just because categories like race, gender, and sexuality are no longer officially included in credit reports, it doesn't mean that they can't show up in other ways. For example, we know that Black workers are more likely than white workers to be let go during a recession. So that means that employment history can end up being a proxy for race that does show up on our credit reports.
If you are more likely to be let go in a downturn and be let go earlier than your counterparts, then you're going to have an employment history that looks as if you're not as stable. If you are in a neighborhood whose homes have not appreciated at the same rate as people in other neighborhoods, that have nothing to do with the quality of the home or whether or not you've been paying on the home. Suddenly, you just don't look as if you are in as good a position as some others for taking on certain types of debt.
I love the chat. I don't even know what this is about, but this person immediately jumps and says, yeah, he's ableist, bro. Sometimes the chat just gets like, sometimes the chat just chats against one another. And the results are fucking hilarious, you know?
Being entrusted with certain kinds of credit.
When my grandfather returned home from the Korean War, he got a cheap federally backed mortgage that was not available to the Black soldiers that he served with. And when he died and his kids sold the house, part of that money went to my dad, who used it to get a cheap mortgage and build a good credit history. And if you multiply that story by millions of families across the country, you can start to see how the impact of racist policies can reverberate for generations after the laws themselves have been repealed.
You have an entire history of exclusion that gets excluded in the moment that a history of credit is being assessed.
Today, more than half of Black adults have a credit score below 650, which means they're usually charged significantly higher interest rates for a 30-year mortgage than someone with a higher score. And credit scores don't just lock people out of affordable mortgages. More than half of all employers in the US say that they consult an applicant's credit history when hiring. So, how can we fix the credit system to account for these disparities? Lawmakers in some cities and states have started by outlawing the use of credit scores to make decisions that aren't about lending money, like hiring and promotions or car insurance. People without a credit history or with a low score, they might still be engaging in creditworthy activities, like taking part in an informal lending circle, where friends each contribute a set amount each month and then every person gets the full payout once.
Yeah, motherfuckers be like, social credit is bad, bro, in China. It's like, bro, are you tuning from fucking Shanghai? Fuck you mean social credit's bad in China? Are you in Beijing, motherfucker? You're in America. Who gives a fuck? It's just a way to literally, personally make yourself feel like the situation that's in front of you is not as bad because some fucking country that you're never going to go to has a worse system is what you were thinking. You know what I mean? You live in America? What do you think? Where do you think I live? Yes, I live in America. No, I'm pulling a fucking Ian Miles Chong. I'm in Malaysia, LARPing as though I live in America. Oh, the only reason why you bring that shit up is the only reason why people bring that shit up about China is unironically so they don't think about what's happening in front of their eyes. Like, oh, there's a hypothetical place where things are much worse. And that's supposed to make you feel better about your prospects. Most of the time, people do that to dumb you down. But here in the Hassan Abed broadcast, people do it to themselves, you know? You don't have to worry about the Chinese social credit. You got to worry about your own shit. Makes no sense.
One option might be to empower local credit unions or nonprofits to formalize these circles and report those payments to credit monitoring agencies, which could help participants build good credit histories. A few startups are even trying to bypass the traditional credit scoring system altogether. Instead, they're making loans based on rent payment histories and other data.
If you want your kids to go to college and you don't come from wealth, then you're probably choosing to engage in a credit system and to engage in debt. If I don't have my credit card with me, it's going to be hard to check into a hotel. It's going to be hard to rent a car.
Access to credit has really become a necessary key for participating in American life. And the system we have today reflects a history in which not everyone had access to that key. When I look to YouTube for solutions for this problem, a lot of the fixes are aimed at individuals. Tips and tricks for boosting your score and fixing your credit. And that stuff is helpful. But if we're going to level the playing field and give more people a fair shot, we're gonna have to think bigger.
The issue is as deep as the government printing money. Wow. AI can do your homework. Now what? Why everything you buy is worse
So
now?
have you all noticed that everything kind of sucks now? And I don't mean like the general state of the world. I mean like the stuff we buy is just like a little bit worse than it was 10 years ago. And I really started thinking about this because my coworker Izzy wrote about how she had to replace a bra.
So I'm gonna do what any normal person would do, which is buy the exact same thing from the exact same place.
And then after a few weeks, it just kind of
fell apart. So this kind of started me on like this journey of like, okay, I'm hearing anecdotally from like so many people that I talk to like in my life, from coffee machines, phones, computers, sweaters.
They all tear or break or like explode way sooner than they used to. So what's going on? And is there a way to climb out from under this pile of consumer trash?
Manufactured obsolescence.
So let's talk about this in the most basic of terms, starting with the design process. When a company wants to make a thing, let's say like a jacket, there are three main factors to consider. Functionality, does it work? Appearance, does it look good? And manufacturability, is it easy and fairly inexpensive to make a lot of this product? Generally, a good product will have a good blend of these three things. But in recent years, this process has been thrown off balance. Let's look at clothes, for example. In the past, if you needed a new jacket, you used to go to a tailor, get measured, choose a material, and have it made. Then for decades, instead of going to a tailor for a jacket, we went to department stores and bought things that were mass-produced. By the 80s and 90s, we had tons of options in stores to choose from. And now, many of us just kind of go online, click add to cart, and buy a product without ever seeing it in person. But it's not just how we buy, it's how often we buy. And for that, we can kind of blame this man.
Ernest Elmo, yeah, incredible name.
Bro,
In the
it's like-
1930s during the Great Depression.
This is like shrinkflation. For those of you who don't know, shrinkflation is when, like, let's say Lay's, a bag of Lay's chips is $5. And it is, let's say, I don't fucking know, 30 ounces. I don't know how many ounces it is, right? Lay's will then turn around and still sell you a bag of chips for $5, but this time it's giving you 27 ounces. Okay? If there were 30 potato chips and now there are 27 potato chips, but it's still $5 in the bag, then that is shrinkflation. You're paying more for a singular price of Lay's potato chip. Planned obsolescence, manufactured obsolescence is kind of like that as well. This video is boring as fuck, man. Well, you're getting ass fucked by every company and not realizing why it's happening. So at least, you know, maybe you can learn a thing or two instead of, I don't know, being a dumb guy and being continuously being fucking dumb. You know what I mean? You're here to learn.
He wrote this paper that was like, okay, like the government should really like support this idea of planned obsolescence.
Except he didn't call it planned obsolescence. He called it consumer engineering. Remember that jacket you bought? Well, it's a new season and it's out of style. Buttons are out, zippers are in. So you buy something new, but not because there was anything physically wrong with the original.
That's why it's called consumer engineering, right? Like it's up here in the brain.
And we've been living this way for decades, so now we all want the next best thing all the time. And that demand has spun out of control. Today, we are surrounded.
The speed of certain trend cycles and the fact that they're geared towards like these micro communities, like Stanley Cups, when like maybe a year ago it was like Hydro Flasks.
The result is that we buy a lot. A survey done in 2021 found that nearly 40% of UK consumers buy clothing as often as once a month. The UN reports that between the year 2000 and 2014, the
It's not all mental. Shit just breaks too. No, that's not true. Especially because we have the technology, like for light bulbs. We have the technology to ensure that light bulbs virtually last an entire life. Like entire lifetime for a human being. But we don't use it. Why don't we use it? Well, because all the light bulb manufacturers would go out of business if that was the case. So you're wrong. This is stuff that would not break. This is stuff that technically would not fucking break, or at least would last a lifetime, that is breaking way faster. One area where you kind of don't see that, is I guess cars, and even that's changing. Because cars back in the day were supposed to last you a fucking multiple lifetimes because they have to be super, super safe. Obviously, there were technological advances that were made in recent years that made cars even more safe than they were before, but I was thinking the concept can be applied to electronics. Guess not. Yes. Okay. Here. Fuck the light bulb. Great example. A phenomenal example of this. If I recall correctly, long-lasting light bulbs are way less efficient. There's no real use into not just LEDs. They last a lot longer and more efficient. Okay, here. A great example of this is, have you noticed that when you buy a laptop back in the day, if you had it for over 5 years, 6 years, right? All of a sudden on the 6th year, the battery or the charging aspect of the laptop would break. Okay? And it was only one part of the laptop. The laptop is perfectly fine otherwise, but you could no longer charge it. The port would break. And then if you tried to go to a repair person, fixing the laptop would be almost as costly as buying a new one. So at that point, or, getting a new battery would be almost as costly as buying a new laptop. So at that point, it's like, it just makes sense that you would buy a new laptop. Now, obviously, that time frame has changed, and it's now every 2 years. And that is because, first of all, the battery breaking fast is planned obsolescence. They have the capacity to make batteries that last longer. It's just that if one aspect of the computer fails, most people would rather go and get a new one instead of seeking out cheaper alternatives to fix one single part of the computer. But of course, with right to repair being a contentious subject for capital owners, and also on top of that, Apple churning out constantly new product that, like, on the software side, directly try to destroy whatever technological marvel you have in your hand, as long as it's like over 2 years, 3 years old. You arrive at this fucking problem. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Anne! Oh.
The average person was buying 60% more clothing, and each item was only kept half as long. So we want to buy a lot of stuff fast, and because we replace our stuff so often, we don't really want to spend a lot of money on it, which has an effect too.
People aren't willing to pay more for something they have purchased a while ago. So like if I paid $30 for a bra 10 years ago, it would be really hard for me to buy it at $50, even though
March
in the
is
last
here.
10 years, labor costs have risen.
So what we're left with
putting
is an
new lights
incredibly
in
fast
the
cycle of
studio.
demand for low-cost products. And here's what that looks like. In order to speed up manufacturing, companies have to either hire more people, alter how the product is made, or both. But they also have to keep prices low enough for consumers to keep buying. So they may start swapping materials, like cotton or silk, for a cheaper synthetic material, or rely on a more basic stitching pattern that maybe just doesn't hold as well. So if after 10 years, you're still paying the same price, or close to the same price, for a product that looks the same, well, something had to change. So you might say, okay, Kim, fashion trends are moving too fast and we buy too much stuff. I get it, but why does my washing machine suck? And that's a great question. Let's talk about technology. When things like computers first became part of our daily lives, it made a lot of sense to upgrade devices pretty often.
There was actually very big differences in what a device did that's 2 years old versus one that was brand new in the market. There was just big leaps.
This is Gay Gordon Byrne. She directs a consumer advocacy group called the Repair Association.
You know, if you had a 2-year-old thing, you probably couldn't do half the cool stuff that the other guy could do. So that kind of fueled the replacement cycle because you really did get something better in terms of functionality.
For example, when the iPhone was first made, it was a major breakthrough. Subsequent phones up to a point responded to major technological leaps, like look at the difference between the 3GS and the 4. The iPhone 4 had a way better resolution and a front-facing camera. For a while, these major leaps between models was the norm for technology. But we're not making those giant changes as often anymore. Instead, partly to make us want to buy more things, companies make very minor adjustments year after year. So the dryer you own may now play a fun little song at the end of a cycle instead of screaming. And now, as devices advanced and got increasingly complicated, there was another problem for consumers.
All these things started to come into the world. They didn't come in with repair tools. They came in to be thrown away.
Basically, when this stuff breaks, it's often intentionally impossible to repair.
Because if you buy something that has a computer chip in it or a circuit board or whatever, you probably can't make one in your garage. So you're very reliant on what the manufacturer will agree to sell. And very often they don't agree to sell parts and tools and diagnostics or even give you a diagram.
But sometimes it really just is impossible to fix because they cut corners just like in fashion, replacing metal and screws with plastic and glue. And these kind of issues apply across the board in technology, from your phone to toasters to blenders to electric wheelchairs to your car.
If you walk around your house or your
Apple used to literally slow down older phones. Apple first denied that it purposely slowed down iPhone batteries, then it said it did so to preserve battery life. And what did they get for it? $113 million. It's nothing. $113 million to Apple is like if you got half of a cent. If someone was like, dude, I can't believe you. Here's a half of a fucking cent. I'm 100% a battery gate believer. Someone in the chat immediately, an Apple Dick Rider said it's not real. I'm 100% a believer. I experienced it. Fuck you. Eventually, in December 2017, Apple did admit the battery slowdowns aimed at addressing the device shutdown problem, leading the company to issue a rare apology. They literally fucking got caught and then they admitted it. Have you reacted to this? It may violate terms of service. What the fuck? Why did you send that to me, dog? Why did I click that? I thought you were talking about some fucking like terms of service for Apple. No, it's fine. It's fine. Luckily, it was like censored and shit. But god damn, bro. I thought we were talking about fucking Apple. I literally thought you were talking about Apple's terms of service. Stupid ass. You said Apple bro heard asshole? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It was fine. Luckily it was censored. But yeah, that's planned obsolescence. Apple did it. Apple also, like, I mean, this is beyond planned obsolescence when you like actually slow down older products to force people to go and buy the new
your
one.
apartment and you start cataloging how many things you own that have chips in them, I think you'd be really surprised how big that lack of repair problem actually is.
I want people to feel hopeful. Yes, this is something that's like out of our control in some ways and not out of our control in others. I don't want you to feel guilty for like partaking in this system when like so many people we've been kind of brought up culturally to think in this way or to buy in this way.
Compared to other things that suck in the world, we actually have a surprising amount of control over this situation. With tech, fighting for the right to repair is actually extremely effective. New York State just passed a right to repair bill in 2022, and it's not perfect, but at least it's something. With fashion, stay away from microtrends and fast fashion as often as you can. Buy with intention and learn to take care of the things you do have.
Think of like your objects as having maintenance. Read those care labels.
As consumers, it's gonna take a little bit for us to sift through all the trash and retrain our brains a bit, but we can take small steps to take back control of the process. After all of this stuff is supposed to be made for us.
Yeah, Louis Rossmann seems like a really fucking weird guy in many ways, but isn't he like a major right to repair guy? I respect the shit out of that. Yeah. See, that's one of those things where it's like, I don't give a fuck what your other opinions are. 100% I stand with you on that. The fact that like we have to even have advocacy for a right to repair is mind-boggling to me. God, this country sucks so much dog shit. Ugh.
Us. So let's make it clear what we want.
We have a map on our repair.org website where you can go find your state, click the picture, and it'll bring up basically a letter writing widget. You type in your address and it says, tell your repair story. And if
Where's weird opinions? I think he's like, isn't he like a libertarian of sorts? Someone will clip that without context? What do you mean? Look, I've said this before. There are certain things that transcend like individual ideology. For me, I will always ride for motherfuckers that push for, no matter how crazy they are. No matter how crazy they are. Calling Louis Rossmann weird when he's openly always talking about his experiences with autism. Yeah, that's what I meant, dude. Thank you for nailing it down, Chatter, because he's autistic and I'm being ableist. You caught me. No, I'm saying that no matter what people's personal politics are, you need crazy dudes, right? You need crazy guys to make certain to meet certain political goals. He's exactly the type of crazy. You know what I mean? He's exactly the type of crazy you need to push for something like right to repair. And I will always respect him for that. And also, I think he has good privacy takes too, if I'm not mistaken. I hate it. I hate fucking...
Really?
I hate the fact that, like, John Deere is one of the worst offenders of this. I hate that, like, you can't stop. You just can't. This.
Temu was first
What is Temu? I need to know what the fuck Temu is. I see ads for it all the time on my Instagram. What the fuck? Oh my god, my goddamn ADHD is going
Was
crazy.
introduced to the world through a series of advertisements during the Super Bowl, and since then has become a trend of its own online, with influencers and YouTubers using the platform to buy and promote ridiculous products for ridiculous prices. Temu is—
Bro, on my Instagram, I get ads for Temu sometimes, and it's like night vision goggles and shit. What is Wish? I don't know what Wish.com is. What is Wish 2.0? I have no idea what that is. But sorry, Hassan. Sorry, Hassan, it's just related to Rossman's life experiences. I didn't realize you meant his politics are weird. Why would I ever fucking talk about someone being weird without their, like, what do you think? I'm a political commentator. If I have a disagreement with someone, it's most likely over their politics. What the fuck? Not because they're autistic. What do you... It's similar to AliExpress. Wish is like counterfeit, Chinese counterfeit Amazon. Anyway, what I was going to say is I get like, I see their ads and it's like the sickest anime statue you've ever seen, and then straight up night vision goggles. And it has me thinking, like, why? What have I looked at that my Instagram thinks that, like, I want to buy it, but I also do. I do want to buy it. Like, so I don't know how it catches me off guard. But anyway,
is just the latest peak in our world of unbridled consumerism, but its meteoric rise has much bigger implications than just another cheap knockoff website. Temu
zerking off in the dark. That's oh, that's just I don't know what to say to that, man. That's crazy.
To summarize, for those not fully in the loop, here is a discount online marketplace that sells stuff for hella cheap prices. This is the newest and craziest version of Alibaba, Wish.com, and stuff like that. It's basically the sketchy version of Amazon, and it makes me sad. Temu's slogan, "Shop like a billionaire," is because you can find dupes of luxury products for just a couple of dollars. And it's not just clothing and stuff that you would get on Shein or something like that. Temu sells electronics, kid stuff, home goods, and a bunch of miscellaneous stuff that we had no idea even how to categorize, because it's really just random shit.
Yeah, dude, this fucking website's awesome.
Were you looking for the perfect jumbo earbud for the big-eared people on your wish
Bro, come on, that shit's fire.
list? Because Temu's got you covered, along with a whole bunch
Why does that exist?
of weird gifts that nobody ever wanted. Now, before you go over there to Temu and buy 27 products for $35, please let us tell you why Temu is the literal worst and no one should ever shop there. So Temu was launched in the US in 2022 by a company called PDD Holdings Inc., which is a Chinese-owned company headquartered in Shanghai. A couple of months later, they launched in Canada and aired a fancy Super Bowl ad, and then just 2 months after that, they had launched in Australia, New Zealand, and all over Europe. So in literally just 6 months, this company went from...
Bro, shit is fire. They just got like... Dude, China is finding new ways to sell us dog shit, dude. I respect it. I don't know how they do it, but... Hoscord is down. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Hoscord is down, dude. Oh no, dude. I got a bunch of Discords that are down. Actually, not a bunch, just like 2. What the fuck? It's only leftist Discords that are down. Will's Discord is down. Chapo FYM is down. Chapo Trap House Productions is down. AOC. What? You searched me on Temu? Autism mode on. Please tell your tits to stop staring at my eyes. An on-air neon sign and a bussin' neon sign. Yeah, Discord is collapsing just like China. Hasanabi, I heard about this on YouTube Shorts. Oh, no. What's so funny if you use Temu is how shamelessly gamified it is. They sell your credit card info, by the way. Wait, what?
Obscurity to a global phenomenon. By the end of 2020,
bro, this dude sounds so much like
22,
iDubbbz is killing me a little bit. If you close your eyes and you listen to him, it sounds like Ian is talking.
Temu app was the most downloaded free app in America. One of the reasons why Temu skyrocketed in almost no time is because these PDD Holdings people knew what they were doing. They launched a similar platform in China called Pinduoduo, where this whole business model started from. This is kind of like when Mountain Dew released Mountain Dew Code Red. They knew that what they were making was a bad thing, but they knew that if they made more of it, people would buy it. And in both cases, they were right. Temu prices put Amazon to shame, and this is completely on purpose. In fact, I wouldn't even say that these two companies are in the same category because shopping on Temu is crazy. I went onto the website for the first time when we were researching for this video, and the landing page alone is unbelievable. Lightning deals ending today, 90% off electronics, and home sales down to 39 cents? This big, bold, high-pressure sort of sale tactics is what Temu is built on. Below every product, there's a notification showing when somebody last bought them, and this is the lowest price in 30 days or whatever. Like, it's all designed to make you feel like you should buy it right now. The design of the website is to get you to buy something that you didn't need or don't need, only because it's a great deal. They're working with a lot of classic gamification and that idea of treasure hunting that you feel when you get a discount on a product, you know? And that reward system in your brain makes you want to keep coming back because you feel a certain kind of excitement when you're able to get 77 items for $100. So of course people are gonna come back for more, and of course people are now addicted to shopping on Temu. Another reason why Temu is everywhere is because
I've never shopped on here, and I'm scared that, like, it steals your credit card information unless some chatter is being, like, needlessly xenophobic.
They are hardcore with their ads and sponsorships. Like, these guys do not hold back. Future-proof. This channel gets a ton of sponsorship requests from Temu, which is ironic to say the least because I don't know if they've seen a single video that we've made, but like, it's not really the place where we're gonna be promoting $5 smartwatches. And of course, we are not the only YouTubers who are getting these kinds of emails. They are known to harass YouTubers and creators with emails, even finding new email address to spam them when they've been blocked out of the first.
Dude, that's awesome. Dude, oh God, I love how insane Chinese operations are. Like they do literally work on a very different, they do work with like very different boundaries. Like it's so fucking funny that they're just like, no, dude, you have to get this. You don't understand. You have to get my money. You have to do an ad for Temu. Ridiculous.
First one. But a ton of influencers don't seem to mind this because they partner with them anyway, which is why you can't be on the internet for more than a few minutes before running across a Temu ad or sponsored content. But listen, we'll get into that later in the video. First, what I want to talk about is the prices, because that's kind of what this whole thing is built on, right? Any business whose sole mission is to be the cheapest supplier of a particular good should be treated with a certain level of scrutiny right off the bat. If you're
Yeah, which is why I serve you 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour, right? Which is not the lowest ad density, but one of the lowest ad densities on the platform. And I do that because if I were to serve you the lowest ad density on the platform, you'd be like, oh, that's the cheapest guy. Like, this guy's doing cheap shit. All right? And
Do not
good. What the fuck is this? Why did you send this dumb shit to me?
buy AirPods from Wish.com. And to the goofy motherfucker from Wish.com that sold me these AirPods, you better count your days, bitch. These motherfuckers done sold me AirPods meant for Scully from Monsters, Inc. The fuck I'ma do with these big ass motherfuckers, man?
What's up with this guy? Is this whole thing like that he's a white guy with a do-rag or something? Like, what is it? I don't know what Wish.com is either. But Temu at least looks fun. 7 milli likes. Time to recreate it, Hossie. I am not wearing a do-rag. Okay? It's not happening. I've never worn a do-rag, and I will never wear a do-rag. Okay? I'm not trying to get my ass canceled. I've already made up with the barbs, at least on my end. I know I'd like fire on you, though. Anyway, whatever. As I was saying, this is the Wish.com broadcast where for $5 you can avoid seeing a 3-minute ad break. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Getting a great deal, like a great deal, chances are there's someone along that product's life course that isn't getting a great deal. Now listen, here at Future Proof, we do our best to look at all sides. You know, of course we're still biased. We're just people here writing scripts and making videos. But sadly, there is not a lot of nuance with this one because Temu is a nightmare for everyone involved. Temu works similar to how Amazon does, in the sense that manufacturers put their products on Temu and sell their stuff directly to the consumer, which is supposedly how they're able to keep their prices so low, because they eliminate the middleman or whatever. But that is just complete bullshit. Consumers are getting bad products, vendors are being exploited, manufacturers are being inhumanely treated, and don't forget that all of this shit is coming at the expense of the planet that we live on as well. How can I say this with any kind of confidence? Well, all you need to do is look at the prices. As the OG Hank Green pointed out, there is simply no way an e-commerce site can price products that low with.
Damn, dude, a bunch of American haters, dude. This is why it's permanent first world genocide out here. They see the fucking young gunners, okay, on the come up, delivering quality goods at a cheap price point. They go, oh, it has to be shady. Haters, man. Fucking haters, dog.
Without doing something shady. So how do they get those prices so cheap in the first place? Well, as we said, when influencers are promoting Temu, explaining away the price as just being the warehouse price without the upcharges of regular stores, etc., that is not true. Temu is purposefully losing money on their orders in order to become the go-to marketplace for cheap garbage. It's similar to what Amazon did when they lost money selling cheap books to undercut the rest of the book market to become the top bookseller in the world. Yeah, that happened too. Bookstores are great, and we shouldn't buy books on Amazon because Amazon's the worst. Do we have to make a video about Amazon? I feel like everybody knows all the terrible things that Amazon does, right? We don't have to make that video. Like this video if we don't have to make that video, because I don't want to get mad again. Temu is losing an average of $30 for each order because...
Damn, bro. See, there you go. You're defeating China each time you buy Temu. It seems like a purchase from Temu is bankrupting China.
The products are marked down so low, which means that somewhere along the line, people are not getting compensated for their labor. And what would you look at that? We're right. It turns out that Temu essentially pressures their manufacturers to sell their products at extremely low prices that Temu sets for them. Some sellers have anonymously reported that they make no money selling their stuff on Temu just in order to break into the US market. Again, we have seen this business model of selling stuff at a loss. It's not uncommon when a business is first starting out, but we rarely see it done to this extreme. Probably the most frustrating part about this whole site and the popularity of it is just how purposeless.
So many items on Amazon are literally just the same items on Temu thanks to drop shipping. Yeah.
And poorly made these products really are. Like, I want to believe that people would be able to recognize that you do, in fact, get what you pay for, and basically anything on this site is going to be in your garbage can in a week after you buy it. But sadly,
I got a CCP US military vet style baseball cap off Temu and it's my favorite. Wait, really? I think it's pretty funny. Yeah, Amazon does this shit too because of drop shipping.
that is not the case. A recent Wired article described how Temu steals the exact photos, product descriptions, and even test certifications from Amazon sellers and lists them as their own on Temu. The test certifications even have the seller's business address on them, so Temu is doing nothing to cover its tracks. They know that it would take a lot of time, money, and energy for a small seller to go after a giant corporation like Temu,
True.
which is how they can rip off their entire Amazon storefront and get away with it. They also get away with it because of this new dupe trend that has emerged. We made a whole video about dupes if you want to watch that. It's pretty.
Wait, I don't get it. It's just Fugazi, right? This isn't new. This is like, what do you mean? Temu will end Amazon. Dude, making a YouTube video about how Amazon will collapse any day now, like you're an anti-China hawk because of Temu.
Pretty interesting, and this video is a perfect follow-up to that one, if I can say that there's anything perfect about Temu. To summarize that one a little bit, people would almost rather be seen wearing knockoff Gucci than they would wearing the actual thing. Now, just to be clear, backing up a little bit, we understand that buying low-priced items is a necessity for some people. We're not here to shame that. But the vast majority of the consumers who are shopping on Temu are not buying low-cost necessities. They're buying low-quality shit that they don't even need just because it feels good. Now, the list of sketchy shit that this company gets up to is too long to include into a reasonably lengthed video, if lengthed is even a word. So let's just summarize a few of them. Temu is not accredited with the Better Business Bureau. Orders often end up late or don't show up at all. Temu is definitely selling your data on the black market. These claims have been verified, but it is also worth knowing that Temu's sister app, Pinduoduo, has been pulled from the Google Play Store for data risks, and Temu itself was temporarily.
Okay, I feel like Temu's doing everything Amazon's doing, but Chinese. Right? Like, isn't this literally just... I mean, a lot of the Amazon dropshippers are basically also selling the Temu shit anyway. But with a... Amazon's pretty reliable and Prime is great. Wait, first of all, Amazon is definitely not reliable. What the fuck do you mean is reliable? Communism returns 0 results on Temu.com. The hair shop down the street buys from Temu and then passes them off as their own while also raising the price. Worst quality, bro, and shit policies and shitty data selling. And I don't mean just email and names like credit cards and shit. Yeah, no, I'm talking about like, okay, so on Amazon, if you Google anything nowadays, or if you search anything nowadays on Amazon, fuck, I said Google. God, I'm so stupid. Like the first 8 like Amazon SEO products is always like the absolute worst nonsensical garbage you've ever seen. I've talked about this before. Like I wanted to get a basketball, right? I wanted to get a Wilson basketball. And it's always like Lao Shushu basketball, great basketball, much success, big price. And it's like $3 and it's sponsored. And I'm like, I don't want this. And then you keep fucking scrolling down. And it's just, you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling. And it's like, I just want a fucking Wilson Evolution, man. What the fuck? Yeah, and it's like, yo, don't worry. This one is glow in the dark. And it's like, no! I don't want it to fucking glow in the dark. When would I ever play basketball in the dark where I require the ball to glow in the fucking dark? Why? It makes no fucking sense. Why would you do that? Anyway, that's what I mean when I say it's like unreliable and shitty too. Yeah, bro, you literally linked it. Halloween. Like, what the fuck? Brother, there is never a reason for this. Dude, I love this. Halloween. Reflective, glowing, holographic, luminous basketball for night game. Perfect hollow hoops. That's what it's titled as. That's the name of the brand, bro. It's got 1,253 ratings. Okay? And it's just like what the fuck? Where? How? Oh, here, this is the clip. Buying anything on Amazon sucks so hard. Now it's all drop shipping garbage with botted reviews. Dude, I know. I tried to buy a new basketball. And like the first 100 responses to my very normal search was like weird ass Chinese balls that I've never seen before. One was like glow in the dark. It's all Alibaba balls, bro. It's fucking nuts. Let's try it. Night Match premium LED light up basketball. It was like this Senston Champion Sports Official heavy duty rubber from customers' preferred brands. I fucking doubt a single customer prefers this brand, motherfucker. Buying anything on Amazon is so dumb. That's what I mean when I say Amazon sucks too. And it turns out everybody's grandchildren love it, dude. Look at this. This ball is amazing. My grandson loves it. Great for my grandson. Shut the fuck up. You got no grandchildren. Get the fuck out of here. Liar. With your pants on fire.
Rarely suspended from the Apple Store for violating privacy rules. Just for a fun fact, they found loopholes to avoid tariffs on imported products, which means that these products...
Wait, was that like a fake miniature shopping cart? Because it looks cute as hell.
Imported products.
Can I buy that on Temu?
Which means that these products also hurt local businesses within North America who can't compete on this level. They have also been linked to the oppression of the Uyghur people in China who are currently under attack by the Chinese government in ways that vaguely meet the definition of a genocide. So if you can imagine a scammy, shady business practice that would fit into some kind of Blade Runner 1984 dystopia, then this company is the Tyrell Corp of the real world that we're living in right now. Do you feel sad? Then like this video and make sure you subscribe for more. Because that's what we do, apparently. All right, so let's try and shake off some of those gloomy glooms. All right, let's bring it to the finish line here, because I think that what you need and what I need is something to go off of, and that is more depressing shit. So what does this mean for the future? I can imagine a lot of you are thinking, hey, low prices aren't the end of the world. If Temu wants to lose money to gain market share and that's their choice, fine, make hay while the sun is shining, right? But here's the thing. Those artificially low prices create a expectation for people that has a big ripple across the entire industry. If somebody can buy 5 pairs of smiley face slippers for $10, then they are slowly becoming conditioned to that kind of standard. Now, the forced labor, the exploited retailers, the emissions in the environment, and the trash in the landfill, they become expected. What Temu's success says about us as a society is that we've entered an almost dystopian-like culture of...
Yeah, but I don't get it. It's not like, this isn't Temu. This is Amazon. Amazon Basics. This is fast fashion. This is like Forever 21. I don't think China invents anything new in this kind of field at all. As a matter of fact, and this is something that everybody understands. It's not like China is ever like innovative in the forms of IP. They just look at what the fuck is popping in the West, and then they go, well, you're making it here anyway, so we'll just give it to you for cheaper. That's it. They steal everything, including IP, which I have no issue with, and also business practices. And also, on top of that, they figure out ways of selling the same dog shit back. Then, obviously, there are certain aspects of the Chinese market that are now actually lapping America in some ways. Like, as far as I understand, their electric vehicles are pretty good. This is what I've heard, at least. I've heard that their electric vehicles are pretty good. So, Temu sponsorship soon? No. I think, like, are you trying to say you think Temu's lit? No, I'm saying Temu is bad. I'm saying Amazon is bad, and so is Temu. It can be both Temu and Amazon. Like, why do you go to bat for Temu simply because it's a Chinese company? No, you guys are so incredibly fucking conditioned to think that, like, when I say a company is similar to an American version of it, you deep down inside end up misunderstanding what I'm saying. Temu is bad in the exact same ways that Amazon is bad, which is why it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. I didn't say Temu is good and Amazon is bad. I'm simply stating that it's not necessarily a new principle. So you like Alibaba? I've never shopped at any of these fucking places. I only shop at Amazon. I'm a literal Amazon employee. Oh my fucking God.
Consumerism, where we expect to get whatever we want, whenever we want it, and for the best deal possible, and we're willing to overlook pretty much any logical thinking in order to get it. And with companies like Temu, getting the best deal means spending even less than what the products are worth to make, which is just not how anything works. In the race to make it to the top of the 1%, these corporations are stuck.
You literally just sold American-made union-made clothing today, and people are like, "Oh my God, you love Temu because of China." No, I just don't get it. I don't fucking understand where people. What is this on L3? I don't get it where people do the same thing where I like will compare Russia's actions to America, and people will be like, "Wow, you're sure love defending Russia," and it's like, no, man, that's the worst comparison I can make for someone. Is that like. What the fuck? What is... Win a day of falconry with Master Falconer RFK Jr. I deserve this. God, that's so sick. I didn't know he was a Master Falconer. Well, guess I gotta vote for him now.
In a race to the bottom.
I want the exact same politics of Joe Biden, except I want him to be an anti-vaxxer and an anti-Semite. With identical foreign policy opinions, just identical policy in general, but also an anti-Semitic anti-vaxxer. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, also definitely was on Epstein's plane. Not may have been on. Well, it may have been on his island, but definitely on his plane multiple times.
They have to promise more and more to consumers just to stay competitive with absolutely zero consideration for the consequences. So now we've been trained to expect this from everything. Adding on to this whole rip-off dupe culture that Temu operates their entire business model on, and we're destroying the opportunities for makers and small businesses to succeed because not only can they not compete with prices on Temu, but their stuff is getting straight up ripped off. Now look, I know that buying shit is hard. That's why this whole channel is successful, because we try to explain the products and the companies that are
Yeah, TikTok Shop is nutty with it too.
making
I've
the
seen
stuff
it.
that
It's like every third video now on TikTok is just like shilling a product. Everything is about hawking some absolute nonsensical bullshit that you don't fucking
we
need.
have to buy in order to live our lives, right?
These days, just buying a tomato at a grocery store means that you are unwittingly.
Sometimes I feel like this is like when people are just, they get mad at like Pokimane for the cookie prices, right? And it's like, bro, when did you become a communist? Like, bros will be like, dude, I can't believe that this person is destroying. This person is actually, upmarking a product. This is unacceptable. The proletariat will rise up one day. And I'm like, dude, you literally are a reactionary weirdo. Like, what the fuck? Pokimane cookies got me acting communist for no fucking reason. And it's like, and that's what this energy, I feel like sometimes I get the same energy from like, it's like this Chinese company is doing capitalism, but it's doing it in a Chinese way, which is bad. Capitalism in general, I don't think this guy's not an anti-capitalist. I think he's probably very critical of Amazon as well. He literally mentioned it. But it's always strange when motherfuckers would be like, capitalism is fine, except for when China does it, in which case it's the worst I've never been more communist in my life.
Importing toxic
And people will say the same to me. They'll be like, oh, wow, all of a sudden you like capitalism when China does it. It's like, no, not at all. It's just, this is all the same cycle of fucking garbo. It all sucks. Stop linking me a fucking story if you think that it's a violation of terms of service. Teabags.
Exploiting labor, contributing to global warming. Humans think that they're making one choice, but they're actually making dozens of choices they don't even know they're making.
But when we see sites like Temu pop up and we see their popularity,
everyone wants me to do a gay porn review today, it seems. Everybody's like, Hassan, have you seen it? Gay porn in the Senate, you must review. And to which I say, sure, fuck it. Let's look at it. Let's look at some gay porn on the broadcast, dude. Fuck it. Porn reacts. God damn it. Where is it? Where's the gay porn? Where's the fucking gay porn? Give me the gay porn. I forgot March is here. And I've been screaming, give me the gay porn. Yeah. All right, where is it? Where's the fucking... This is it for real? Do not open on stream. I can exclusively confirm that the senator whose staffer was caught filming a gay sex tape in the Senate hearing is Democratic Senator Ben Cardin. That's awesome. Good for him. Exclusive. Senate staffer caught filming gay sex tape in Senate hearing room. Graphic. Daily Caller. Read more here first and watch the video. Okay. first of all, what the fuck's going on at the Daily Caller? Okay? What the fuck is going on at the Daily Caller where they're like, hey, by the way, you would hate to watch this gay porn that I have, that I found. It's like, what? It's okay to fucking, to show people gay porn now as long as it's like, as long as it's inside the Senate? Like, is that what the boundary is? It's blurred. It's pretty wild. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Laura Loomer just straight posted it. There's no audio, it seems. But I am seeing a dude butt fuck another dude for sure. Like, there's just straight up butt fucking happening. The other dude, I think, is wearing a thong. Is he wearing a thong? What is that? Audio is the best part. How is his stroke game? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I feel like ass fucking is different, right? But it seems like he's got good motion. Jockstrap, probably. The other guy is a champion. I'll say this. I'll say this once, and I'll say this forever. Bottom's rights, okay? Because the other guy is just, I mean, he's just taking it up the ass like it's no big deal. You know what I mean? And I can't really tell because it's censored, but, I mean, I don't know what kind of dick he's slinging. But the other dude is just straight up, he's just taking it. No, that's the straightest bottom motion I've seen, to be honest. Oh, really? Do bottoms need to twerk on it? Is that what you're saying? Can't stand up right now. He's brick. Dude, just the power of doing it in that room. Damn. What the fuck y'all talking about? I just went away for dinner. Gay porn. We're talking about butt fucking. Yeah, it's weak backstrokes for both of them. Bussy Angel, I would assume, like, I feel like if there's an expert that we're going to bring in, if we're going to bring an expert opinion here, Bussy Angel probably has the expert opinion. Bussy Angel says, yes, it's weak backstrokes for both of them. I mean, but they're doing it in the Senate. So I feel like that's, like, that adds on to the cool factor, right? They've named the gay sex haver. And we now have confirmation. The Senator Ben Cardin Staver, who filmed himself having gay sex in a Senate hearing room, is Aiden Macy Scizaropsky. Yeah, he's got some rope skis, all right. You know what I'm saying? He's the same guy who yelled "Free Palestine" at a Jewish rep, Max Miller, on Wednesday. Damn. Dude, he's getting ass shots in the Senate, and he's Free Palestine. This dude can't get cooler, man. What the fuck? Wait, is Aiden the bottom or the top? I can't tell. I don't know. What a king. Aiden Macy Scizaropsky, Senator Cardin Stafford, taping himself in a sex act in the Senate hearing room, was featured in a Joe Biden ad in 2020. So I don't know. So what's the deal? Is he the one getting fucked, or is he the one doing the fucking? From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Yeah, from the bottom, all right. It's funny they're clearly only bothered by the gay bit and not the sex bit. Yeah, for sure. No, but if it was a Democrat who was like doing straight sex in the Senate as well, like people would also be using that against them. No, I think sex in the Senate is kind of awesome, and it's the only time where like there's some consensual fucking going on. You know what I mean? The only people getting fucked in the Senate are the American people. Am I right? Yes, that's right. I'm taking over Jay Leno. What's going on? I'm Hassan Piker. Talk to me about it. New rules. New rules, everybody. What's the deal with these kids nowadays, huh? The staffers getting fucked in the butt. Not funny. Okay, whatever. Sex in the Senate starring Cate Blanchett. Okay, so I think Cardi reposted you on a story. No, he didn't. No, why would you lie to me like this? No, he did not. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are so stupid. He did check it. No, he did not. No, he did not. You guys are fucking so annoying. Anyway. It's real? Dude, it's not real. He totally did. He said I'm a Hasanabi head. You know what? I'm going to check it. Fuck it. Why not? I'm not checking it. I'm not going to check it. Why do you hurt yourself? Bro will watch gay porn on stream and check obvious bait to avoid gaming. I'm not avoiding gaming. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Here's the link. Yeah, bro, he posted me. Look at that. That's crazy. No, he didn't post me. He posted fucking Kanye with the hood, dude. That's what he posted. That's crazy. Like Kanye West is just straight up ripping it. They said Nazis in the song. No, they didn't. Shut up. Autumn and W.
Why are Celtic supporters who have a strong Irish heritage so pro-Palestine? In 1800s, Ireland was colonised and under British control. 1 million people died in the Great Famine of Ireland. The British government's response was criticised as inadequate, and Britain continued to export food from Ireland during this famine. Sultan Abdul-Majid of the Ottoman Empire, of which Palestine was a part of, granted
I'll give 1,000 gift subs if you turn on No Pixel right now. No. There's no amount. There's no fucking amount that you can hit me with that was like gonna cause me
£1,000 of aid to the Irish. But Queen Victoria intervened and requested that he only send 1,000 because she had sent 2,000 and did not want to be embarrassed. But the Sultan still sent £10,000 and a further 5 ships of grain, food and medicines. The English courts rejected the ship's request to dock, so they secretly arrived and unloaded at Drogheda Harbour. As a sign of gratitude, Drogheda City and its football club still bear the Ottoman star and crescent today. So Ireland, and by default Celtic, are very vocal supporters of the plight of the Palestinian people.
I don't think that's the reason, by the way. But this is a cool, fun Ottoman fact that I've brought up before. But that's not the reason. The real reason is because the IRA see a dual struggle, like united struggle with the Palestinian population, both victims of British colonial occupation. So that's it. Everything is bad under Biden. Even the lemonade is killing people. Did you see that? People drink lemonade and die. The lemonade didn't kill you when I was president. It was tasty and fun to drink. This is fake, right? We loved lemonade, didn't we? We did. But not under Biden. I wish it was, though. When life hands you lemons, Joe Biden kills you with them. I wish. I wish it was real. Lenin. No, there's no fucking way. There's no way this is real. Get out of here. 100% fake. Turkish man yells at deer.
Yemeğini verdim, suyunu verdim. Hepsini verdim. Git artık ya. Buraya içeri giremezsin. Yasak. Duydun mu? Git orada kenarda dolaş. Ormana git. Onun arkadaşların nerede ya? Burası restoran, mutfak. Mutfağın içine girilmez. Tamam? Sakın buraya girilmez. Git. Sonra gene gel. Sonra gene gel. Yarın sabah gel. Tamam mı Mete? Git şimdi sabah gene gel. Mete mi koydun adını? Mete koydum. Yemeğini verdim.
Diet Coke and other couple Coke products got recalled in 3 different states. No, it didn't. Why are people like this? What's going on today? What is there so many fucking fake news ass motherfuckers in my chat? It's like Elon Musk made a robot wife. It's real, not AI. Yeah, whatever. They want gaming, so they're like this. Bro, I don't even know how to download 5M. Like, I downloaded Grand Theft Auto 5, but I don't know how to download 5M. And then also, I don't even know if I still have my queue. You know what I mean? All right, I'm downloading 5M. The recall is real. God, I'm doing it step by step. I'm just like slowly but surely trying to stop my addiction. Hit up Buddha for Prio. Wait, where do I do it? Go to your game directory and select GTA 5 Exa to be able to launch 5M? Where the fuck is it? I don't know where the fuck it is. Oh shit, I can't find it. Chat, I can't find where GTA Exit is, you know? It's like going to documents for some reason. Yeah. Says search results in documents? No. Can't find it, man. Fuck, I can't find it, chap. It literally, I actually don't know where it is, where it would be. I guess local disk, program files. Right? Is that where the games are? Where are the fucking games at? Where the fuck would it be? Steam, right click GTA 5. Manage, browse local files. It's in Steam apps. What is it? This PC local program files x96. Steam apps. Common, GTA 5. Verifying game content. 5M needs to update the local game data. The local 5M data is outdated and needs to be updated. This will copy 0 bytes of data from the local disk and download 498 megabits. Make a new character. I'm not going to do Don. I'm not going to do Donnie. I'm not. One day. Donnie might return one day, but it's not today. Today is not the day. I already told you that Donnie is not going to be returning today. I watched GTRP for months after you stopped playing. I know, you motherfuckers are crazy. Your gang did a 35-year time skip? Wait, what?
This is Tony Corleone. Oh my fucking God. What are you talking about? It's fucking me, pal. What are you saying? Why do you sound like that, pal? You sound like... What the fuck happened to you, pal?
Fix
You
it.
fucking, you've been,
Wait, I can't
Jesus, you look fit. You look good, pal. You look fucking nice. What the fuck you doing? What you doing right now? Put me down. What you doing to me? Why you touching me like that? Why you touching me like that, eh? Don't ever fucking touch me like that again. You better put me down right now. You better put me down
Tony
right
did a
now.
35-year time skip, Jeff.
Don't touch me. You look fucking good, all right? Look at him, Octavio. He looks fucking...
yeah.
Now you're touching him. Now you touch... This guy got a problem?
Hey, how I fucking sound right now?
You sound fucking amazing, pal. You sound good. You sound nice.
Why did they do a 35-year time skip? Okay, what the fuck is this? Login? What is my account? I don't know what my fucking account is. Is this a 5M account? Do I have a 5M account? I don't remember what my 5M account is. Did I have one? How did I do this? I downloaded 5M. How did I find it? Like, how do I find No Pixel on here? I don't remember this shit at all. Send your email and password. I can help you. You got it, baby. Let me send it to you real quick. I feel dirty watching. This is like a crackhead taking a hit after years of being sober. Bro, stop sending me the fucking server lore and start sending me where to find fucking No Pixel on the 5M shit. Dumb motherfuckers in the chat like, oh, you want everything but what you're asking for. Let me explain to you. Here's the server lore. Here's the server lore, Hassan. You want the server lore, right? It's like, no, man. No. How the fuck? What was the No Pixel shit? Like, what did I go to nopixel.com? How the fuck did I get on No Pixel? I don't remember. I don't fucking remember, dog. Log in. Oh my God. I still have an account. Let's fucking go. Verification code? There's an app on my phone for... Wait, what? I had a 2-factor on this shit? I don't remember that. Oh my God, I have 2-factor. Oh my God, I had 2-factor on No Pixel. I don't even remember that shit. That's how long it's been. God damn. Okay, that was entirely too fast. Like, this is like if you're a fucking crackhead and you get crack immediately, like sitting in your computer chair without even like I just got unfettered access to crack cocaine like it was nothing, dude. Like, so easy with it. All right, so how the fuck? I'm in No Pixel. How the fuck do I find? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do here? I don't remember. What do I download? How do I launch it? Call Buddha. Buddha is probably playing right now. He's probably fucking... He's being Buddha. Australian server by Coil Mitchell Cloud. Is that the one? No, that's just like a way to... That's a submission to be like, hey, can I please join? I should be on it already. Or allow list. Where do I go? Oh, GTRP 4.0 allow list. Let's see if I'm still on it. I might not be. Chat. FiveM needs to restart. The server you're joining requires a different game version and has pure mode enabled. The game will close and restart to allow this version. FiveM needs to update the local game data. Okay. You're probably still whitelisted, but may not have prio at the moment. Let's see. Let's see if I still have prio. If I don't, I'm not playing. If I don't have prio, that's basically telling me that it's like I shouldn't be playing. You know what I mean? Oh, God, I'm so tense. I'm nervous. My hands are actually sweaty. Knees weak. Knees weak. Palms are sweaty. There's vomit on my sweater already. Mom spaghetti. Downloading content manifest. Connecting. Uh-oh. Dude. I shouldn't do this. I actually shouldn't do this. Man, I probably don't have my prio still. Like, there's probably a queue. There's probably a big-ass queue. I shouldn't touch this. You know what I mean? Downloading vehicle. Downloading Bennies. Dude, I used to have the fucking Grand Theft Auto mod. I forget what it was. Like, I had, like, the craziest mods to make the graphics look cool, too. Do you guys remember that shit? Iron Mike, by the way, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Iron Mike, by the way, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Wait, was Iron Mike, by the way, the one that said, I'll give you 1,000 gifted subs if you sign into NoPixel right now? Was that the motherfucker? Because that's 15, dog. You're off by, 985. It's still downloading a bunch of shit, man. I don't know what's happening. It's downloading too much. I probably shouldn't do this because it's downloading a lot, and that's not a good thing. I don't have any space left in my computer, actually. Fun fact, I don't have any. God, I don't. It's not going to be enough. And it's just too much. It's too much. It's like there's a lot of games that I could be playing. I'm so nervous. It's not even a joke. Dude, I haven't touched this in so long. This is literally crack cocaine. I'm literally staring down the barrel of crack cocaine. Okay. Hassan, you're going to be so cool for the other kids. You can also get it mango flavored. The lung damage is going to not be much, bro. Just stop after a couple months. Delete all the Senate clips to make room. Yeah, my computer is not good enough. I only have a 4090. And it famously is not good for Grand Theft Auto 5, is what I heard. The only game it can't play is the Grand Theft Auto 5 NoPixel, because oh my god. Delete Starfield. Addiction Center. Drugs, video game addiction. What the fuck? Oh shit! It says connecting the server, dude. There's no way. I don't have prio. It won't connect. It's not gonna connect. So I'm just, we're just trying it out, but it's not gonna happen. Why is it saying connecting the server already? Shouldn't there's a queue, right? I don't remember this part. And also at the same time, simultaneously, I think, It's not gonna connect to the server. It's not letting me do it. See, 2 attempts. It's enough attempts. It's enough attempts to try and connect to the server. Struggling with video game addiction? Take the quiz. Okay, Addiction Center is trying to sell me shit. BetterHelp.com? What the fuck? What kind of charlatan nonsense is this? Where I'm looking up video game addiction on the one hand, and it immediately tries to serve me an ad. God, fucking capitalism, dude. Holy shit. See, 3 attempts. It's not connecting. So there's no reason to try and play, I think, because it's not attempting and it's not connecting. So yeah, I should probably stop. Just as an addict forgets the sting of the needle. What are you trying to say, dude? God, I got so fucking fat last time. I got so incredibly fat. Like, it was not even funny. I gained so much. Oh, connection failed. See, it didn't. It failed to connect. Would have said message him on Discord. What would I message him about? I mean, that makes no sense. Send me your NoPixel profile. How do I find my NoPixel profile? See, I can't. I don't even know what it is. How do I find that? Make sure you are logged in a NoPixel website in a browser and connect from there. That's what I did. Log in, click profile, send me the link. I joined Grand Theft Auto NoPixel on February 2nd, 2021. That's what it says on here. I'm talking to Buddha. What the fuck is this noise? I don't know what the music is, but it's not NoPixel. It's not NoPixel. It's just the main page. Log in, click profile, send me the link. I did. It says GTA whitelisted though. What is Donnie's backstory for coming back? Did he run off for his political aspirations? Donnie is not around. Okay. Glad you switched your full-time content from politics to roleplay. I'm not doing it. I'm not playing. It's not letting me play. If it was a Donnie, it would be Donnie O'Sullivan. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck? Where did you find this? Mamma mia, run the top of the hour ad break. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Oh no. Oh no, here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's Mario? I know, because I'm not doing Donnie. If I were to do a Donnie, it would be Donnie O'Sullivan. Six hours of roleplay, 2 hours of news. We're so back. Guys, stop. Stop. Stop. That's not happening. That's not happening. Stop. Should be good to go. That's not a good thing though. Should be good to go. I don't want it to be good to go. Wait, how the fuck do I connect? Okay, let's try it again, I guess. From the website. Buddha just says should be good to go. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It's bad to go. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, it's loading. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. But there's no audio. It's definitely broken. See? It says, you can't see, but it says loading game. It's, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's stuck, boys. The sound's going fat again. I'm not going fat. I'm not. Oh, Anyway, you can set stream to stereo for gaming? What do you mean? No. You can play games and not be fat. The problem with this game is that you can't, because it's the grindiest fucking game of all time, and you can't play this game and not be fat. To be fair, I'm like your only stand that didn't want this for you. Oh my God. Okay. It's fine. It's just going to be all right. It says 5 years of elapsed since the devastation of the Sanguine Isle War plunged Los Santos into chaos. The former government crippled by overspending and an inability to repay loans. Oh my God. It's a black screen. It's not letting me get in. It's not letting me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Nope. They got, wait a minute. Fucking pronouns. Bethesda. Fucking pronouns. Woke California shit. Woke California fucking pronouns. Non-binary shit. Michael Jordan has a message for you. Let's see.
I'm Michael Jordan. McDonald's restaurants have given me this time to talk to you about something we both really care about. Kids. Kids are the reason McDonald's sponsors their Get It Straight program, a national drug awareness effort. Think about this. Many of you using drugs out there now are under 18. Do you realize that at 18, you have lived only 1/4 of your life? When you're using drugs, you're only cheating yourself out of the chance to find out who you really can be. And believe me, if you don't use drugs, you can just about be anything you want to be. Listen, you got at least 3/4 of your life to go. That's 3 more lifetimes to you. So don't blow it. Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it.
It's so funny because he just has like an absolutely crippling gambling addiction. Like him doing an anti-addiction ad is funny in that. Is 911 scuffed? Oh God, there's already fucking comments. Oh God. Oh fuck. Okay. I don't know what kind of. I don't know if I should do like the Irish character with Will right now. Like get started on it. You know what I mean? Like Donny O'Sullivan. I can do or you could do an Irish character. Maybe. Irish character who, or we could just do Hank Pecker. I mean, it's a classic. Just get a feel for the controls. I'm so scared. I'm gonna sit on this fucking menu for a while, I think. Oh my God. I have a question. Why do you consider yourself not in media if a lot of what you do is advocacy and research journalism? What? No, don't put up a fucking vote. Mods might put up a vote, but I'm not going to put this up for vote. No, we already have New Jersey persona. We already have a New Jersey persona. His name is Roberto Antonio Donato Pecorino. Set a timer for 1 hour. Don't get sucked in. We know it's scary. To a Turkish persona? No. Turkish is not good because it's not like accessible. Like people will not understand it at all. You've got to change that year away from 2005, brother. Make a Yakuza character? That would be sick. Except it would be racist. Like people would get mad at me if I made like a... Be a Hamas guy, you can live in the new tunnels? No, man, I can't do fucking politics shit like that. The fuck do you mean? I'm gonna... Okay. Okay, I kind of like the Yakuza thing. No, Donnie O'Sullivan, who is a real fucking guy I know in the real world, okay? I am 32 years old. What the fuck? How do I... Oh, years right here. But I'm also... I've channeled my... I'm Donnie O'Sullivan. Okay. I like that the name is Donnie. Not Donnie, Donnie. Which I will be correcting people on whenever they say, oh, do you mean like... Oh, shit. Shit, hold on. Be the only white guy in the Yakuza? Yes. My name is Donnie O'Sullivan. I'm 32 years old. I'm Irish. But also, don't do a real person? No, it's not a real person. My name is Donnie O'Sullivan. I'm Irish. But also at the same time, I'm a big Yakuza fan. And a fucking weeb who hates being a weeb. I'm actually from Hold on. It's just you but Irish? Okay, well, it's got to be a little bit like me. All right. On the birthday, what day should my day of birth be? I'm thinking, it should be May 5th. No, not 9/11. Not 9/11. May 5th. You know, Monkey D. Luffy's birthday as well. The same time that he was born. Or we could do January 6th. That's fine as well. Maybe. January 6th? No. No. Not January 6th. I don't know how I'm going to fucking pick up. I don't know how I'm going to do an Irish accent the entire time. Because I don't think my Irish accent is that good. I feel like my Irish accent is not that good. Italian American is way better. Make him from Boston so you can revert to an easy accent when you get tired. No. It's not, but you didn't sound the potty be from Boston or only pretending anyway. Right, but the problem is I can't do a fucking Boston accent either. The only thing I got from Boston is, alright, is this guy. The only way I could talk like with a Boston accent, alright, is if this is how I talk, alright? How are ya? That's terrible. It's like fake. It's fucking fake. Bill Burr. Barely good. It's like a fucking mixture between Ed Markey, Bill Burr, and Marky Mark. Also, I feel like if I fucking talk like this the entire time, at a certain point, I'd be losing my fucking voice. Don, just remember that your family loves you. Just do Hank and save the Irish for Will. You said so racist in your Boston voice. You mean I sound racist? All right, let's see. Let's see what the customization offerings are nowadays. Seems to me like a lot has changed. Oh, lordy. We got a real looker. We got a real fucking looker right here. All right, what the fuck is a face skin? What is a face skin? Expand. Here's face one. All right, these faces look like absolute dog shit. Oh, I've got a fucking alien head here. Not good. Not good at all. Not fucking good at all. All right. 1 second, 1 moment. Let me try and play something for you. Let me try and play something for you. Right? 1 moment. All right. What the fuck did I used to play? Back in the day, I used to... All right, we'll do some soothing Irish music with beautiful scenery of Ireland. Peaceful Celtic music. Scenic relaxation. That seems like a jolly good time to me. There's a lot of heads in here. A lot of heads. All of them ugly. I can do specific customization on the bone structure. A little bit of tavern music, right? What the fuck is skin 2? What the fuck does that mean? I don't understand it. What's face 1 and skin 1? What are the differences? I personally don't understand it. Let's randomize. Let's see what the fuck we get when we randomize the face. Just an FYI, it's a hard C in Celtic. Whatever. There's much pain in the lands, but not in this tavern. Oh, it's the Grand Theft Auto. Well, what do you mean? There's 3 parents? You can use three different parents. This is such a confusing process. Oh wait, or you can just take this and lower the face mix to 0. Who the fuck is that guy? You'll say. I'm gonna keep randomizing. He's not Italian because he's not supposed to be Italian. He's Irish. He's fucking Irish. Oh, my nose is broken from a bar fight. Got a bit of a bone twist to it. Got no fucking chin. Wait, Protestant or Catholic? The fuck do you think? I only play Catholic characters. Umberto Antonio Donato is a Catholic Italian man. And so is this Irishman. Catholic all the way. Default blemishes, aging, complexion default, sun damages default. Alright, let's look at the hair. Eyebrows. Oh, we need those bushy brows. Fucking bushy brows. Like such. What the fuck? Why the fuck is this happening? It's already broken. Oh, I forgot. This is how you do it. The arms are separate from the jacket. And then you gotta fix the arms later. Right. This is how you do it. And then you find separate arms. Of course. How could I forget? How could I fucking forget? What the fuck is this? There's an X. I guess it's not available. What am I doing? Why is his face like this? Does any of this matter? I don't know what the fuck happened with his face. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing with the face. Slowly starting to look like someone though. Slowly starting to look like a person. We just need to add hair. And then once we add some hair and we add a little bit of color, auburn, like a ginger. Or black. Once we add a little bit of hair, facial hair, things will start looking a little bit more dapper, right? All right. A little bit of facial hair here. Increase the opacity. Right. Not bad. Not bad at all. Very nice. Very nice. All right, let's take a look. What kind of facial hair can we give this man? Oh my lord. Do personally love this specific type of beard structure. It's very much for me. This is the old Umberto Antonio Donato Pecorino beard. Marone. I'll say it. I'll fucking say it. Marone. Right? Am I saying it right? Voices in my head. Am I saying Marone right? I don't know. Marone! What do you fucking want from me? I'm doing the best I got. Doing my fucking very best here. I'm looking like I look like a Peaky fucking Blinder now. Bit of a Peaky fucking Blinder cut. What the fuck is this? That's not a haircut. Give the hair more texture. Give the hair more fade. What the fuck? That's a terrible fade. No. No. A terrible fucking fade. That's the Nick Pollum fade. Not good. Not fucking good. Not good at all. Highlight color. You can have highlights in this. Oh fuck. Imagine the opportunities. Alright, that's the hair. That's the beard. That's the eyebrows. Now we're gonna fix up the skin. Complexion. Or can't tell if this is freckles or just simply why do I look like a fucking why do I look like a leper? Alright, that's age too far. No, we're gonna do default. No aging. No aging for me, brother. Alcohol damage. That's right. Here's some moles and freckles for you. No, the freckles are too hard. Too much. Too much frecklage. This is not real. This is not how real Irishmen look like. That's way too many freckles. Oh, maybe lower the opacity. And then we can play a little bit of ball. That's right. Nice little cloud here. Lower the fucking opacity, and all of a sudden we've got something good going on. Of course, we're gonna need to put some chest hair on him. All right, let me fix the body up first. Let me make him naked. Let me make him as naked as possible. All right, fucking no undershirt. How do I delete the undershirt? How do I delete the fucking jacket? I don't want the jacket. I don't want a jacket. Oh! That happened by pure accident. How the fuck did I arrive at the classic jacket? I don't even know. I don't know how. What a classic that is. I feel like I need No undershirt. How do I find no undershirt? How do I delete the undershirt? I do not want an undershirt. I want to fucking see the chest hair. Oh. -1. No. No, it's not working. 15? Take the shirt icon at the top. Alright, nice. Well, regardless, I don't want this shite. I don't want this shite! What the fuck is that? That's a belly shirt. Undershirt is 15 up top. Nice. Thank you, chatter. Very nice. All right, we've got it. We've got it. On the jacket front, let's take a look at the arms and gloves. Expand on it. Arms and gloves. There it is. All right. What the back side? But the back side is a problem. All right. There it is. There it is. Nice. We fixed it up real good. Fixed it up real good. Accessories. Let's find a hat for our man. At the bottom of each section, there's custom clothes, just FYI. Where's the balaclava? That's what I need to find right now. The fucking balaclava. Oh, that's a nice one too. Yes, the balaclava is the hat of the Irish. Or Ushanka. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Can't find it, balaclava. No balaclavas. What the fuck is going on? Masks, you think? Right. I need a newsboy cap. That's what I need. What the hell is this? Alright, I won't wear a hat. No hat for me. Take a look at the glasses though. Maybe we can find something in here. That's cool. The fuck is that? Looking like Harry Potter. All right, no glasses either. Fuck it. No maybe this one. No glasses. Hassan, a wrestler, called you out on Twitter? Who the fuck? got some watches on her. Conor McGregor wants your ass. Oh, good luck to him then. Bracelets? No, I don't want any bracelets. Fuck it. No bracelets. Alright, clothing. Clothing. Look at the pants then. Oh my god, those are fucking absolutely dastardly pants. Should I just dress up like Kazuma Kiryu? My favorite character. Because remember, I do have a favorite here. Ultimately, I do want to look like my favorite. I do want to look like my favorite character. Don't know if I can find all the things to wear, right? I guess I'd need some fancy pants, but also I'd need to make sure that these fancy pants are actually grey or white. Not like this either. Like actually a suit pant. Oh! Much like this. As a matter of fact. Let's say these are the pants. Let's find some better shoes as well. In which point I would need to... The Dragon of Belfast. That's right. That's right. Donny O'Sullivan. Dragon of Belfast. How can I get Yakuza tattoos? I don't think I can get tattoos on my body. Only blemishes. It seems I can only get blemishes on the body and not actual tattoos on the body. Motherfucker's just making it extra wide Donnie. Hold on now. Hold on. There's more to it. There's more to it. How about you chill out? How about you cool your fucking jets, lad? How about you cool your fucking jets? Alright. Let's see if there's something we can do about it. Maybe a big open chest. A shirt with a big open chest, right? That's possible. It has to be. It's not that complicated, right? Scroll to the bottom of the jackets. I have. And I haven't found nothing. Nothing. Only this, right? Why is there nothing? Why is there nothing with a big open neckline? This one's got a big open neckline. Oh! This is it. This is actually it. Alright. Seems I found it. Seems I've found it. Alright, now to find a jacket. On top of that, this was the undershirt, right? Alright, let's expand on the jackets then. I'm trying to make Kazuma Kiryu. Chatters. I am trying to make Kazuma Kiryu my favorite character, who's not a character but a historical figure in real life. All right? The man, the myth, the dragon himself. Just like Kazuma Kiryu was the dragon of Tokyo or wherever, I am the dragon of Dublin. And I will rise to the top of the crime families. Yeah, I saw the sides of the pants. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on now. Hold your fucking horses. Go all the way down to jackets for custom server asset clothes. Wait a moment. That's the white. That works. That fucking works. Tojo's fourth chairman. Tojo's fourth chairman. That's right. That's fucking right. No gloves, just arms. Hairy ass arms. As a matter of fact. Wait a minute. Wait a moment. Alright, there it is. Got the chest out. Alright, now to fix the fucking pants. Now we must fix the fucking pants. Alright then. Time to fix the pants. Chatters, make sure you're taking a mental note of the pants as well. Trousers. Yes, I'm gonna try and fix my complexion. Make sure it's more Irish. Wait, is the shirt red? Kazuma Kiryu. Oh, the shirt is supposed to be red. That's right. What the fuck have I done? What the fuck have I done? I just realized I have the reverse beard of Kazuma Kiryu. Kazuma Kiryu's got the beard. I've got the reverse facial hair of his. Oh no, wrong thing. Right, that's supposed to be white. But the undershirt, that's supposed to be red. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me there's no red undershirt. How the fuck is there no red undershirt? How is that possible? Alright, I guess this is the closest we're gonna get to the fucking... Alright, we'll go with the green then. Fuck it. Alright, let's look at the shoes then. Kazuma Kiryu's got some white shoes. What the fuck is this music, lads? What the absolute fuck are we listening to? Amazing Grace? What the fuck is that? Some kind of fucking Christmas shite. Are we listening to some Christmas music? What about green or orange for Ireland? No. It's a Catholic hymn. You're right. I've desecrated the honor of my ancestors. Alright, you know what? Maybe we'll do the black and white shoes, like the tuxedo dancing shoes. Doesn't seem like there's any white shoes that I can wear with this suit, right? change the color of the dress shoes? You can't. It won't let me. I can only change the color of these dress shoes. Oh, these dress shoes. Right. Nice! You're right. Now I got the white shoes on too. Just like Kazuma Kiryu. My favorite character. There's got to be a fucking undershirt out there that you can turn red. No. There's got to be. No. Maybe 69 is the best one we've got. I could wear the tartan. You know his suit is gray, right? Shut the fuck up. Mr. Kazuma Kiryu's suit is fucking gray. How about you shut your fucking garb? How about that? You fucking bastard. Talking to me about what kind of fucking suit color. Try making 47 red, or it won't let me. It's got 9 colors and red's not one of them. 69 it is. $69 it is. Pink. Alright then. What am I doing? Huh. Okay. We're going with white. All right. All right. Oh, shite. What the fuck have I done? That's not right. Why did I do that? I've lost it. I've lost it. Oh, all right. Perfect. I've got it back. Nice. All right. Now to fix the fucking face up, lads. I don't know how to do it. Don't know how to customize the face. Stop moving, Donnie. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, these eyes look fucking creepy. How big these fucking eyes are. I need to make more. I need to give him a longer chin. Jaw is absolutely out of fucking control. Maxed out on the fucking bone height. Give him a bigger jaw. Must do it. And a thicker neck. The thickest possible neck. What are we thinking? Does this look like the type of guy you'd want to fuck with? An absolute man. Big fan of the Yakuza franchise. I don't know how to make him wider. I want to, but I don't know how to make him wider. Chat. doesn't look Irish at all. What the fuck do you know about what Irishman look like? The fuck do you know about this chatter? Do you know what a fucking Irishman looks like? My name is Donald O'Sullivan. How fucking dare you? How dare you? It's under skin? No, it's not. Skin only shows you complexion. And blemishes. Nothing else. What the fuck? Oh, he's gotta have scars. He's gotta have scars. What? Sent you a DM if that's cool. What is this? Oh, I mean, I can ask. I can't do cauliflower ear. How'd he get the fucking scar? You never ask a man about how he got the fucking scar. How dare you? How fucking dare you? You never ask a man that. That's a bullshit ass question. That's a bullshit question. How dare you? I want my jaw go further. He's got no fucking jaw. It's weird, right? Am I crazy? It's like he's got no jaw. Right, this looks like he's on Ozempic. Tweak the jawbone. There it is. Make him ginger. I'm going to make him fucking ginger. You fucking bastards. You fucking bastards. I wanted to make him at least not the most stereotypical Irish man you've ever fucking seen. But no, everyone in the chat is like, no, make him fucking ginger. Make him fucking ginger. You should give him tattoo too. I can't give him a fucking tattoo. I want to, but I can't. Fuck you. I'm starting to look like Shanks from One Piece. His hair is not realistic, which is why I want it to go with a fucking different highlight, different color altogether. There's no way to lower the opacity on the hair color. It's in makeup? No, that's just straight makeup on your face. You're wrong. You're wrong, chatter. What's new? Another fucker who's just straight up wrong. As always, just wrong. Right, facial hair. I'm going to change that up a little bit too. I mean, I can give him the Kazuma Kiryu facial hair all together. Make him a fucking Irish Kazuma Kiryu. Maybe. Change his hair up a little bit too. Change it up all together. And just... Oh my god. That's not the Kazuma Kiryu hair, is it? No. Oh, he looks so fucking bad. Oh, you love it. He looks so fucking bad. Wait a minute. Why can't I have the dreads? What the fuck is going on? Did I break the system? I'm bald! Oh no, I'm forced to be bald. Unless I go back to the old hairstyles. No! It won't show me. It won't show me what my beautiful hair would look like. What the fuck? For the love of God, change those thick ass lips. Why the fuck would I change those thick ass lips? I love my luscious thick ass lips. How the fuck do you do? Make the head smaller. Fuck you. Alright, I'm gonna look back at this. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like the beard. Let's see. Or hair fade. The beard. Can change his skin tone in the first menu. No, I can't. I've tried to change the face. I don't want to fuck it up. I don't know why it's got this weird skin mix happening. I don't know why. Oh! Wait a minute. Hold on now. He's getting whiter. Getting whiter by the moment. I don't know how I did it. But now he does look more ginger. He looks like we watch CNN. White skin. Her face too. This is white. And white skin and white face. The fuck do you mean? Pick a white skin and white face. I've done it. Right, shut the fuck up. Chatters! Voices in my head. Stop talking. Stop gabbing! You're not helping. I think I like it. I think I like this stupid ass beard. I think I'm a fan of this stupid beard. It's very Seamus. I like it more than I like the other. Stop slabbering. Stop your yapping. Why can't I try these other hairstyles? What the fuck is going on with this? The clothes don't match at all. Yes, that's because I'm Kazuma Kiryu. Alright? Well, I might look like an Irishman with a Peaky fucking Blinders haircut. I'm actually Kazuma Kiryu. Alright. Finalize the character. Let's fucking go. Alright, I don't even know what the fuck to do now. I forgot all the commands. I'm so scared. Oh, what a shitty fucking apartment I've... What a shoddy apartment. Okay, that's a punch. How do we input codes? Oh no. I don't fucking remember. Alright then, first and foremost, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. My name is Donny O'Sullivan, folks. From this moment onward, you will refer to me as Donny O'Donaldson. I should have named myself Donny O'Donaldson, as a matter of fact. But here's the 3-minute ad break now, and I need to figure out how to fucking get out of here. Alright, E. I need to figure out how to also open doors. Or talk to people. Can't open this door. Seems my apartment is B304. Alright, close that fucking door. Checking audio settings first. Alright, where the fuck? Got $0 in my bank account. Not good at all. Wait, where are the 5M settings? RoboDope, thank you for the 5 get the subs. You can look at keybinds, can you not? Go into settings and check your keybinds. Time Travelers 101. Fuck, I don't remember anything, dude. Audio. Voice chat. Voice chat enabled. Wait, why can't I turn on the voice chat? What the fuck is this? Voice chat output is muted while you're on the screen? Alright. Headphones, output device. Oh, that's fine. Alright, while I'm talking, microphone enabled. Roadcaster, voice activated microphone. Very nice. Alright, you've seen the voice volume. Microphone volume, maybe turn it up a little bit. Right? All right, can you hear me? All right, microphone sensitivity. Maybe start it a little bit higher. Right, adjusted. What the fuck was the keybind for push to talk? 5M. Oh my god, look at the fucking keybinds. I forgot all these fucking shit. They're government keybinds, heli keybinds, inventory keybinds, toggle interactions, housing main, housing secondary, open inventory with a K. Local, open P, crouch with an X, general use third, golf swings. All right, fuck it. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Oh, I'm pointing the things. All right. That points. Very important. Very important to do. I think I'm gonna need something. Oh, you can hear me. All right. Pops up in green when I do that. All right. How the fuck do I get out of here then? All right. Requesting the elevator. I've requested it. My character's mouth doesn't move when I talk. Why not? Oh, it does. It does move. What the fuck? How do I turn on my phone? $100. $100 in cash. A citizen's card. Push to talk. How do I do that? How do I do push to talk? Is it in key bindings or is it in audio? Display, graphics, voice chat. I'll push to talk right here. All right. Very good. Turn on the volume too. All right, fucking hell. Voice chat, push to talk. Where are the keybinds for that? Where are the fucking keybinds for that? Text chat everyone, text chat team, push to talk is N. Let's turn that into different mouse button. Turn up voice audio for headphones. 5M at the bottom probably. All right, now I'm not talking. Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hello? What the fuck happened? Oh no. I'm fucking scared. Is there anybody out there? I feel like I'm in purgatory. Alright. Never mind. We're good. For a second there, I thought I was in the shadow realm. What happened to my phone? What the fuck? Where's my phone? Have to equip it? Hello, hello, hello. P? P's not working. E's not working either. Alright. P brings it out. Equip it first. Equip the item. Wait, how do I put the SIM card in it? How do I put the fucking SIM card in it? Fuck! I've forgotten everything. I've forgotten everything. Where's the fucking inventory? Fuck! Hey. No, it's not letting me. Click on phone. Click on the open phone in the inventory. Okay. Oh. Oh, now I equip the fucking phone. And then all of a sudden, we're cooking with gasoline. Right, very nice. Alright, I got my fucking SIM code. Got Twitter. Your character can have amnesia. Not that I have amnesia. Instead, I'm fresh off the fucking boat. How do I... Voice chat volume is off? Oh. That's why I can't hear anybody. Alright, microphone volume is maxed out. Alright, I have to take a fucking piss. Oh, you've turned on the chat volume. Oh, what the fuck? We're back in the dark place. We're back in the fucking dark places. What the fuck is this? Why is this happening? A lot of people in the chat are saying call Booter. I don't know how to call Booter. I don't know who the fuck Booter is. What the fuck is this? Why is this happening? Alright, I gotta go pee. Hold on. Streaming budget and graphics is loading assets. Is that why?
Yeah, I know I'm handsome and all, man, but you could at least ask for my number.
Man, a few words, I guess.
That's what they say about everyone in a white tux, you know?
Ah, shit. Damn. I guess I'm just gonna... It's weird.
Oh.
SIM card's not on my phone.
Why the fuck can't I see nothing? Why the fuck can't I see nothing? Alright, it's time to fix it. I need to relog, is that what it is? Or is like my graphics fucked up or something? Dude, everything is very high.
Jeez.
Extended texture budget to 50%.
Yeah, there's so many.
It's maxed out, chat. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Oh. This is not maxed out. Go through doors, the game thinks you're inside and out.
Ooh, look at the man in the white suit. Hell yeah.
I can't hear people. Audio. Fucking goddamn it, old ass game. Okay. Microphone sensitivity maxed out as well. Push to talk online. You have chat going in a headset? No, I don't. Yeah, there's something very wrong with... Output is not on headphones. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Shut up! It says headphones, but it's actually not headphones. That's just how I wired my fucking PC. That's how I wired my PC. You literally hear it. You guys are so stupid. God damn. Shut the fuck up. I think I need to restart the game. It's just broken. I hope you run into Moon. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. What the fuck? App recommendation? Capture your best moments of app play? Fuck no. Oh my god, extended graphics. This motherfucker's still talking about extended graphics. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind talking about extended graphics. I'm about to extend this dick into your fucking mouth, dude. Shut up. Shut up. I already did extend these fucking graphics. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this music, dude? Turn down the Irish music is slowing down your graphics card. Chat is the same after 2 years. Yeah, I mean, chat is unchanging. This is non-copyrighted, all this music is. What? By the way, the extended texture budget of 100%, you might see errors. Around 50% is the sweet spot. What is Elsi IA? Sandy Shores Motel, Polito Bus Stop. I'm gonna look at this again one more time. I'm going to look at the fucking graphics one more time. Alright, maybe this will work this time. Texture budget all the way up, bro. Shut the fuck. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid fucking mouth. Everything seems good. I've never plugged this hard over an attic relapsing. I am not an addict. Wait! I thought I was on the 3rd floor. Now I'm on the 5th? What the fuck is going on? Alright, I'm on floor 2, walking down the floors. Walking down, very nice. Alright, I'm outside. Nice. What the fuck is this area? I don't recognize this at all. I don't recognize this area at all. Someone in the back seat. Oh, it's nice to free. How do I emote again, chat? What's the command for emote? Stop saying -1, you fucking idiots. I need to know. Uh-oh. Textures are still losing. I'm still losing textures. Streets look kind of dead. How do I open the fucking flash? No. What the fuck? F1? Oh my god. How do I put the code in? I don't have any. Buddha said you might have mods in your mod folder if you've installed graphics mods before. No, this is a new computer. Oh my god, chatters. What the fuck? What's wrong with this road? I don't know how to open up the slash. That's what I'm saying. Oh, this is how I do it, right? Okay, T. There it is. Okay, T is how you do it. Chat backseating. We're so back. Look at this piece of shite car. I forgot. Can we steal cars? Like random cars? Oh, I need a lockpick. I don't have a lockpick. I forgot all of that shit. Call an Uber? I don't have an Uber. Car rental place should be nearby. You need to get a cheap one to get around. Check your map on renting a car. Where the fuck was my map? You assume there? Is that? Just steal one? No, you can't steal in this. You need a lockpick and shit. I need to have like a driver's license and shit. I don't have any of that. Where's the train? I want to try and... Oh, I want to try and take the fucking train. This is no pixel, chat. You can't just like fucking steal shit. It's like a real world. There's cost. I will go to jail immediately. Like I'm pretty sure I need like a lockpick and stuff to be able to do that. Are you nervous? Yes, I am. I don't want to talk to people. Yeah. I'm nervous. I'm fucking nervous. This is where I think this is where I first linked up with Buddha and the Clean Boys, like right in this parking lot. I steal shit all the time. Yeah, this is No Pixel. You do not steal shit in No Pixel. It's different. I'm looking at both sides before I move. I'm just walking around. Not a big deal. I need to get a job, don't I? I need to get a good old civilian job, right? Who's this fucker? What are you looking at? Wait, how do I speak again? How do I speak again? I forgot. What was push to talk? Oh, wait. I forgot I bounded to my phone. I mean, I bounded to my mouse. What are you yelling at, you fucking bastard? Don't you fucking look at me like that.
Ale, move now!
Did I steal it? No, I don't want to steal it. I forgot. You literally can't, right? You can't steal from... Can you steal from NPCs? I think your voice chat is muted again. No, it's not. That's just an NPC, I'm pretty sure. That wasn't a voice chat moment. Hold on, let's see. You might be right, though, because I haven't heard anyone talk. No, it's fine. No. People talk to you while you were AFK? Oh, muted. You can see in the bottom left, white or yellow icon. No, I know I'm not muted, but I can't hear anybody else right now.
Holy fuck.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
See, hermano, I did an upgrade. You like this shit, bro?
Hey, man, how are ya?
I feel awkward.
I got some wheels, dude. Look at this.
I feel awkward. I don't want to talk to anybody. I hear him.
No, they fixed me up really nice. G'day, mate, how are ya?
Hold on, I'm gonna turn off the music for a second, or at least lower it a little bit more.
And where to get a bike at. So I was gonna ask this guy.
Yeah. Oh, I know all about the bikes. You need a bike?
Yeah.
Happy, bro. I'll bring you one.
I can't go in cars.
Wait,
I don't
bro. No,
I'll hop in.
if anybody need a bike,
sir.
yeah, there you
I
go.
need to find where they are.
There you go.
Okay, man.
All right, bet. Let's get it.
Wait.
It's a donation, bro. He donated you a bicycle.
I mean,
The fuck? It's okay to be cringe. I know. I feel so cringe. I feel so incredibly cringe right now.
Pardon us. Coming through. Cars out right away.
There are no public transit in this fucking city. Hello.
And now I'm deaf.
Wait,
Are you okay, my friend? You sound like you're speaking in Morse code. I
Wait,
can try
what
and
do you-
decipher it. Oh,
What do you mean?
okay, that's...
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's wonderful. Yeah, let me speak back to you. Fucking lunatic.
Yeah, you might want to get that checked out, man.
Jesus Christ.
I can't understand what's going on. Is this how
Dot,
it's normal
dash,
out
dash,
here?
dot, dash, dot. Dash, dash, dot.
My VoIP volume is too loud.
Sir, did you get a whistle stuck in your throat? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What is wrong with me? I don't know. Mic needs to be replugged. No, that's the right microphone.
Oh my God, what? What's happening?
What
Can
the
you let go
fuck?
of me, please? Oh my God. What? Oh man, can you help me? I don't know what's going on. I don't like this.
Right, maybe.
Yeah,
You guys
dang.
said Max. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? I've had a throat infection.
Oh God.
Oh, you sound much better now.
Oh, I do. All right, very nice.
Yeah,
very
that's
nice.
We should be able to get through the parking lot from over here.
Yeah,
I
much
can
better
kind of
now.
hear you, but I do have these headphones on.
Apologies
But
for that earlier. I don't know how I must have come across.
You ever heard of a dog whistle? You know, one of those frequencies that we barely can hear? That's what it sounded like.
Oh, I know
Oh,
about
God.
dog whistles. All right, well, I have a question for you fellows here. The Dapper Man. Is there any public transit in this fucking city or what?
I'm gonna
There's
tell
like-
you the same thing that I told the gentleman to my left. $10 if you want to talk to me. Thank you so much.
I'll give you the information for 5.
I'm surrounded by fucking charlatans, huh? What the fuck is this? $10, $5. What
It's a
happened to being
bargain.
a friendly guy?
It's a
And
bargain.
doing it for the sake of friendship.
Oh, I'm
Listen,
sorry.
man.
The last person I was friendly to flipped me off, and then the next person was you screeching like a fucking dog. So I'm sorry if I'm a little on edge, and that's why I'm
Listen,
chain smoking
man.
now.
I'm just trying to make money for tattoos, man. Don't take it personal. My
Wait,
arms,
where
they're so
can
naked
we-
without tattoos.
Wait, are you a tattoo artist?
No, I just want tattoos.
I would like a tattoo as well. I want to get my full body kitted out in Yakuza
Listen, do you want to know about the
tattoos.
public transit or not?
I do want to know about it. Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna need $5.
How about you get an honest earning, an honest living? How about that?
Hey, man. Capitalism runs everything.
Get a
You know?
fucking job, right?
Rich coming from the guy who doesn't know that a fucking bus exists.
Oh, rich coming
Or
from
a
Mr.
train.
Oh, I don't know, 2007 goth emo chic. Sorry, a hot topic called. They want their jacket back.
Get
now,
his ass.
If you're asking
Get
about,
his ass.
if you're asking about the public transit, yes, there's public transit in Los Angeles. It's a fucking city. What do you want? But it's not like, 2008 to 2020, Xi Jinping China public transit. But
I've heard
no high-speed rails,
I've
but
heard there's trains here, and I'm very excited to get on one.
metro trains.
Yeah, I like that.
Yep.
I'm a big fan.
In here, Bucko, head to the south side. You should be able to catch one. You're gonna look for ooh, there's one that runs through Carson Ave. Look for that one.
What about jobs? I probably need to get a job too, because it seems like everybody's trying to fucking get money out of me already.
Well, don't.
Luciano, between your Italian and his Irish, what are we? Is this 1910? Or are we?
Yep.
Are we Ellis Island? What's happening right now?
It's looking like the Prohibition era. You know what I mean? Bootlegging and shit. How you doing, sir?
What's going on, friend? I'm Donnie.
Luciano.
Donnie O'Sullivan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Luciano DeCenzo. It's a pleasure.
No, Donnie,
What
I
about
know
you?
we came off on the wrong foot here, but I will give you some advice for free. If you're looking for a job, don't go to the Senior Burger. I had a manager hire me, and then when I got back to the, with my uniform and everything, they told me, "Oh, we have too many people. Go home." So don't look for work there. There's too many people.
Seems
already.
like unemployment's too low around these parts.
Too high, actually. Too much unemployment.
Or sorry, unemployment's too high. You're right.
Yeah.
Thanks for correcting me.
And listen, sir, I understand. Yeah, I know. I wore what I could bring. They fucking lost my luggage on the plane. It's really frustrating me too. I wish I didn't look like this.
Oh well, I'm glad that the box in your mom's basement was still available for you.
Lot, guys, we're trying to park. Thank you.
How the fuck do people already have cars around here? Where do they make the money from?
There's a guy at the airport that'll rent them out to you.
Excuse
Not only at the airport. You cross the street, there's a guy over there that'll give you a car for $100.
I don't think I have $100.
It's gonna be $50. Listen, I just raised your guys' rent. It's gonna be $50 a month now, starting off with today. And I'm gonna need the 50.
Yeah? Want to pay for your funeral service while you're at it too, huh, motherfucker?
You want to get evicted right now? You know, I can make that happen. I can turn off that AC.
You guys
in
a
that room
landlord?
right
What the
now.
fuck? There's
I'll
a
evict you
who
from
does
life,
landlord
motherfucker.
RP?
Get the hell out of here.
Right, you know what?
How do you smoke? I want to
Swatting
smoke.
about carpet in the bathroom.
That elevator's gonna break down again. And you know what? I'm not gonna be there to fix it.
Do I
when it
have
breaks
smokes
down.
on me? No, I don't.
Well,
Fuck,
you know,
smoking
when,
is so
when,
cool.
When you get that roach problem in your room, I'm not gonna be there to take care of it.
What
That
floor do you
water
live
goes
on?
I own the whole complex, Roger.
What was the
general
thing for
manager,
smoking?
General manager at the complex.
Quick way to get an ass whooping, if you ask me.
Need to get an ass.
Is it
What floor are you on,
right?
Bobby?
Hey, Conor McGregor.
I'm in the
The
ass
fuck are you
whooping type
looking
of
at?
mood.
Why are you staring?
I'm in the giving you an ass whooping type
You
of
talking
mood.
to me?
What floor are you on?
I'll have you
Oh,
know
no,
it's
no, no.
quite rude to think I'm Conor McGregor.
Oh, I'm
Not
sorry.
all
I'm talking
Irish
to the
people are the
other
same
Irish
person.
yeah.
Sir, can you keep it down over here, please? You're stressing me out. Keep your voice down.
Oh.
You in the pink jacket. It's like
Okay.
nails on a
my.
chalkboard.
She's right. You are being kind of rude to the people around. For
I
no
mean, that comment
particular
itself
reason.
was pretty rude, pal. No.
I don't know. The reason that he gave earlier seemed like it kind of made sense
Luciano,
to me.
if I ask you to stab that lady, would you do it?
Sure.
Okay, I'm not asking you to do it. That was more of a hypothetical. I just want to think about it for a second.
I can't smoke. I don't have the
Well,
chat. I
why would
can't
you-
smoke.
why
I
would
don't
you
have
wanna stab her?
the cigarettes. You need to have
Did you
cigarettes
see
to be able to smoke.
the way that she approached him for no real reason?
It's complicated. I hate
Los
her,
Santos.
and have hated her for many years.
Oh,
All right, you in the pink shirt. You're in the pink jacket. You go to smoke. I can bum off you.
Oh, see, now someone's finally talking sense and willing to smoke with me. Thank you.
That's right. Smoking
you
is
go.
very cool, and I like it.
I
And I
mean,
would like to look cool too.
I'm
You've got
willing to
another
take one too if you're just handing them out.
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and assume charity, but if you do, I wouldn't mind.
What's your name, Skull
I would pick
Jacket?
it up from the ground.
It's Drew Mason.
Oh, I got it. Oh, thank you for the smoke, coin
I'd say,
stranger.
I'd say it's a pleasure, but I'm not sure yet.
Fair, Drew. Fair. I'm Roger. Roger Dot, pal.
Yeah, you got
Did Eve take care of this stuff yet?
Joe's my son. Are you a bad influence?
can't get that
what'd you
damn
say?
cigarette.
There's people
Hey,
huddling.
I can't get the cigarette either.
It's fine.
Are we? Where is everyone? Are we leaving yet?
Yeah, that's
Sure.
them right there. Let's get out of here.
These
All right,
people
are you
are
a bad
fucking insane.
influence on my son?
Who the fuck is your son?
Joe's my son. Yeah, you ate too many
Joe.
cannolis. He used to be really
Love to
big.
see
He
it,
cut
RP's
back on the
back.
cannolis. Now he's looking good, just like his dad.
Hey,
So
Joe
tell
ain't
me,
no son of yours.
McGregor.
He is my son. You go. What do you mean he's no son?
My name is Donny O'Sullivan, sir.
He is my
But
son. Go over
but
there.
I'll,
McGregor, you
I'll
wanna
allow
see a
it for
train?
My
this.
son.
I'll allow it now because you're kind enough to give me a smoke.
You know what? I don't like you hanging around.
Fine.
It's
Mr.
Sullivan.
Sullivan, you want
I
to
don't
see a
like you
train?
corrupting my son.
I would love to see a train. I love public transit. A big fan.
You corrupting my son.
Tell you what. We're heading over that way. You can hop in.
But you've
It'll
got a
cost you.
car.
Gas is very expensive.
You've got a
Yes.
car. Is this your car right here?
Better not
It's one of
turn
them.
into no
One
lowlife
of
like
them?
you, okay?
You've got multiple.
Yeah.
All right,
Whatever.
big fancy guy. What do you do then? How the fuck do you have so many cars?
I'm Mickey Sinclair, former mayor of this city and longest standing mayor, multi-millionaire and investor into the new city. Boosh, get the boys. Let's go.
All right. I'll take a
Ladies,
ride
down
with
to the
you.
train, and then you
Why
can
the
have
fuck
fun with
not?
What kind of train is it?
Throw this fucking thing down and step on it. All right. Wait a minute. Who's driving?
Oh, I don't drive. I'm a passenger, princess.
Can I ride with you?
So you mean to tell me that you were asking for $10 for information when you're a fucking millionaire?
I didn't become a millionaire by not taking all the opportunities to make money.
Smart guy. All right. Well,
fuck's this
I'd
Irish
like to
guy?
make money too.
I think Mickey thinks he's Italian.
Are you Italian,
Oh, no, I'm
Irish,
just-
sir?
No, I'm just doing, I call this car Ellis Island. It's my, new venture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. Representation is important.
There's a rental spot. There's a rental spot.
I'm gonna rent another car,
So
guys.
just go down the road.
life for so long.
What's your name? Irish guy?
My name is Donnie O'Sullivan.
And
Fancy
it's
meeting you.
aggressively Irish. Okay.
That's right. No
Oh, fuck,
relation
what
to
is
the
she gonna
CNN anchor Donnie O'Sullivan.
Okay. It's good to meet you, Tiny Donnie.
Take him to the south side, where the trains are.
That was good. Mark it up on a map for me.
Do you like trains?
Where'd these guys go?
Listen, Mr. O'Sullivan, if you're a big fan of the trains and the metro, pop open your phone. You'll see a metro app. It'll tell you when the trains are arriving at each of the stations.
All right, let's take a look at
Guys
them.
ain't that fucked yet.
Yeah,
Take a look at this. All right, I've got a metro app. Oh my god! There's trains in this fucking city.
Yes,
And
well,
there's
after
a-
the economic collapse that occurred after the Sanguine War, whatever the fuck happened after my mayorship, many foreign investors have been pumping money into the public systems within Los Santos. Hence why so many people have returned.
Yeah, that's what I heard about. I heard that there's a lot of economic opportunity here. That's why I'm out here. Japan was too far away for me, so I came out here instead.
Your choices were Los Santos or Japan.
That's right.
You went with Los Santos.
I went with Los Santos because that's the closest I could get to a big city where I could live my Yakuza dreams.
Los Santos is for the Yakuza. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you want to be part of the Yakuza? Might I recommend, I don't
It's
know, investing
Yakuza,
in
sir.
Sega? Oh, sorry, the Yakuza? Yeah, invest in Sega or Nintendo.
There you go.
Right? Yeah, like Kazuma Kiryu. That's why I need to make money so I can get my full body tattoo.
Oh wow.
Get a dragon
Lucy, park
tattoo.
the car. I
Must
kind of
be
want to see
nice.
the train too.
You're
I
gonna
haven't
jump
seen it
right
yet.
into the full body tattoo.
Tattoos are absolutely disgusting, by the way. I'm sorry that you've chosen that.
I disagree, Mr. Mayor Man. Also, while you've been very kind to me so far, it seems like your city's on the verge of collapse under your
excuse me.
mayoral tenure.
Ex-mayor.
What are we doing here?
I wish we're checking out the metro.
I was about to say, are you from Ireland?
Yeah, he's Irish Yakuza. There he is.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Donnie
right.
there.
Irish Yakuza, huh? That's
Hey guys, why don't you try on this mask real quick, huh? You,
Oh, do we look like shit?
yeah, yep. Try it on real quick, all of yous.
All of us? Wow.
Yeah. Maybe not you, Joe.
Gucci, have
Tiny.
you seen the train yet?
So
I don't even believe they're real. Do they actually
I don't
come?
think
Do
I
they
have.
show up?
Nah, I haven't seen a single one.
Do you have the mask?
What station is this?
this is the Pillbox South.
I can't believe there's trains,
No, it's the
dude. This is
Davis.
sick.
Something like that. It's
Hey
the
guys,
Davis.
4 Italians, an Irishman, and an ex-mayor walk into a bar. I haven't thought of the punchline yet, but it'll be great when I do.
Oh, okay.
It will be great. It will be great. It looks like the trains are having a
Sorry, Juno, I didn't want to presume your ethnic background. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm British.
Really? I thought you were Australian.
I swear to God, Joe. I swear to God.
Let me get that mask back. Let me get that mask back.
Do I look fine?
No.
No. Okay. I can't. Okay.
Put it
It's
on.
when you say no against
I can't.
You can. Put it on.
Blau's no longer the mayor. Oh fuck! I can't hear anything when I.
Get back to me then.
Put it over your face.
Wait, let me see if I can fix that.
I'm gonna burger in my butt.
So, Mr. Sullivan,
Put it over my face.
Are you into the Yakuza for the aesthetic or,
Here, Vito, you try.
for the life? Because that's quite a hard life.
I'm into the Yakuza for the lifestyle, my friend.
Fuck did you store there?
Have you ever played the Yakuza games? The video games?
No, I think video games are a horrific drug. Peddle video games would be like peddling drugs.
I know. I was deeply addicted to the Yakuza video games. As a matter of fact, gained a lot of weight. But some of the lessons I learned as Kazuma Kiryu have stuck with me. Loyalty, working hard, Sigma grind set, that sort of shite, you know?
Oh,
and now
the Sigma grind set does resonate. Go on.
That's right. I'm a real hustler. That's what I learned, just like Kazuma Kiryu, which is why I'm going to fulfill my dreams of being Yakuza here in Los Santos.
Are you expecting it to be similar to the video game?
I'll go to a clothing store.
Yes, why not? It's a very realistic video game. They've made an identical Tokyo. It's like, one day if I go out there, it'll be exactly like the real Tokyo, you know?
Okay, yeah, all right.
I think you're fucking insane.
I think he's fucking crazy too, to be honest. Hey, listen, while you're being crazy, why don't you put this on real quick for me?
What? What is this?
Put the
This is
mask
a
on.
balaclava.
Yeah, put it on, see if it fits.
Are you giving this to me because I'm Irish? You think IRA, balaclava? Oh yeah, that's right. This is some kind of race joke.
Social folk
No, I just want to know if you
Why are
can
you
wear it,
talking about
is
the
all.
IRA? We don't even make enough
my
money
face
here
is
for us
fucked?
to be
Is that
taxed.
Is that what's wrong? My face is fucked? Wait, how do I put the mask on? I seem to have forgotten how to flex my muscle to you know, put a mask
Lucy,
on.
help him put the mask on.
All right, listen, pal. All right, what you got to do is the following. All right, you're looking at the mask, right? There you go.
wait
That's
a
my
minute,
man right
there
there.
it is.
There you
Yeah.
go, yeah.
Now you do the same. Just take it off.
It's like you're a World of Warcraft.
All right, there it is. Hold
Yeah.
on now.
Take it off real quick. Yeah. My mask right there. There you go. All right,
Not better.
perfect. Yeah, no.
Pretty good look of my good look in my beautiful face.
Now take that mask.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right.
And give it to me.
All right.
You just got to look at it right. You know what I mean? You got to look at it real right, and then you just look. There you go.
All
Just,
right,
you know,
there it is.
Ease into
Here
it.
it
There you
is.
go, my
There-
friend. Beautiful.
There you go.
Beautiful.
All right, very nice.
Thank you.
Damn right I am. You
Thank you.
little oyster.
Hey,
Crack
Mickey,
me open.
you're up. You're looking like Corleone. You aged the fucking 10
Ah,
years.
Jesus.
15 years.
I ain't seen her in a long time.
I feel like he looks more like Keanu Reeves, right? Or Johnny Silverhand or something.
Yeah.
You ain't wrong.
I think
You
he
ain't wrong.
owns it. I think
He looks like he's about to be like, wake the fuck up, samurai. You've got a city to burn or some shite.
No. I chose the longer hair. The boys in
Wait,
Milan
this
love
is
it.
train. Do I look fine now, Luch?
Yeah.
King of, where's the fucking train?
Yeah, I don't think it's coming, man. I
Yeah,
checked the app
farmer
and it said
mayor,
1
man. It
minute,
doesn't seem
5
like the
minutes.
trains run on time out here, does it?
This is
Here we
costing
go. It says
that?
1 minute. It says 1
I
minute
was
now,
the
okay.
mayor many years ago. Don't
wanna
judge the
insult-
infrastructure of the city in its present day on.
I don't wanna insult
you know,
British
my,
people.
we actually didn't even have trains back when I was the mayor, so. I did the
like
important
arguments.
kind of legislation, such as providing missiles to our police department so that they could blow up invading aircraft.
We have
Invading
3 minutes until the
aircraft?
train.
There's a lot of money in warmongering.
Why the fuck would there be aircraft invading Los Santos?
Oh, I'm sorry that we don't win. You know, we're not in a world where everyone sits in a circle and sings Kumbaya fucking ya. And foreign nations happen to invade Los Santos's airspace all the time. Did you not read the news? Maybe you should have checked up on that before you were picking
I'm
between
barely literate, sir.
Japan and Los Santos.
I'm barely literate.
Barely literate.
I don't know how to read that well.
Oh, it
I don't know how to
shows.
read good, sir. I'm just a fan of Yakuza, the video game franchise, and also public transportation.
Wow.
Are you sure you're going to be able to stomach getting a tattoo? I hear they're very painful.
That won't be a problem for me. I love pain.
The man loves transportation, Yakuza the video game, and paint. I mean, that's a list right there.
Hey, listen up.
I'm kind of making it up
Pillbox
as I
South,
go
that's
along.
where we're at, right?
Yes.
It's arriving in 2 minutes.
Oh my God. It's finally coming.
Don't know if I believe this phone application.
I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see.
There is no
What'd you say your
fucking
name was,
way
sir?
a train is coming here.
Forgot
What's
your name
this
already.
grime shite that I'm seeing? This fucking van. It says grime on the side of it. What's that about?
Oh, grime?
Right, grime.
Delivery service within Los Angeles. Oh my God. Fucking
Yeah, short
street
amount of time.
racers.
Fucking shit.
Crime deliveries.
Already at it.
Honey, you're really fucking pale, man.
Yeah, listen, okay?
Mr. O'Sullivan,
really
that might be a
was a whole
worthwhile
situation.
job for some of your stature. You seem like a very well-fit man.
You know, I know how to pick
Lifting
up a couple of
boxes.
things, put it down, you know, not a big deal. I can do that sort of thing, you know.
Careful now. You'll have to buy me dinner before you start talking like that. Where is this fucking train?
I don't know.
I'm gonna steal your phone.
On the
I don't think that was
brochure,
working, guys.
on the brochure, Los Santos was advertised as a city with working public transit. It's got me quite juiced, if I might say so myself.
Got you juiced.
But it seems a lot like this other city that I know of called Los Angeles, where there's absolutely zero public transit.
Is this train coming?
It's looking
no.
like
It
no.
says 1 minute.
Probably.
It says 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
Where?
It'll be coming
not
out of the
bad.
ground down
It's-
there.
Half the
Oh.
chest
I've
saying
seen it
minus
cycle like
one,
three
minus
times
one,
to
half
your
the chest
right
saying
and
minus
it's just not coming
plus
back.
1.
Oh. Okay.
Fuck.
That sucks.
Fuck what?
Where's
Is the train not
going?
coming?
Probably not coming. Nope.
What do you mean it's not coming? I've been sitting here with... What? Why?
It says arriving right now. It says arriving.
Arriving
I see
where?
the fucking train.
I don't see the.
1 minute,
I
1
don't
minute.
personally see the
Arriving
train.
where, Luciano?
Pillbox. Pillbox South.
No,
At
1
Pillbox,
minute. This is
Luciano, we're in
Davis.
Davis.
This is Davis.
This is goddamn Davis.
Yeah, it
1
says
minute.
Pillbox South, Davis.
No, this is that
No.
goes to Pillbox
No,
South.
it's
This is
going
Davis.
towards
Davis,
Pillbox.
Davis does say 1 minute. It does say 1 minute.
This is
It
1
Davis.
minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, Davis. Yeah.
Ah, there you
Yeah,
go.
this is Davis.
Davis has got 2 train stations.
1
which
minute.
is Davis. It's Davis and Davis Pillbox South.
Fuck is Davis?
Davis.
Davis.
Right,
Davis.
Davis, right here,
This
right
is
now.
Davis.
Well, once-
Davis. We're in it.
Dang,
This is
2
Davis
minutes now.
right here. And down
Yeah,
down the
who
road that
Davis?
way is Davis Pillbox South.
All right, so
What
we're
train
Pillbox
is
South,
ETA
Davis.
here?
No, we're
We're
Davis.
Davis.
All right, well, it
Davis.
says it's
Davis.
arriving.
All this Davis talk is driving
Is
me
it arriving
goddamn
at Is it arriving at
It's
Davis?
arriving?
Davis or Davis
Is
Pillbox
this the
South?
train?
Where?
Davis or
Whoa.
Pillbox
Oh, it's
I
the
don't know.
train.
Whoa.
Look at this
Yeah.
fucking clown.
You guys, there a problem? What's with all the swearing?
Fuck.
The fuck do you mean? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Shut the yuck up with the swearing! Fuck you, pal. Get the fuck out of here. But the yuck is your You know why? Why don't you take this home with you? You
Whoa.
sack of fuck you! Come here! Come here!
Come on over here.
Vito! Vito!
Fuck out of here!
You guys got weed?
That was not very nice.
No.
Addicted to marijuana.
I thought this was the
Wait,
city of
wait,
brotherly love.
Boys got weed? Anybody got weed here?
I don't got no weed.
Vito,
No.
you're on the train tracks. Vito, get
Real
off
Buggy the
fucking train
Clown,
tracks.
this guy.
No
Move along,
fucking
train's
asshole.
coming.
Vito,
Relax.
Vito,
There's
get
no
up
trains
here.
coming.
Get up.
I got
on
real-
this
I got really
Vito,
Italian
my
for a
love,
second.
Vito,
Vito?
Get up.
That is very
Alright.
dangerous.
Jesus fucking Christ.
All right,
Oh.
should be coming shortly.
Oh, shit.
Now this is why you need public transit. Less car
doesn't
accidents
look
all
good.
around.
She does not.
Oh, she is fucked. Oh my
Jeez.
god.
This fuck's fuck. Oh, hey, look, a pawn shop.
There's a pawn shop
Fuck,
there.
is that an NPC?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
she's throwing up. Somebody grab her hair. She's throwing up.
I'm not touching
Oh,
her head.
Jesus.
Normal.
What is it?
Guys, I think we've just been blue balled. Ain't no train coming this way.
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to get a train?
I wanted to see the wonders of public transit in
My
Los
friend, you
Santos.
Well, it wouldn't be
as
the first time I've
advertised
been
by the
there.
brochure that I was given before I got here. But it turns out it was
Yes,
a lie.
we hear you, Mr. Sullivan, but you know what? It's not the first time I've been blueballed by a train, and probably won't be the last.
Why does that sound overtly sexual? Wait, what? I can't hear you.
Are you doing? It's not coming. It's not coming.
It's definitely not coming.
Is that
I'm
what
gonna
you
go pick
said
up
when you
Road
got blue-balled by the train?
I'll come with.
Where's she going to get? I kind of want to see what the pawn shop sells. I didn't
Well,
realize that
Mr.
was there
Sullivan,
until they went in.
My deepest regrets, it turns out that the
Let me check
public
it out.
transit of whatever, administration is running the city now clearly has not sorted out the trains.
Yeah, it seems like it's a real nut house out there. Maybe we need to sort it out, be the mayor again or something.
I am not the mayor. I'm the
Yes.
ex-mayor, Mickey Sinclair.
That much is clear to me.
I would never run a
shithole.
shithole city like this. There would be discipline in my city.
I like that. But you know what I like? Also, making money. How the fuck do I make money in this city? Mickey.
Luciano, a moment. Over
Yeah,
here.
sure thing. One out, fellas.
Oops, sorry.
You gotta pick a side.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Luciano and Mr. Sullivan?
Oh, I thought you told me to come over. I wasn't. I just, all right, well, my bad. I'll just walk away then. Go talk to these wonderful fellows. What are these guys doing? They're looking awfully suspicious. Bro got bitched twice in a row. Listen, I'm gonna take a lot of L's, okay? This is what role-playing is about. I was trying to sneak up on them and listen. Whoa, what the fuck? Uh-oh.
Please do not urinate in the station. Thank you.
See what they have to say. The wrong station? You think the trains work? I don't believe so.
They seem like Dab fans. They were probably dabbing a lot out there, you know?
That shit.
Agreed.
Let me get out of here,
Mr.
boys.
O'Sullivan.
What's going on?
You're lucky. My associate, Mr. DiCenzo, well, he has something of a soft spot for, immigrants. And you're lucky that, we're not in the days where, the Italians and the Irish were at each other's throats in the streets of New York. So,
Oh, hey, what's up?
he's got some work for you.
Yeah, a little Catholic collaboration, right?
Yeah, it's you.
That's right. Like the good old days, I guess.
All right, so what's the opportunity? Let's hear it.
Apparently they're hiring down by the trucking. What are they called, Mickey? Is it tow trucking?
No. No. It's the delivery trucking.
Oh, the delivery trucking.
Oh, for that fucking grime shite.
Is it the grime shite?
Same day delivery, that sort of thing. Grime.
There's the other opportunity we were going to look more into, Mr. DiCenzo.
Yeah? Like what?
Security, huh? Security detail.
Security detail?
So this is guy.
We could use a little bit of brawn for that.
All
This
right.
is just someone with a thick neck and
I do have a very thick neck.
Thick
Some might
chest.
say the thickest neck in all of Los Santos. With a
My
big
God,
hairy
and then
chest
this-
as well.
those chest hairs. God, they're creeping out of your shirt like grass on the sidewalk, not taken care of.
Okay. All right, Mickey. All right, we good. We're employing a guy, not fucking him. All right.
I'm sorry. I've been out of the clubs in Milan for too long. The boys miss me. Let's go.
Yep.
All right, so we're doing delivery. Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Man, we're gonna go check out the group stuff.
Be gay with Mickey? No. No relationship, RP. Okay.
And it's good to see you. You're looking great.
You too. Nice beard.
Thanks. I grew all by myself.
Oh, what stuff? What are we checking out?
Some cool stuff. I don't know.
Hey, Mickey, how the fuck do these guys have a Jeep and you only have this 4-door that drives absolutely terribly?
Oh, Jesus.
This car's been through some shit.
I
I'm more of an
debated
old
it.
school type of guy, right? Not that SUV mom kind of type of shit.
Hey, Luch, you lead the way. We'll follow you.
All right.
Mr. O'Sullivan, beggars can't be choosers. Normally, my method of transportation is helicopter, but well, there's new air regulations in place right now, so I'm unable to get my pilot to pick me up.
Whoa! Almost got in an accident there.
Christ. Yeah, buckle up. Buckle up.
Jesus, Luciano, why are you driving like a psychopath?
Wait,
I ain't the best of drivers.
Shit!
I ain't the best of drivers.
How do we buckle up?
What do you think, Sullivan? Huh? You think I should brake? Think
How
I
do
should brake the
buckle
fucking
up?
car?
Is there, what was the command for it? There is a command for it, no?
Luciano, if you're trying to put him through a fucking test, you're putting me through a fucking test. I'm
What's
gonna piss
going on?
myself.
What's going on?
my God.
Stress test, motherfucker.
Oh my God.
What you got? Fuck! Yep.
I tried to buckle up. I am not doing all right.
Get in the car. Get you to the hospital. I gotta gas up first.
Oh my God! What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
Oh, Jesus.
Those motherfuckers.
The fuck is wrong with you? Look where you're fucking going, huh?
Oh my God. Listen, Rosati.
Get out of the fucking car,
shit.
bitch.
Sir, no problem. No need for problem.
What do you think we're doing here?
Absolute
Fuck was that? Calm it down, gentlemen. We are doing important
you,
business.
motherfucker. What'd you do?
Hey. Who you say, motherfucker? You're a mother bitch. You understand?
What kind of important fucking business requires you hitting and running away?
We are
We're trying to
a
stop
murderer. There is
a murderer,
person
that's
who
right.
killed someone there.
We're not the murderers.
You almost fucking murdered us.
Yeah, the only murder I'm seeing is vehicular manslaughter by you, sir.
No. Who makes slaughter? I not slaughter. Who did?
Listen,
What happened? Where?
Tell you what.
Give me your insurance. I want your insurance.
My insurance.
Please,
I'll
I
tell
want
you what's
your
gonna happen.
insurance. Yeah, you hit my car.
No, that's not how this fucking works. You give us your insurance,
No,
not the other way around. You're the one who fucking hit us.
All right, gentlemen, let's calm down a bit. All right, I see what's going on here. All right, let's start from the beginning. Wait, what's that over there? Sullivan, go.
What? What is over there? What the fuck are you talking about?
Motherfucker, you better not be going
He's
nowhere.
running away?
Get out of here, bitch.
Hey,
You better back away, motherfucker. Give me your insurance.
Please, no need for problem.
I'll rough you up, motherfucker. Break your goddamn knees and you.
Whoa, what the fuck? Hey, fellas, calm the fuck down. I'm becoming Irish for no, Italian for no reason.
I'm sorry.
Mr. O'Sullivan, fuck
Apologize right now. Apologize.
Fuck him up, Sullivan. Fuck him up.
Sorry, no, please. No need for
Now
fucking.
listen here, you son of a bitch.
What happened? Stop it.
Bro, get back from him, man. He's an old man.
Yeah.
Oi.
Oh my God.
You just give me the idea.
You asshole.
That's my boy.
Where is?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Wait, did I kill him?
Yeah.
Did I do that?
There's no need. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Did I do that?
Mr.
Are you all right?
I'm sorry.
Don't ask if he's fucking all right. Listen, sir, what's
He
your name?
doesn't seem to be all right. He's on the fucking
Not badass
ground.
if you ask if he's all right.
He's got fucking blood coming out of his mouth.
Whatever. I'm sorry, please, no more.
I feel like we might need to take him to the hospital or
Tiny,
something.
watch out, Tiny.
Please, no more problems. I'm sorry.
What the hell has happened here?
You
knocked him
motherfuckers,
out.
back it up.
How do
I
I
knocked
him
him
out.
out. And then we're gonna leave, okay?
Mickey!
Back up. Take your boy. Get the fuck out of here.
All right. Oh, okay.
After everything I gave you, you knock him out, Mickey.
Oh my God, this
Don't
thing.
worry,
I
we'll
don't
come
want
back
to
to
see
you.
you.
Listen, let's get out.
How do I carry?
Gotta take Salim to the hospital.
Wasn't it EC? All right, well, that was a bit of an escalation, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I was hard on you
EC
about
is
the Yakuza
canceled? How do
video
you
game.
carry?
It taught you something. I mean, Christ almighty. Knock that guy out.
Oh, E-carry.
No. I see you. You knock out my boy again, we're gonna have some major problems.
Oh.
Was that a threat?
No.
Watch your mouth.
No, that was a promise.
Watch your mouth.
Please, no more problems.
Well, remember, you still can redeem the consulting service from me since you paid me money. Have a good day.
All right, I guess that's it then.
Get out of here, boys.
That's right.
I don't
You
know
deal with
how-
that piece of garbage, you hear?
I don't know how the fuck I hit him. I was trying to...
I need gas, guys. I need gas, and I need some fucking ice.
Oh, Bristol.
No, not meth. Tiny.
Oh, God
You
damn.
ain't. Thought you were clean these years.
Wow, listen. All right, I don't know. Something about these streets. Something about that product. Really gets me going.
Hey, Tiny, why don't you go inside and buy some bandages or something, huh?
Yeah. Take care of that.
Grime truck? Oh, fuck.
Mr.
Don't these things
O'Sullivan.
blow up?
Thank you for having our back there. Usually we don't, resort to violence like that.
I don't know what took over me. I'm not a man who's predisposed to doing violent acts normally. But I think the blood runs hot sometimes, Ended up curb stomping him for no fucking reason.
Oh. And I appreciate that. See, sometimes we need to act ferocious.
Okay,
We're all animals.
Yeah, I felt like I was filling up my proverbial heat gauge, You know what a heat gauge is? Like in the movie, like in the show, not the show, the video game Yakuza. It's in my blood.
I think you have a video game addiction.
Yeah, I think he's addicted. It's gotta be.
Yeah, well, I don't have enough time out here to play video games, so I'm combating it by engaging in hand-to-hand combat from time to time.
I gotta put stuff in there, though.
My only tip of advice, Mr. O'Sullivan, just remember, this isn't a fucking game. There's no
No, not
respawn.
at all. This is real life.
You fucking die.
I've got blood on my hands from what I did earlier. And on my white suit. It's the only suit I have.
Oh, wow. Well, I got good news and bad news, Mr. O'Sullivan. They didn't have any bandages or first aid kits of any kind in there. But the good news, they had whiskey. Not to stereotype you, but there you go. Put in a glove box for you. Hopefully that helps. What's hurting you?
Is it because I'm Irish that you think I'm gonna drink the whiskey? I mean, I am. I am gonna drink it.
Oh, Tony, no, that's great. Yeah, give him whiskey. Oh, by the way, I have a bottle of wine and some fucking fettuccine for you.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Damn, I would love that. You really,
Tony, really
have that?
No, I don't.
Oh, Maron, you don't promise a man fettuccine and you don't got it.
What is this Maron thing? What the fuck does that mean?
Maron? You're saying Maron, and that, how do I put this?
Maron.
Lights a fire inside of me that can't be quenched. Do you understand?
Fumbled the accent, I know. Oh, I know all about fires inside.
The hell does that mean?
Like a heat gauge, you know, in the video game franchise by Sega, Yakuza.
Oh my God.
When you fill your heat gauge up, and then you can do different combat actions.
Fun fact, not that anyone asked for it, but a long time ago, the Yakuza actually used arcades and video game companies as money laundering fonts for their, illicit activities. And then they became so profitable that they just ran them as normal businesses.
It's a pretty good racket.
Well, isn't that the basis of all sorts of businesses? Start off illicit, pay the government, or even create a government to begin with, and then all of a sudden, you're legal. Some might say it's the basis of all capitalism.
Okay, yeah. All right, that was a pretty heady response there, O'Sullivan.
I don't know where I'm going with this. I hate politics.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Shit, guys, this thing didn't refuel. I think there was a leak in the tank. Gonna have to go to a different gas station.
I think you fell asleep while filling the goddamn tank was the issue.
Yeah. You get those bandages, Tiny?
So here's the thing. They didn't have bandages, so I just gave the kid some whiskey. I think he'll be fine.
I need bandages. I need ice.
Oh, they were for you.
Hey, you fucking idiot. What do you think they were for?
Oh, jeez. Wow. Well, listen, I didn't get you bandages, but I got O'Sullivan a little tipsy, so what can you do? You win some, you lose some.
All right, so
I'll
it
buy
seems like we're
bandages.
just going to different gas stations all around, huh?
Yeah,
Yes, welcome to America, Mr. Sullivan.
Right, one gas station to the next, no public transit. Seems like a fucking cherry experience.
Oh, that's great. The convenience store is closed. Incredible.
Nobody wants to work anymore, huh? There's fucking garbage everywhere too. What's that about?
Actually,
You see all this?
It's kind of hard to explain.
Yes, there's garbage all around, Mr. O'Sullivan. I hate to inform you, but if your choices were Los Santos or Tokyo, I think you probably made the worst choice.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but
Yeah, everything I know from Tokyo is that it's a very clean place.
yeah. Probably with reliable train service, and if I'm completely honest with you.
Yeah, the Shinkansen, the bullet train. Ah, I wish to drive it one day. Get on it. Go from place to next. At top speeds around 130 miles per hour. Close to a fucking airplane on the ground.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I have great news for you. Thanks for the declining birth rate. You'll probably be able to immigrate there within the next decade.
Why do you say that? Because of the declining birth rate or something?
Yes, I said because of the... Are you dumb? Do
I'm a
you
little
not
dumb.
hear things?
I don't. I don't hear certain things good. And I'm barely literate.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I hope it's not a pressing subject, but what's with the scar on the face? What happened? I too have a scar on my eye.
Don't ask me about my scar on my face.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Very
shit.
rude of you.
Oh, fuck. We hit a
Got him
spot.
screaming, my God.
Yeah, we hit a
Mr.
spot. We hit a
O'Sullivan,
spot.
I'm sorry. I meant no offense.
Weird
all right.
spot, guys.
Tempers run hot for a moment there. I apologize for getting a little angry.
Yeah, no, it's understandable.
That whiskey do the work.
Yeah.
I have no backstory. Fuck.
God, now I'm more curious than ever about the scar.
Stop saying the word. Don't say
Sorry.
Just.
My favorite character in The Lion King was Scar. He was a good.
Oh, God.
Why are you bringing it up?
He was your favorite? You
Yeah, he was
psychopath?
good. Fucking, I love the villains of the stories. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm gonna keep it a secret. I'm gonna not tell anybody what
Listen,
it is.
here's what the job is. A bunch of economic stimulus has been occurring in the city. Various foreign and local governments are injecting all manner of cash into the city, just like, pumping that occurs during a train, different kind of train. Anyways, all of that money needs to be transported to the various businesses. That is what Group 6 has been doing, moving money all throughout the city. We are signing on to do just that. Mr. O'Sullivan, for you, this is just very normal, good, honest work. But I do ask that all of us, take note of, any securities that might be exploitable, so that we can shore them up for the Group 6 company.
That's right.
That's right. That's fucking right.
Fuck.
God, there's a lot of rented cars here.
A lot of employees. Hey, maybe we can take some rims. Sell that shit on the black market.
Is what we would say if we dealt in illicit activities.
Oh my God, we don't have uniforms. I feel like a fool.
That's correct. That is correct.
Is this a bank car? Is that what Group 6 is?
Guys up here. I think this is the guy that dealing out the jobs. How you doing, sir?
Why does he look so suspicious? Like, I feel like we're doing something illicit, even though technically this is supposed to be an honest job.
No, this is actually Daniel Armstrong. Go ahead and talk to him, gentlemen. He'll tell
Hey,
you
I
what's
reckon
going
we
on.
haven't crossed paths
How you
yet. I'm
doing, Mr.
Daniel. I'm in
Armstrong?
charge of Group 6
What's
security.
going on there, boys? What can I do for you? You guys trying to get some work done today?
Hey,
Looking for a little something. to
I'm
do,
ready for a
Little
day
job.
of hard work.
I'll tell you what. You got a lot of money that needs to be moved, need it securely done. Need some strapping young folks like y'all to do that for us, okay? Can y'all do that?
Yes,
you
boss.
got
absolutely.
legs.
Absolutely.
All right. Go ahead and get yourselves signed up and check that job app. Make sure if you're working together, y'all are in a group together. Thanks so much.
All right,
Thank
then.
you. Thank you, sir.
Does anyone have a group that they've created?
No, but God, is it beautiful. I'm
I'll
staring
take care
at
of
it,
it.
and it's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, the user face looks quite nice, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
How
I've never
about it?
been here before, but seems quite nice and modern.
You should see my group there, Mickey Sinclair.
Yeah, the
Ah.
Holy shit, there's a lot of groups. All right, hold on a minute.
Your name is not coming up on mine, unfortunately.
Luciano DiCenzo, Anthony.
Oh, never mind. I found it.
We have more people in the group? I think it's only two people, right?
I believe you can only have 2 people.
I'll tell you what. Maybe me and our friend here can go in a group, and Tiny and Mickey can go in another one.
I like that. Mr. DiCenzo, take Mr. Sullivan for a ride.
Yeah, Sullivan.
Tony will
Go in a
roll
group.
with me.
All right. Are you gonna start a group, or do you want me to?
I got one started up. Yeah, join up.
Mr.
Luciano
Sullivan,
DiCenzo.
does that work out for you?
All right.
Yeah, Mickey, that'll be just fine. Sounds like a good idea, split up, divide and conquer. Oh, I agree. By the way, Mr. Sullivan, how's
for Donnie?
how are the kids? Is Bobby staying out of trouble in school?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Who's starting
Get
a
a call from the
fucking
principal's
3-minute
office
ad break
every now and then,
avoiding
a
fee
little
at the
bit of
top of the
ruckus,
fucking
but,
hour,
yeah.
baby?
He's a good kid.
Me, I
know.
mean.
Listen, Mr. Sullivan, I get to the work. Sorry. Don't want to take up any more of your time.
Yeah, sure thing, Mickey. Come around anytime you want here, brother.
His name was Armstrong, by the way.
Yeah, is his name also Sullivan?
Yeah, I think you got Sullivan on the mind, sir. My name is Sullivan. That's Daniel Armstrong right there. That's boss man. Kind of odd for a millionaire to be doing a fucking delivery job, but I guess that's how you make the donuts, right?
I have investments in this company. I like to see what sorts of security systems they're running. Test it out on the ground myself. Think of it as like Elon Musk visiting the factories.
I don't know if Elon Musk actually does any work, but I'm trying to get the delivery vehicle now.
Whoa, gentlemen, we're not at that kind of level of delivery.
Yeah,
Start off with something simple like a van, you know?
Are we separating then? We're getting in our own van then, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to
That's
do
right.
2 and 2 here, Donnie. So
Seems like the trunk is closed.
All right, we gotta wait for this guy to give us another job real quick. See what the hell this is all about. I want you to keep an eye out for details, all right?
All right.
How many bags we get? How many locations and shit? Where we gotta drop things off?
Do I get this in
Luciano,
in the job application?
Make sure you put that you're ready for the jobs and do take notes. Like you were saying.
Yeah. We're ready to. Just,
you know what? Lucha,
gotta get
quick
the job
word
off.
before you head out over here.
Sure.
Much like Elon Musk,
Gotta find out
I
about that
am
skull,
doing an honest job
I need to know.
because I
It's driving me
tried
crazy.
this video game one time and it required me to kill cops, and I couldn't
can't
do it.
help it. It's been years without the thing.
You know, I tried it, but I didn't like doing crime in this video game because it required shooting police officers, and I thought to myself, I wish a video game would allow me to do regular jobs.
Like lawnmower simulator.
Yeah, that's more
Even
my
that was on
speed.
there. Yeah. I got
You're
2
an interesting
employees,
one.
3 ride-on mowers. Forget about it. All right, don't even get me started.
All right,
Tony
where the
with me.
fuck is our van? Oh!
Oh God.
Oh, Luciano, I think that might be your van.
Yeah, looks like it.
Perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, time to
Oh, good.
head to the location to request a cash pickup, right?
Just gotta, activate the
Wait, how do you
fucking.
fix it?
Gotta move it. Hey, help me push this, man. Help me fucking, man.
Wait,
Fucking
hold
push this
on.
over.
How do
You
I
got it.
flex my pushing muscle?
Hey,
Put your hands on it and push.
just put your hands right on it, you know what I mean? There you go.
All right,
go.
there it is. There it is.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. Come on.
Tom, please stop
Doesn't
doing
go
that.
strong
It's so
enough.
awful. What am I
shit.
doing?
Ah, shit.
All right. It's not
Good, right?
working. It seems it's so heavy.
Put all those muscles into work, man. Come on, you got this.
I am trying my very best here.
All right, there it is. There it is. There it is. A
How
little
do
bit more. A little bit more.
How do you do it? How do you fix it? I forgot. RP leaders in the chat, ignore them. No, I haven't done anything wrong.
And fuck. This thing's way too. Hey, you guys try moving your van. First. Try moving the van, guys.
I'm pushing from the back now.
Oh, is this one ours? What is going on? All right, we're gonna go with the old method. Did you guys pull out your van already?
I don't think so.
Let's try flip it again.
Man, I see Donnie back there pushing like a son of a bitch. But it ain't going. You gotta get it rocking first. You have to get it rocking a little bit.
Oh, I'm rocking it all right.
Might need a little horsepower here, boys. Yeah, let me just.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to fix it, but I don't know how to fix it.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's almost there.
Also,
Yeah, might need a little bit more horsepower. Send it.
It's going. It's
Just
starting
do
to
it.
rock a little bit.
Do it.
Now just tip it from the top.
I know you
Sullivan,
call me
gotta
Donnie.
jump.
I know.
From
I'm
the
gonna
top,
fix.
from the top,
I'm not gonna fix
Gotta
him
spider
saying
on
that
that
right
boot.
now. I think that there's an issue with the SFX during.
Do it.
Hit it with a goddamn car.
Do it.
Just hit it with a
Do it.
fucking car.
Do it. Do it.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Do it.
Oh!
Oh shit, Mickey.
Hey.
And it fucking worked.
There we go.
Oh, maybe this is my car.
Okay, let's see.
Is that ours, Mickey?
Hey, you got a spider on your boot. You got to jump a little bit for me,
I
Sullivan.
don't know. Lucci, maybe you try that. Maybe that's yours.
I think this is ours, yeah, because we pulled it out.
See, like, for those of you
Yeah,
who
this is
haven't
ours.
played RP, spider on your boot means like I'm bugging.
Luciano, go for about 10. Then we meet back here. Tell me what you find.
Okay.
All right then.
All right, Sullivan, we got to be careful because we got word that there's people trying to,
What, like
take the shit that we got in the back.
You mean like people that would like to take our money that we're delivering?
That is correct. That is correct. We got to be careful. So I need you, keep an eye out, all right, in case anybody suspiciously comes up on us. You got a knife or something? You got a gun?
I don't have a weapon. No knife, no nothing. I've got a pocket hot dog. That's what I've got.
Yeah. Just
I'll
toss the
just
fucking hot
use-
dog at him.
I'll just talk our way out of it for now, I guess. Yeah.
I saw that kick that you gave that guy on the ground. Maybe use some of that, huh?
Right. Hold on. I think it's
This is our
because
stop right here. All right, we got to grab the bags from the inside of the vault. Let's go.
How you doing? How the heck are you, friend?
Well, come on now, huh? It's a two-man job.
All right then. Let's do it.
You still owe me
Remember,
a
show them
drink.
the details. We got to figure out how the hell this is all working out.
You know, I never thought that I'd be walking into a bank and grabbing the bags in a legal manner, if you know what I mean.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Access. Hold on. How you doing, sir?
Hello.
I'll thank you for the bag. Can you grab the other bag from him?
Yes, I've got it.
Ah, okay. So we don't actually... Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day, all right? Take it easy.
All right.
We don't
It
actually go
doesn't-
inside.
It doesn't seem like we went inside the vault, but also... Wait, hold on. I guess the application will refresh when we put the bags in the car.
Yeah, I think so.
Shoot a cop, rob a bank. Shoot a cop, rob a bank. All right. I can't open it. Seems like the trunk is closed.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, you have to open it from the front? That's crazy. Wow. Wonderful.
Yeah, that would fix it. That would fix it.
Right.
All right, beautiful.
Yeah.
Get back in the car.
All right then. Just wanted to make sure that no one is grabbing anything while the trunk is open, you know?
That's the danger of it.
What's
Gotta
the
be fucking careful.
what do you press over there to open the trunk of the car?
So this usually the cars these days got this little F button on it. First one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then you can on the little panel there, you get the little indicators as to what door you want to open. You know what? Maybe you should drive. Why don't you drive? Go ahead. Test it out.
All right. Well, it's been a long time since I've driven anything, but I'll try my very best here.
Yeah. Test out the doors and shit too.
Yeah, I don't Don't even know if I went to Los Santos to get a driver's license, but all right. How do I start this thing?
Well, you first need the keys. Here's the key right there.
All right, very nice.
And you know, the same. You want to hit that F key right there on the panel. Oh,
right.
oh no, the you hit. I think you hit the other F key. You gotta hit the F1 key right there.
I got it. Hold on, hold
Yep.
on. 1 second, 1 moment. All right, all right.
Yep.
There
you
it
go.
is.
Boom, baby.
All right, all right. It's just like riding a bicycle.
Yeah.
Except
yeah.
much more difficult, it seems.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hey, listen. I know I was driving earlier, and you flew out of the car, but you know, it was nothing personal.
Right, you were driving like a madman. I, on the other hand, am following the law, you know. All right, well, come on then. Can you make a right turn on red lights in Los Santos?
Yeah, for sure. That's fine.
All right, good to know.
Let me ask you something.
All right, talk to me.
You a man that enjoys adrenaline? You like adrenaline?
You know, not particularly, but I do find myself in quite the pickle from time to time, you know.
Okay.
Seems
what
like
kind of pickles we talking about?
Seems like odd things keep happening around me, despite my inability to stop it from happening, you know. All right, it seems like we're here. Let me open the trunk real quick.
There you go. All right, this is where it gets dangerous. Keep an eye out.
It's not the right one. Oh.
There you go. There you go. Beautiful.
Did you say this is where it gets dangerous? Why would it get dangerous?
Because this is the spot where we put the money in the bank. Not that I would know, you know what I mean? It's just, this is where it gets tricky, is all. Keep an eye out, all right? In case anybody pounces on us. Listen,
right,
you gotta go to a gun store or something and find one of these babies.
Oh, is that a knife?
Yeah, stick it up somebody's fucking neck, you know, the jugular right there.
I don't know. I don't know why you got paid.
Hold on, fellas. Back it up.
Hello.
Back it up. Grupo security coming in through.
All right, well, I guess we go downstairs to the vault, right?
I think so, yeah.
You know, I do know my way around a knife. That's for sure. I know all about knife crime. What's going on, sir? This dapper man. I suspect we give our bags to you. Here it is.
There you go, partner. With my money. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sure thing. All right. Yeah, we got to go back to the car. Get payment later. Have a good day. Fuck. All right. Interesting. Okay, so it's a simple job. Pick up, deliver. You know what I mean? It's not too crazy. I thought it would be a little bit more intricate than that. Oh, my
Hi,
lovely
sweetheart.
wife. How you doing, sweetheart? Good to
Hi.
see you.
Hello, ladies.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
I'm Donnie O'Sullivan.
Nice to meet you. Donnie.
Donnie and I here doing jobs for the Group A security, you know? Checking it out.
Oh,
what it's like.
That's
Yeah.
right. Sucking the man's dick, you know?
Oh, what?
Daily.
Are you sucking my husband's dick?
Whoa,
No,
hold on.
no,
Hold on, sweetheart. He did not mean that, you know what I mean? Whoa.
No,
Whoa.
I meant like a saying. It's a term of reference, right? Like the man. We're working for the man.
Okay.
That's
fine.
We're
That's
like
fine.
sucking on it like hard, you know what I mean? Like
I think I'm picking
that's
up
what he
on
was going
some of Mickey's mannerisms or something.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna get the fuck out of here, right? We got a job to do. It's nice seeing you. All right. Yeah.
Nice to see you
All
again,
right.
Luciano.
Who's this?
Fiona. That's Fiona.
Oh
Your
my
wife's
God.
sister.
What the? Oh,
What kind of
stepsister.
reaction is that? Yeah, this is your stepsis. Oh, $66, Fifi.
We gotta go.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just deposit my cash. Sorry, what
Nice
Oh,
to see you.
the world really is down bad. Jesus
Hi,
Christ,
Irish
$66. She likes Irish guys, by the way. Correct.
She had a lot of tattoos. Is she a part of the Yakuza?
Actually, maybe. She might actually fucking be. Back in the day, she used to carry around a samurai sword and shit. Who knows?
Ooh, I love samurai swords.
This is our car back here.
Wrong car.
No, it is the right car.
Is it?
I was able to turn it on, so it must be.
Oh shit!
You're slacking, old man.
I'm slacking. I'm slacking. All right. Good shade. Good shade.
All right then. Whoa! Almost got in a car accident with a nice Ferrari right there.
We gotta figure out a way to take out the competition. Eh? All these people doing these jobs, we gotta take them out. All of them. And then we get all the jobs. You know what I mean? It'll depend on us. Therefore, increase our salary. You know what I mean?
What do you mean take him out?
Bada bing, bada boom type of deal. You know what I'm talking about?
Like your wife? What do you mean?
No. Whoa. Hey, easy, all right? Holy shit. You're following the law, my ass. Jesus Christ.
All right, well, I'm getting used to driving around these parts, you know? I'm getting my bearings.
You get your bearings. You get your fucking bearings. I'm bearing on my fucking life right now. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Yeah, you got a pocket down there. You missed the turn. Back there.
Did I? I'm following the GPS, sir. And the GPS is telling me that this is the right way to go.
You might be right, Sullivan. I like it. You're following it by the book. You ain't no schmuck that don't know how to read. You know how to read. You're doing it by the book.
I believe this.
Except this time the book don't fucking work.
Wait, why is it? Are we in the wrong place?
Yeah. You gotta keep going straight and take a right.
All right then. I still don't know how to buckle my seatbelt, by the way.
Just the seatbelt's got a big B on it. Just gotta hit that. You know what I mean?
Oh, there it is. Nice. Thank you. All right.
All right, here we are.
Seems to me like there's a bunch of cars here, but should be all right. Okay.
Hey, good shit. All right. I think we just got paid.
All right. I don't even know how much money we made. Let's take a look there.
No idea. No idea.
Hold on now. Just the mail, documents. I don't know.
We're gonna have to go to a bank to see the latest transfers. But now we wait for Mickey.
Says I've got $550 in my bank balance. That's a pretty good amount, right?
Oh, it was $50. I think we just got $50.
50 fucking bucks.
Yeah,
We've been
for
at it
that,
for an hour. We only made $50.
Yeah.
That's wage theft. That's unacceptable.
We gotta go big. We gotta make bigger things happen here. You hear?
How the fuck do we do that grime shit? I bet that pays a little bit more. No?
Crime deliveries? Let me ask you something here, Sullivan. Huh? When you grow up, I mean, you're already growing up, but, you know, when you're kids and shit, whenever you got kids, and they ask you what was your first job, you're gonna tell them crime deliveries? Fuck no. How about, I don't know, selling heroin to kids on the streets? What about that, huh?
I feel like that's a significantly worse job than delivering packages, right?
Worse might mean good, my friend.
No, I think worse I feel like worse means it's worse. Like I feel like that's quite an awful legacy to leave around the world.
Eh? It's not what the narco said. Drug money sells good. Gotta figure out where we get some of that, though.
I mean, I guess heroin is a type of delivery when you think about it.
Exactly.
If anything, delivering grime could prepare you for the grind set when you inevitably deliver heroin.
Oh, my man.
You can learn the tools of the trade from the grime fellas and then inevitably incorporate it to your delivery of poison if you want to, kill the children or whatever you want to give them.
Now we're talking, Sullivan. You see, now you're thinking. You see, we find out what is needed for these jobs. And then, boom, we add a little Italian-Irish flair to it. You know what I mean? Bada bing, bada boom. Slancha.
I guess. I mean, if that's what you want to do, if you want to deliver heroin that badly, I guess we could do that.
First, we gotta find
Italian
a
way.
Yum. Shit.
Hey, what's going on? Y'all over here for the damn job over here?
What's going on, partner?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah,
Y'all
we're doing
over here for the
deliveries
damn
and shit.
job. Alright, shit. Y'all need someone to tag along.
It's a two-man job, and there's two
It's
fellas
the
right
only
here.
two-man jobs? Fuck, I thought it was
Yeah.
a four-man thing. Fuck me.
No.
Alright.
2 guys, 1 truck. You know what I mean?
I get it. Y'all know any place a fella can go to get some work with some other folk? Because I can't find anyone work with over here.
Want to go flip some burgers? You can do so over by, what's it called? What's that place called? Fucking place called? Senor Bun.
I have no idea. I've only been in the city for like 3 hours now. I'm fresh off the boat.
Senor Buns, they're hiring, by the way. You can flip burgers
Senior
and
Buns
shit.
flipping goddamn burgers. Fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck's that accent?
Anything else you can think of?
Listen, if I could think of anything else, I wouldn't be here. Don't you think?
Okay.
I guess that's right. Fuck. All right. Well, best of luck to you.
Hey, you too, partner. Take it easy.
You think that guy knows where to buy heroin?
Probably not. Probably not. No.
All right, what the fuck do we do next then? You seem to have your bearings straight. You have a car and all. We're gonna do another one of these jobs or what?
Let's wait for Mickey to get back from his job, and then we'll figure it out.
All right.
Yeah. In the meantime,
we finished ours much faster than he did, huh?
Yeah. Come to my office.
Your office? What do you mean?
That is good. There you go.
How do I do the arm thing?
There you go, partner. Smoke a cigarette. Seem like you're stressed.
Right. Big fan of cigarettes. They're very cool. I love to smoke.
Good. Smoke it away. Smoke it away. Here we go. God, it's been a long day of work. My God, that shift was terrible.
Wrong email.
What the hell are these guys?
I have no idea. You want to give him a call? I've got no one's phone numbers.
Shit, maybe we should sort that out first too.
Also, I do have a lot of body pain, so I feel as though I'm gonna need to eventually get some band-aids, you know?
Yeah, let's go to the hospital because I'm feeling the same. Yeah. Let's wait for these guys and then we'll go to the hospital because I gotta get checked up too.
Right.
Give me a number. What's
I have no idea. Let me take a look. Hold on.
Top left. You see a number. Phone number.
What'd you find out?
Right. Okay, it's my phone number is 420. Nice. You know, like the weed, like the funny weed number. 782 6008.
Got it. Got it.
There it is.
Okay, I'm gonna text you.
You can take that too, Mickey, if you'd like.
Take what?
My phone number. The fuck do you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you buy me 2 drinks at the bar and slap me on the butt? Because if not, I don't want your fucking number.
I thought that this was more of a professional relationship, you know?
It is. It is.
Something that we move into maybe later. Who knows?
If I need your number, I'll get it from Mr. DiCenzo. How'd he do?
Oh, he did good. I had him drive, figure out the, you know, the inner workings of a car and shit. He did good, though. Kept an eye out, looked both ways when he crossed the street. He's a good egg.
It is
And,
Blau, yes.
What did you find out?
Well, we found out that, upon grabbing the bags, you don't actually enter the vault. There's a security guard already in there, you know. Well, that's the first thing. Second thing is when you drop them off, there's this suit that you give the bags to. You also don't go inside. So it's a simple pickup and drop-off job. From what I understand, there's different pickup locations though, different banks. So, drop-off spot is the same as Bay City is the main vault of the city. Pickup spot though, that's different. Could be any other bank in the city.
Oh, very curious indeed.
Yeah. Did you guys do a job?
We did.
Yes. Oh, also on that note, Luciano. That's
yeah.
Yeah. That's,
Yeah, that was the guy.
Yeah, that was the guy.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he helped us carry bags, and it was very awkward.
Well, he
no.
didn't get... What?
What are they
That was
doing?
this. Oh my god.
That was definitely the guy. I thought he was going to take those bags, which honestly was a fair play.
What do you... I'm a little confused about what you fellas are talking about here. You have a relationship with this guy. Who's the guy?
Nothing. He was just.
Old friend.
Let's just say he did a poor job at securing his bags earlier today. Rumor got around through the Group 6 work chats, you know.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. This honest day of work thing is probably not going to work out. It's $50 we made. I would much rather, you know, deliver the bags somewhere else. To my pockets, if I will.
I told you it was a good egg.
There he is.
My man.
Right.
That's fucking O'Sullivan right there.
Well, this guy was talking about delivering heroin, but to children specifically, I don't know what that was about.
That's some real funny shit, yeah?
It's a saying. It's an old saying. It's an old saying anyways.
Yeah,
What the fuck are you, huh? You fucking
shit.
FIB?
Whoa, hey, calm down now.
CIA?
What's going on, Sullivan? What's going on?
I knew a fucking Doug Buck from CIA, and I ain't fucking
Watch
dealing
out.
with that shit anymore.
Watch out! I got a phone on me. I'll take
taking
it.
a picture for?
Oh my!
What are you taking a picture for?
Oh no! Oh, it's just
Hey, you wanna
I'm
fucking
doing
steal
it
money
for
like that, huh?
for
Who the
protection.
fuck are you
know.
working for, huh?
He's taking pictures. He's
No,
putting it
it's
all on
just-
TikTok. Oh my!
just-
Put that fucking photo in.
All right, I'm sorry. Here, I'll stretch a little bit. I apologize.
The fuck are you doing?
I don't know. Stretching is better.
Not a good idea to
Yes,
do yoga
I'm
right
sorry.
now,
I'm sorry.
What in the?
Yeah, he's a good
You're
egg.
a
I
fucking
told you.
psychopath.
I told
You're
you
a
he's
fucking
got wild
psychopath.
card
energy.
He's got tricks under his sleeves. I gotta
Yeah,
tell you
that's
that.
right. A little yoga always ends up changing the outcome of the situation. You know, it diffuses the tension a little bit. Apology yoga.
I'm so confused, but I'm also impressed at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I didn't.
He stopped you in your tracks, Mickey. I mean, you got to give him that.
I think I'm gonna.
Is there like an analogy of this from your Japanese video game? Is there something?
Yoga is not Japanese, sir. I'm the illiterate one here. What the fuck? Yoga's just yoga.
Not. No, I'm saying, is there an analogy here from your Japanese video game? You know, you always pull from that.
No, I just like stretching.
Oh.
Security, girl. Security.
What the
Right. Very good. Doesn't that feel good?
Sorry, I just had to get a little stretch out. Anyways, let's not talk about this here. Let's get somewhere else.
Get out of here,
Discuss
boys.
Other ways to.
Yep.
We
need to go to the hospital.
about this.
Right.
Okay. There we go.
Up there it is.
All right. Yeah.
When you go to a hospital, what happened?
I do need to go to a hospital. Desperately.
I'm disbanding that group so that we don't get any notification. Yeah.
God, I fucking miss roleplay so much. Jesus Christ. It sucks.
50 fucking dollars.
Yeah. Fuck. Uchi, how do we get into the fucking bags?
We need to figure that out, man.
We gotta figure that out.
There's gotta be. What about the pawn shop? What if we go to the pawn shop or cash exchange? Hey, maybe there's something there.
I went into the pawn shop and talked to the guy. He was on his lunch break and was very testy about me interrupting him. But he seemed to discuss with me about what kind of reputation I got with him. Seems like once you get to know this guy a little bit, it'll warm up to you. You know what I mean? Maybe these bags are the perfect way to do that.
Fuck you talking about warm up? What are you gonna give him a blowjob or something? Go give him a blowjob, Tiny. Go
I'll
give
do
him a
what I gotta
blowjob.
do to sell these bags. I'll be honest with you.
Suck him off.
Beautiful soft lips.
The hospital? Oh, it's the fire station. Where's the hospital, guys?
I don't know where the fucking hospital is.
I think it's to the right here. Yeah, you make a right.
Oh, that's the old hospital, right?
Yeah, that's the south side one. Yeah, right there, big building.
The new mechanics will make for interesting RP scenarios. I don't know what the new mechanics are.
Shit,
The car's
zero to
trash
hospital.
because
What the fuck happened?
It's first day. Server just started. Nobody
I
has
think we
money.
all
Nobody has
got
nothing.
hit a little bit, and Sullivan's feeling a little pain. in
Right.
his
Yes.
limbs.
I remember I flew out of the car on accident.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Just reflex for me.
You guys head to the hospital. I'm gonna stay at the car. I gotta just.
Whoa! No! You all right?
No.
This is a car on fire. What the fuck? Hello.
Hello.
How do I get medical assistance? I am in dire need.
There are doctors in the ER. You go in, you go to your right, and keep going, and you'll find the doctors in the ER.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, well.
All right.
Shit, any
All right,
cash?
2 bandages will do, I think.
about to
Right?
pass out. Hey, let's go get you checked out with the doctor first. They might be more efficient instead of the bandages.
All right.
Yeah, this way. Place is looking good. 5 years ago, this place was
$5
different.
for one fucking bandage. What the hell is this economy?
Yeah.
Out
I need
of
a
control.
doctor. Doctor.
Hello.
I've forgotten what the person said.
Hello. All right. Well, I
Oh, right here. This
probably
way, this
shouldn't
way.
be in the fucking staff area,
Oh,
right?
Sullivan, over here. You guys are going in the staff area.
I was
Sorry.
simply perusing.
Just perusing it. All right. Yeah.
Right. Trying to see if there's a doctor in the staff area. You know.
Sure.
I would suspect that the.
Oh my God!
Take him to bed. Come on, take him
Oh
to
wow, there's a lot of death here.
What happened?
Hey.
We had a car accident.
Can I talk to you for a quick sec, pal?
Excuse me.
What can I do you for?
He's not gonna these guys over here. Do you know these fuckers? Right here?
Three.
Yeah,
Yeah, real assholes. These are the guys we,
Yeah, so they just tried to corner me, and they're like talking all this
I need
shit,
you
like,
to
apparently
adjust
I
yourself
robbed
a little bit in the
some
bed
girl
so
called
I can.
Bianca and shit. Then they seen you and ducked down. So.
Weren't those the guys that
Yeah.
we beat the asses of earlier?
Yeah, those were the
Yeah,
ones.
well, I
That's
was
right.
about to, but you know, there was 3 of them, 1 of me, pal.
I got you.
Yeah, but you built like you got fucking 5 of you inside of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but you know how it is, pal. They don't, you know, people don't really think that way.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
All right, so there's only one doctor for this
Well,
whole
I don't
hospital
know.
right
I guess
now.
I'm staying in here for the second.
Yeah, stay in here
maybe,
for now.
I guess you get the pick of the beds, Sullivan.
Should we get the pick of the beds?
Yeah, I mean, do you have a favorite? Is there one in mind that you got done?
Hold on, let me see if this guy's a doctor.
Guy's definitely not a doctor.
Not a doctor, right?
No, bro.
Hey, we need an EMS over here, please. Doctor.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
How you doing, partner?
I got it. I got it, Pixie. I got it.
It's for us. It's for us right here. It's we just need you to look at us for real quick.
I'm just gonna sleep here. I'm not hurt.
You're not hurt.
Smoking a cigarette.
I'm just taking
Who
a
the-
little nap.
Yeah, I got a cigarette in my mouth. I got an oral fixation. Do you see any smoke coming out of my fucking mouth right now?
Oh, take it easy, pal. Jesus
I feel
Christ.
like that's not exactly representing a quality, healthy lifestyle, is it?
No, it's not. Cigarettes are cool, and smoking is cool, and everybody should do it.
Well, I
Ryan
do
Gosling
agree with
smokes.
that. I do. It's just, you know, you're a doctor, I think, right?
Right.
So it's kind of.
I don't see what your point is. As a doctor, am I not allowed to smoke? Am I not allowed to smoke cigarettes?
I mean, can we smoke inside the hospital?
I'm not smoking inside the hospital. I said, do you see any smoke coming out of my mouth?
Well, you're right. There isn't a smoke coming out of your mouth. Anyway, doctor, I'm in pain. Can I get help?
Yes, you can. After I look
Holy
at
shit,
Santa.
I'm
All
trying
right,
to get
Santa
a
Claus seems to
fucking
be
night's
fine.
sleep. You guys are so fuck. You're not getting any presents.
Merry
all
fuck,
you
miss.
fuck off.
I saying,
Fuck off.
Okay.
What happened to you, my man? You look a little fucked up.
Not as jelly as he used to be,
Oi.
eh, pal?
I fell out of a car.
You fell out of all right. That seems to be pretty common.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I tried to buckle my seatbelt and I ended up accidentally opening the door.
Oh.
Yeah, that was rough. Yep.
Man was going quite fast too.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna see what I can do for you here. Let's see. You might have a little bit of a hairline fracture here on your chest. Okay.
All right. What does that mean?
It means I'm gonna need to wrap a set of compression bandages around your chest. It's gonna hold your shit in place, so the bones can heal properly. Okay.
All right. Okay. Whatever you say, doctor.
It is whatever I say.
Yes. Smoking is cool, and I have a great hairline. Is what you said.
It's okay. It's definitely a lifestyle choice that you're making, a look you're trying to cultivate, and I can't disrespect that. That you're doing your thing.
Can I get some of the good drugs?
No. But I can give you some bandages for the road.
A little bit of Oxycontin.
No, we don't have any Oxycontin.
That's not. Is that what I sound like to you?
Yeah, was he just
Is that
trying to
what?
copy you?
Sorry. No, that's not what.
That's
Yeah,
a
you
British
know.
accent, isn't it?
Eh.
Kind of like that.
Oxycontin. Oxycontin.
It's all right. I'll have you know I'm Irish and not British. All right.
All right. Here, take those.
Anyway, thank you for the bandages.
Yeah. No worries, my man.
Doctor.
All right, y'all get out there and stay safe. Quit getting so fucking hurt all the time.
I believe he needs. Do you need medical assistance too, my friend?
Yeah. Do you need to be looked at?
Listen, I have a question. Are you guys knocking tooths out of some people?
All right. Let me take a
Knocking-
look at you.
Teeth.
Why?
You're
Is
knocking
there a
teeth
tooth?
out.
Is there a tooth that needs to be knocked out?
No, I'm trying to find the guy's tooth, and he said he keeps running into some Italians, and
I think you're okay.
I'm good.
Well, Mom, I'll have you
I got some
know,
bandages too, though.
I am not
Yeah.
Italian.
yeah, but this one over here on my right is. I know that for a fact.
I feel like this is a little bit of a stereotyping because you think he's Italian, he's a violent man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
I
no
know
worries.
who he is.
Hey, listen, I'm Italian, but I'm a good guy. You know what I mean?
Hi. This is Pixie.
I wouldn't know anything
Hello.
about.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Pixie.
Hi. Yeah.
What about us?
What the fuck you doing?
Gosh.
Fuck that guy.
You beat the shit out of some people.
Fuck that guy.
Right? Yeah. My weed connect. Okay.
Oh, he's your weed guy.
This guy, Spiro, huh?
Yeah, I saw him earlier.
I have to keep patching him back up too. Well,
You
it's
can
fine.
get me some weed, and you tell him that I'll back off.
Maybe. Next time he comes in.
How do you put the hands
Tell
around your
him that I'm
arm?
looking for him, all right? And then only if he gives you more weed,
He called you soft?
than he regularly does, then I'll back off, and you give me a little bit of that.
Is it
Right,
weight?
well, also, you gotta make sure that Joe has some time for me. All right?
I'll make sure Joe
damn it.
has some time for you.
God damn it!
Sure, I got
know
you.
how
All
hard
right.
he works for you. All right?
Yeah, it's good seeing you,
Like,
Pixie.
give me like a half hour or something. Jesus Christ.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna find that guy. I'm gonna break his fucking neck in two. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I'll patch him back up.
Donnie, I missed you.
All right,
My name is
all right.
Donnie, not
Behave
Donnie.
yourselves.
One N.
We'll do.
All right.
Good seeing you. Come on, boys. Let's get out of here.
Hello, I need a doctor, please. Doctors.
No, it's fine. It's my job.
Hey, what happened to you? He was around earlier.
Sound like you love
He'll be
your
around
job.
tomorrow.
Well, we went to
Yeah.
Mexico.
You know that
I was looking for a Gruber.
Yeah. He's gonna be happy that that you're
so
around.
funny. I
on
know.
time.
I'm trying.
I've already
trying so
texted
hard.
him. I was
But he
waiting for him
speaks
to
an
show
Italian
up.
accent, so it's hard.
Shit. Hey,
All right.
give me a text as well. I'm in the yellow pages.
All right. I will.
Take it easy.
You guys, is text service working right now?
Nah, that shit's been scrambled all day.
Figured. The cell tower's been hit or something.
Yeah.
You saying that Irish, Italian, and Aussie somehow?
Yeah.
Hello, ladies. Have a great day.
Yeah.
You as well.
Where the fuck is
So
Blau?
why were these guys cornering you? Like, what do they want from you?
I got zero idea. They just kept saying that I apparently robbed some lady, but that's not even me, not even my MO.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but they're nowhere to be seen now, pal.
Yeah, looks like you're good to go.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did Mickey go?
Yeah, no idea. Mickey!
You guys stay safe.
So.
Oh God! I hope
They could have taken him.
They definitely could have.
Chad, don't minus one things. He's clearly muted. Yeah. I'm a professional, dude. Are you kidding me?
Oh shit! Somebody must have gotten blasted in that truck to the left. I don't see him, guys.
Might have gone to sleep or something.
He said he was taking a quick little nap. But he gets tired a lot.
Minus
Holy
one means
shit, what's that on the
you're
right?
like doing
Blue
bad
Bay truck.
RP. It's like a joking
The
way of saying you
Ram
fucked
truck
up
is
an
being
RP.
stopped.
Oh shit.
And then plus one means you're doing good RP.
I'm gonna pee in this
Those people that
sprunk
thought these
bottle
were
back
complete
here,
randos
right?
and
Nobody
would die.
look.
No,
all right?
only
rearview
Blau.
mirror, no
Is
nothing.
the other people I don't know, but I do know Blau.
Got a
And I
small
just
dick
kind of
back
lucked
there.
out.
Hey, all right, oh, hold on. Very girthy.
That's a good one.
All right, so I'm looking at this, and we got news reporter, trucking, tow trucking, lumberjack, and sanitation worker as all the available jobs, you know?
Lumberjacking ain't too good. Fuck. Who pays?
What the
not
fuck
too
happened
bad.
back here? You got cops already arresting a man in a grime truck.
Yep. Wonder what kind of shit he did. What'd you say the options were again? Lumberjack,
fucking
Rupe?
moron. That's probably what he did. You know, not following the fucking law.
Yep. Garbage depot. Let's laundromat out. You can start laundering whatever's in those bags. What do you think is in those bags? Bonds? Marked bills?
In the bags from the bank.
Yeah.
I would suspect that they have, it's cash, right?
Yeah, probably marked bills.
Cold, hard cash.
Check out this laundromat. See what we could do. Holy shit. Electric charging stations. First time I see those.
All right. There's video games here, just like Yakuza. Right. Can't play for some reason, though. All right. Here. Hello. Oh. I guess we can pick up bags here. Some
Interesting.
kind of...
What the fuck's in here? Who's this woman?
It doesn't
She's asking for
seem to
bags.
be on the available
Wait,
jobs,
no,
so
she's
maybe
giving bags.
it doesn't seem to be on the available jobs list, so I would suspect that it might be maybe for something different, you know?
I wonder if she's got bags for the group 6 people. You know?
I doubt it. Why would I thought that group 6 only picked up bags from one bank and brought it to the big bank, you know?
Oh, we had, oddly enough, we had a pickup spot at like a warehouse.
Oh, maybe
You
you're
know,
right then. I
It
thought,
could be, but it's strange, right? What about this guy? What's he doing?
what's going on, sir? Not the talkative fella. All right.
He ain't talkative.
Are those EV chargers? Look at that.
Yeah, yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean, clearly washed
Wow, what a modern city this is, right?
Yeah.
Electric vehicles and all.
Oh shit, okay.
It's fucking nice. I've never seen that
That's
before.
actually really interesting.
Jesus. They've got to have more of those scattered around the city. This can't be the only spot. Nah, it'd be too obvious if she grabs one of those bags.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Any smart businessman would be at least in an alleyway somewhere, Doc. You know what I mean?
Right,
Something like that,
right.
or in a frontage store that's a little more subtle.
I feel like I'm picking up what you're putting down, you know?
Yeah. Jesus Christ, his sister.
By the way, we should probably check in with Eve at some point about the status of those, that thing.
Eve was with Fiona, so seems like it's all sorted out.
They're probably all sorted.
There's a lot of
You know what I
this
wanna check
early
out,
on
actually? Hold
when
on.
you're supposed to try and figure out what's going on in the city because like they hide a shit ton of
Payphones.
stuff. They hide a shit ton of stuff in the city, and you're supposed to go and like
Keep an eye out for water in case Mickey plans.
figure out like where you could do
Ready,
crime,
ready.
and you unlock it.
Yeah, in our line of work, Donnie, of waste management, union management, construction, use a lot of payphones.
Right, right.
Oh.
All right.
Hey, how you doing?
Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh. What the fuck?
Oh! Get up!
Okay, maybe I
He's dead.
maybe I Alt F4 here.
He's dead. The ocean dumped himself.
Okay, we're gonna do that again. Oh my god. Oh shit. I've lost complete track of time. All right, yeah, you take her out, Mom. My mom is like, "Are you done? Like, what are you doing?" Okay, maybe I should. You could have just waited for motherfuckers to respawn you. No, because it got bricked. I think the best way to manage this crack addiction will be help keep your sleep schedule -1 for me and being a parasocial loser. No, I should be done. Finish the RP, then go apartments and log out. The early RP is a slow grind, but this is very entertaining. Yeah, I'll end it here. I'll end it here. People are already being like, you got to check in with the crew.
Oh. And now I'm deaf.
What the fuck? That's what it sounded like?
Are you okay, my friend? You sound like you're speaking in Morse code. I can try and decipher it. Oh, okay, that's...
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's wonderful. Yeah, let me speak back to you. Fucking lunatic.
That's... Oh, how do you do FPS? How do you get to first person? Anyway, all right, listen. I'm so fucking tired, and I literally didn't even notice that it was 9 hours. I was 9 hours in. Chat, tomorrow, we have a lot going on. First, I'm going to... Chat. First, I am going to... First, I am going to do the podcast in the morning, and then after the podcast, I am going to do an IRL stream at the strip club. That's right. I will be doing a pole dancing stream with Extra Emily, and hopefully with whoever else from the Fear and crew wants to join. Cutie, I don't think will be able to because she's got like her event coming up later. And of course, at night I'm going to be doing that as well. So I won't be RPing tomorrow. Unfortunately, there's not enough time for me to RP tomorrow. But good start. Bro, this guy is literally teaching me how to do RP. Just saying, should have quitting is frowned upon. Logging in, then going to the apartments and logging out is better. You know how RP motherfuckers get. One time should be fine though. Brother, I know the rules of roleplay. The fuck? It's because it bricked. I would never just fucking straight hard quit in the middle of a fucking RP session. Don't tell me about how to do roleplay, okay? Jesus Christ. I mean, come on, dude. How is this happening? No, I can leave. Normally I would roleplay out of it, but because it was broken this time around, I alt F forward because it just like broke. I'm not a veteran by any means. I forgot a lot of stuff, but you know, this was my bread and butter for a while. Motherfuckers used to call me a RP streamer, and they were like, "Oh, he's not a fucking political streamer anymore. He's an RP streamer." You guys have no idea what you have brought upon yourselves, is what I'm saying. Oh my God, it's very bad, very, very, very, very bad. Okay. Anyway, that's all I got for now. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Like I said, we got Fear in the morning, and then after that, we're going to do the strip club. That's right. We're going to the motherfucking strip club, baby. Peace.
Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There it is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.